Alright, so before we get started, we need to save a couple of instruments and effects to our Ableton version. I already prepared them and we are picking them up from our start project file. So open up a new project file and pick the start project for this course and load it up. And now you see this is our initial starting point for this course. We have this view in the arrangement view here. Here are locators. And you can see a couple of tracks are preloaded here. Mostly instrument tracks that we are going to use throughout the course. Because we can't be sure that everybody following the course has a piano, strings and guitars and plugins. So we prepared these simpler devices with a couple of piano sounds you can use as a piano. And we are going to save this instrument track now to our instruments in Ableton. Just click on the MIDI track here and then click on this save knob and it will save it to your user library instrument tracks. If you hit enter now, then you can always pick it up here, but I already saved it 2 times, so I'm not going to hit enter now. But you could do that now. Or if you don't want to save the things, just leave them in here and pick them up later at the point where we are actually going to use them. So when you have all these things saved, then we can go on with the next step. Alright, before we get started, let's quickly talk about the basic workflow here in Ableton that we are going to use. You have those 2 views. This here is the session view where your tracks look downwards. And you also have this, if you go in this upper part here, you have the arrangement view where your tracks move sidewards over the timeline here. And since we are writing a song, we will be working in the arrangement view over the timeline. The session view is rather for generating ideas and for live mode because we are looping things here all the time. Clips are being repeated after a certain amount of bars. That's not necessarily happening in the arrangement view. Also, if you're very new to Ableton or it's been a while, in the back of this course we have a couple of Ableton refresher videos for beginners you should watch before going on. There are 2 types of tracks in Ableton. You have MIDI tracks and you have audio tracks. And the difference is, if you're working with audio tracks, you're mostly working with samples or files and you already have sound. And if you're working with MIDI tracks, you still need to generate sound. And for that purpose, you're going to need an instrument or like a synthesizer, or you need some kind of sampler and put in a sample or an effect or drum sounds. And I can actually quickly illustrate this concept by putting in drum sounds with those 2 ways of working. I'm going to the arrangement view here. And now we have MIDI tracks up here and audio tracks down here. And I want to play a kick sample, so a drum kick. And I'm going to my course samples folder. In this case here, it's the pop course samples folder. Well, it depends a bit on what course you're in. There will be your course samples folder down here. And I'm looking for a kick sample quickly, just to demonstrate the concept. You don't have to replicate what I'm doing here. So if I'm picking up a kick sample, I can directly drag it onto an audio track like this. And I can go into this gray area here and zoom in. And it will show as audio here and we can play it right away. So, but I can also put it on a MIDI track. In this case, we need to make one mid step. We need to put it into a sampler device. In Ableton, that easy one is called Simpler. So if we click on this MIDI track, down here you can drop instruments or samples. And in this case, we can drop a sample down here in this track instrument and sample area. And if we drag it down here, it will create a sampling device that holds this kick sample. And now we can also play it back on this MIDI track. But the information we are putting on the MIDI track will be MIDI information. and that will be telling this device when to trigger the kick. So if I'm putting in a MIDI track here, I'm selecting all this area, for example, and I'm right-clicking in the upper part, and I can insert a MIDI clip now. Let's quickly do that. Now we have a MIDI clip, and on a MIDI track you will always have two views. You can take a look at the devices here, and if you go into this view, you can take a look at your piano roll here for the selected clip. So if this clip is selected, we can edit the piano roll here. And I'm quickly going to add in trigger information at C3, a note triggering at C3, and it triggers this kick here at this moment. So if I solo this track, you see the MIDI track is playing this kick, and compared to the audio track, it's just a little louder on the audio track because the MIDI track actually takes the volume down in the beginning by default. And you can bring it back up here. So play the MIDI track back. Okay, now we're doing exactly the same thing, but we're choosing two different techniques. Audio is here, MIDI is here. Now you could be asking yourself, why are we going this extra step through this device with MIDI? Why don't we just draw out our drums like this? Sometimes you want to change your drums after working for a while. And if you work with MIDI, you can change them in one place and it will be changed everywhere because you still keep the trigger information in the song. If you're working with audio, you have to replace every single audio file you're putting into your track. And this is, for example, one major advantage of working with MIDI here. Okay, long story short, these are two options of working. And whenever you want to apply effects on MIDI or on audio, you just go to your tracks, select them, and then you can drop audio effects down here. For example, if you go to your audio effects and you select an equalizer, which we are going to do on almost every track in this course, you can take equalizer 8 and drag it onto this kick track, drop it down here, and now it's applied behind this element. And now you can, for example, take off the bass frequencies like this. And you can do the same thing with the other track, the MIDI track. If we solo this one here, we can also place an equalizer behind the element, drop audio effects here, and apply it as well. For example, the other way around with a high cut, we can cut the high frequencies here like this, only keeping the low frequencies. So we will work like this a lot in the course, picking up instruments or picking up samples in simpler devices like this one. Actually, if you go to instruments, you can pick those default elements here as well. For example, this is another one of those simpler devices. And here's another MIDI track. I could also just activate this MIDI track and drag this simpler device just down here. And it's empty now and it's asking you to drop a sample here. And if it does that and you want to insert a sample, you can always go to, for example, your course samples folder and pick up a sample. Or most of the course samples folders also contain MIDI information, like the one we are going to use in the course. And then you can also drag MIDI information onto your track, like this piano, for example, MIDI file. You see it with this note here. It will ask you to import tempo and you will simply say no. And then you will also have prepared MIDI information you can play back with your instruments. It's just your sheet music basically down here with your chords that are going to be played and sent to any sound generating device. So again, we learned that we will work a lot with MIDI clips here, and if we do so, we can switch between device view and piano roll view back down here, or by double clicking into this thing, or by double clicking on the track, you will enter in this view. Also, we will probably activate some of those controls and deactivate them. For example, this is all on your mixer here, like show input and output, don't show it, show return channels, reverb and delay, don't show them. Here, show your mixer controls like the levels of your tracks. If we quickly go to the session view, these are our track level controls, faders. And if I'm taking this one down here, -12 roughly, then go back to this arrangement view, I will see it's been taken down here. So this is our fader sideways representation. You can see this is how you adjust your levels here. And actually on many tracks we will take the gain down a little, because if everything is playing at 0 decibels, we will pile up so much signal information on our master that it will simply be clipping. It will be too loud to be played back without distortions. And sometimes you see people taking down their master fader in that case, but this is not a good approach. You shouldn't do that. You always keep your master fader around 0 decibels. Don't touch that one, and adjust your levels before they are being sent to the master. Mostly you take them down. Now one simple last thing before we get started. If you have samples or MIDI information here, you can always right click and duplicate it, for example, and then it will just show up again. You can also copy it and like paste it somewhere else, like this, for example. Also, you can do that with samples. Select an area with the sample. If you select more than the sample itself, it will like repeat after your selection is finished. So if I duplicate this one here, you see it shows up again here after the highlight selection. You can also copy things by just selecting them, holding Alt or Control on Windows, and then dragging them somewhere else, and you see this plus sign in your mouse. This is also a possibility of copying things. And very important with MIDI information up here, with MIDI clips, for example, if you click into them, you see some of them sometimes are looped. So if a clip is looped, that means it will be repeated if you drag it longer than its actual length. Now what does that mean? This length here is 2 bars long. So that means 17, 18, and it will stop at 19. So if I drag this here to 19, everything will have been played out in those 2 bars. We don't have more information. But since it's looped and we will drag it longer here by hovering over the edge and it shows this sign, we can actually repeat it. And now it's being looped. It's playing that back again. You will always see this with those little lines here, beginnings of lines. Now, if loop mode isn't activated, it won't repeat. And if now you decide, I will drag it longer, it won't play anything here because it's not in loop mode. If you set it into loop mode, it will repeat the pattern here. So this is very basic, but also important for this course. And also in this course, we're going to work with plugins. So if you need Massive or if you need another synthesizer, you go to your plugins and then look it up. For example, Massive. And you pick it up, for example, from your VST effects. And Massive, the sound generating device, will always go onto a MIDI track. It can't go on an audio track. If you put it on this audio track here, down there it will say only audio effects can be inserted into an audio track. And if you now want to simply add a new MIDI track, you can just go into this gray area here and it will create a new one, showing up with Massive, for example. All right, so let's get started. We're making a track from start to finish and we're following this process. So here you can see the stages of the production process, and we're starting with making a basic beat in Ableton. We are generating ideas, we are writing our beats and writing down our ideas, we are writing our chords, maybe we are looking for vocals in some songs, and we're adding the basic groove. So these are the basics in the first step. We're just trying to lay it out. In the next step, we're elaborating on the sound design. We're EQing, we're adding effects on the different audio and MIDI tracks, and we're working on transitions. And then we're following up with the arrangement stage, where we are trying to add more transitions and structure our song into verses and choruses, or intros, main parts, drops, and outros. And then we're entering the mixing stage, where it's all about balancing and leveling of frequencies, volume dynamics, and sound enhancement. And then we're going on to mastering with overall balance, compression, and increasing the loudness. And then we're going to be finished. Okay, so let's get started. We are starting with our start project file here, and by default we are loading up this reverb and those other tracks here, and we are starting in the arrangement view. So if we go here, we can switch to the session view, this one. Maybe you're quite familiar with that one as well, but let's start in the arrangement view here. So making sure we are here. And also go down to those controls here, make sure we have the in and out section, we have the return channel section here, we can actually hide that for now. And our mixer section here will be activated, and also make sure you activate this down here, our track delays, because we are going to work with them, especially when working on drums, what we are going to do now. And now let's zoom in here with our mouse, hovering over this gray area and dragging our mouse down, and go to bar number 9. Select those locators here and select one bar, 9 to 10, and really zoom in on it. Like this. Okay, and now we can go to our preloaded course samples folder down here and look for our first element, which is going to be our kick sample. So I'm dragging PML DPV kick for EDM 19. And I'm also making sure I'm turning down the preview volume here to -16 to not blow off my ears all the time. So let's take one of those kick samples and drag it into the gray area here. That's one option. Or you can also right click into this gray area here, insert new audio track, and then it will load up a new audio track below. So let's put one kick sample onto this audio track, and you can see now we have this visual representation of this kick sample here. And I'm actually in the first step bringing down the gain here by -10 or something, more or less, to be sure we're leaving headroom on our master channel. If we put all our elements around 0 decibels into the track, then we will be clipping in the master right away. Okay, so let's take 4 copies of this kick sample. I'm selecting this one measure here. No, selecting this one measure here like this, right click. This is what I want to do, duplicate it, and you can see it has a key of Command D. So if I hit Command D on my keyboard, that's what happens. It just duplicates the sample. Let's play by hitting the spacebar or clicking this button here. Okay, so there's our kick sample. Now in other tutorials, I'm creating a MIDI channel for kick samples. I can quickly do this here. Right click, insert MIDI track. And now you have drop an instrument or sample down here showing, and you can drag this kick sample in there and it will create a simpler device in the look and feel of Ableton 9.5 in this case, because we're working with 9.5. And now we can create a MIDI clip in this area here by selecting everything, right click, insert MIDI clip. Maybe even rename this one to kick and go in there and go to C3, which is our default note, and double click and create one long note. And now go ahead and duplicate this one with Command D 4 times. Now this would be exactly the same in this case, and you would bring down the levels, hit solo to just play one of them. It will always play back this kick sample in here in our simpler device. Why is that useful sometimes? Because maybe you're not sure which kick to use in your track, and later when you want to decide on it, after writing a little bit, you actually want to change it, and then you just change it in one place and it will be changed everywhere around the track. So this is a benefit. But since we are going to work with this kick throughout all the track, this time we are just going to use audio because it's also a bit more visual here. And I'm going to delete this actually by hitting the backspace. So here's our visual representation of the audio track for this kick. And now we can put in our second element, which is going to be the snare. This one. And I can actually drag this one into this gray empty area here, and it will create a new audio track. And because snares are always in the 2nd and in the 4th position, we are going to copy this snare. And how do we do that? We can either copy it like this and then insert it here like this, or what we also can do is select it, hold Alt on Mac and Control on Windows and just drag it here with this little plus sign and drop it here. And now I want to bring down this level again, -10 more or less. So this is what we have so far. We have a kick and a snare. And now we need some effects. Audio effects in this case. So I'm going up to audio effects, and you can see we already have an EQ8 selected here. So be sure to select the EQ8 and drag it onto this snare track and play it back again. Now what we see here, the snare has a lot of low end, which is actually already being covered by our kick. If we go to this kick track and drag an EQ on here, you can see in the spectrum analyzer, you have a lot of low end on this kick, of course. And what we want to do now is go back to the snare track and roll off some low end here, because it's not needed double. If I play this solo, see there's a lot of information here. We're actually not going to use this information, so I'm rolling off some low end. Maybe this much for now. And let's bring it back together. Okay, let's quickly go to this audio track here, right click and rename it. Hashtag keeps the number and call it kick. And let's go in here to the same thing. Rename it hashtag keeping the number and call it snare. So maybe also change the coloring. Right click on the kick and make that one dark blue maybe, because I kind of think kicks should be darker. And the snare can be a little bit brighter, maybe this color here or whatever color you want to put in. And well, that's not the same, this one. Okay. Now, if we take a closer look at the sample here, what we can see is the snare sample actually starts a little later than the kick. And if we really zoom in, what we see is milliseconds being shown down here, because we're at second 16 of our track at the moment. And it appears that our snare sample starts like 4 or 3 milliseconds later than the kick. If we like subtract 66 off 70 here, that's like roughly 4 milliseconds. So now what we can do is, if we want to play them exactly together, we can like cut this off, or we can move the track delay to -4 milliseconds here. That will play the snare 4 milliseconds earlier than everything else here. So compared to everything else, we're playing this track 4 milliseconds earlier. And this is actually a really handy feature in Ableton. And it's also why I like working with different tracks, different audio and MIDI tracks for the drums, because you can always move them around like that and create an interesting groove. So let's play it together now. Okay, and we're going to add another element, going back to chord samples. And what we're going to do is take the short hi-hat here and move that one onto a new audio track. Rename it hashtag hi-hat. Right, and now we bring it down. Let's start with -15. And well, actually, what we see here is the same thing. That one doesn't really start at the beginning. So if we wanted to start at the beginning, again, we can like subtract those milliseconds here, but also, of course, it's possible to say, well, you know, just delete those first couple of milliseconds, go to mixer here in the hi-hat section and select fades. Just, you know, be sure to fade it in slightly and then just move it forward and go back. And now we can duplicate it and hit Command or Control D. And now this hi-hat is lying on top of our kick. Maybe bring it down a little more here, -18. And now it serves like a top kick for that kick. It gives a bit more high edge to the kick. So sometimes you need that to make sure the kick really cuts through your track, especially if you're putting in a lot of synths and layers. And that will help us later to easily notice the kick in our mix. So in the next part, we're going to add a bit more drums. So we're moving on and we're going to add in 2 more clap sounds. So let's make some space down here, and we have those 2 claps here. And I'm going to bring this one, number 16. I'm still picking those up from our core samples folder, and I'm dragging this one in here into a new audio track, and I'm also going to rename it to clap. So whenever this doesn't work, you can also right click into this gray area here and create a new audio track, or just hit Command T to create an audio track, and it will show up down here just as well. Now we are bringing that one down to -18 or something, roughly. So it's still there. Let's actually take off the snare. This is how we take out single tracks. That can be a bit louder. So just want this clap kind of feeling, and I'm also going to select it and copy it here. So if we go in here, we see it's like a layered clap sound. It's like a couple of claps after one another. Like if you have 3 people with hands and they're not perfectly in sync, that's what it looks like. And also we want to mess around with another little clap sound here. That one. And I'm putting that one onto a new track as well. And I'm renaming it to #preclap. Right, and we are bringing it down as well. Now it depends a bit on where you want to go. If you want to use this tail of the clap, you can also think of always, like if we use it 2 times and we just copy it to the second position, what's kind of used sometimes is the first one goes short and the second one goes long. So you go something like this, and in the second one you're playing it long. We've seen that a lot. Or if you have some tail like this one, what you can also do is, for example, bring it here, go into the sample, reverse it, and then, you know, just do something like this, bring it here. Can move it even further up. This is one of those typical effects, but we're looking for something different here, just trying to give you a couple of ideas. I'm copying this back, and what we see here, it's again very late. So the first thing I want to do is like take it shorter here. Maybe we can zoom in a little more and bring it even shorter, like move it here so we have, well, very little, like that's probably 1 or 2 milliseconds here. So now we can mess around with this sound. I want to actually just take this attacky bit here. Probably that much. It doesn't really matter how much. I just want to focus on the attack. And now what I can do is bring it here, right in front of everything else. That will make it cut through nicely. And well, let's just see how that sounds. I'm deleting this one quickly. So it seems to be a bit too early. So let's actually move it back here and play around with the track delay again. So it just snaps into the clap. Going with -12 maybe. I kind of like it that way right now. So what I'm going to do is just copy it now. And since this is the length, you can always, it starts here, it stops here. So you can actually select it here and go duplicate, and it will show up there again. Okay, let's quickly put in a little bit of EQ here. Go to Audio Effects, select EQ8 and put it onto Pre-Clap. And just roll off some low end here. Maybe like this. We are at 1.3K. And let's go back to this clap. Just leaving room in the low end for other elements that are going to be used later in the track. That one doesn't really have a lot, but you're just making sure there's nothing left. Maybe that pre-clap is a little bit too loud, so I'm bringing it down to -16. And now we can bring the snare back in here. I just want to bring that down a little more. So we have a nice snappy snare clap kind of thing going on here, and I'm going to close a couple of those tracks now. So we have a bit more overview. This is what we have so far. 5 elements here combined. And now we also want to put in hi-hats, like an offbeat hi-hat, for example. So I'm going back to the core samples, and we have CHH1 Chords 57. Yeah, and let's pick that one as offbeat hi-hat. So 3rd position here, 9.1.3, and bring that one down as well a lot. It's very loud here. You can see it's right on the edge. So I'm bringing it down to -25 for a start. And if I want to duplicate it, I want to duplicate it 1 measure. So I'm selecting 4 of those bars and then just hit duplicate, Command Control D. Okay, actually can cut this one off here. We can always cut it off, so it's a bit nicer, easier to handle. And also put in another EQ and roll off some low end. But we're renaming this one to #off hi-hat, because it's in the offbeat position. Beat, offbeat, beat, offbeat. And now we are putting in another little element, which is kind of unusual but special for this track here. I'm inserting another audio track, or we could also drag the sample on here. And now we are picking up an effect, Perk Free FX, this one. And let's put it up here. It's a reversed white noise somehow. I'm bringing that one down a lot as well, like -16. Or maybe even more than that. -25. I'm taking the offbeat hi-hat off for a second. So you see where this is going. And we are putting in again an EQ8 on this track as well. Because we have, you see that? We have this little end, and we don't want that. Actually, we can use a steeper curve here. So let's go to 4 times. It's getting steeper here. Let's keep it around 700. You know, just put it in here like this. And duplicate it. And rename it to hashtag white noise. Okay, bring it down a little more. Even more. What? How much is it? Minus 30 maybe for a start here. And now we can play again around with this track delay function here and like figure out what is a good position for that white noise. Is it a bit too early here maybe, so we can move it back like 30 milliseconds? Even further back. Now it's quite late and it's also laying on top of the next kick here. So we need sidechaining pretty soon. I'm going back to 30. Well, let's keep it here for now. And this is our basic drumming. So what we have so far is this kick, snare, hi-hat, clap, pre-clap, and off hi-hat. If we activate it again. Now this is our basic drumming. If we want to mess around with that in the session view, it's also possible to do that. We can actually just select everything like this one bar, which is set up right now, and now right click and consolidate time to new scene. So what happens now if we go to the session view here, find a new clip here, combination of clips, and we can just play it back. And it's sort of rendered audio. So we have a 4 kicks audio rendered out here, and we have this 2 snares audio rendered out here. So it created new wave files basically, and we are just looping those, because they are sitting in loop mode now at the speed we are playing all this back. And now you can still mess around with that in live mode, for example. Or if you want to go on arranging, go back to the arrangement view, and now you see it's grayed out at the moment, but we can hit this knob here and get the focus back into like prioritizing the arrangement view here. Okay, so this is what we have so far, and as we just said in the previous video, we need a sidechain. And a sidechain is basically a kick sample, for example this one here, triggering other elements of the track. So you can say whenever the kick is playing, something else is not playing or is being taken down in the amplitude. So for example, this white noise here could be subject to such sidechaining. And we do that in Ableton with a compressor. So we go to Audio Effects and select a compressor and just drag it behind this EQ here on this channel 13 white noise. And now we open it up and put it into sidechain mode. And now we can select the audio input from our kick track. So we are triggering that signal. And so far nothing is happening. Actually, let me take off snare, hi-hats, claps, all those elements. Just play kick and white noise now. Okay, and now we bring down the threshold here to make it work. See how it's ducking? and you can increase the ratio. Now it comes up very late, right before the kick here, and it stays down, and it doesn't really play this. It just comes back right at the end before the kick hits again. That's because of the longer release time here. Can actually show this here graphically in this activity view. So we're looking more for something like this here. And we are not going to use our kick as sidechain trigger because we also need that trigger for other parts of the track. And maybe sometimes the kick is not playing, so it would be difficult to, trigger the sidechain there. So we are creating a separate track for the sidechain, and to make it real easy, we are going to space here, right click and insert a Midi track in this case. So I'm inserting a Midi track, renaming that one to #sidechain. And I'm putting it into gray. And now we can actually just use the same kick sample because that one is actually what we're triggering here in our track, and we just drag it onto this MIDI channel here, drop instrument or sample here. And as we saw before, it's creating a simpler device now. And now we can go ahead, select all this area here, right click, insert MIDI clip, name it SC for sidechain, and then you can go in there, C3 note, drag that one measure, and duplicate with Command D. And now we have this, we keep it at 0 decibels, but we deactivate it. We just want to use it as a trigger, but we don't want to play it. So I'm deactivating it. And now I can take the white noise track, audio from sidechain here. And you see now the levels are a bit different, so I'm bringing down the threshold a bit more. That's because on our sidechain track, in the simpler device, this is going down -12 in the volume. You can actually bring it up to 9. So -9. So we have the same signal information triggering this thing here. So if we bypass it, we have the difference always. Let's keep it at -21. Okay, so our sidechain is set up. We can use it for other tracks now as well. In here, we are only using it for the white noise right now, but we're going to insert chords and bass and all that pretty quickly, and then we are going to need it again. Okay, so in the next step now, after inserting the sidechain, we want to insert an instrument. This is what we have so far, and now we want to put in massive and create a first chord progression. And first I want to right click here, insert a MIDI track, and now we go to our plugins and we will select massive. So you can search for it and just drag it in here, VST plugin massive, and it shows up, and we're bringing down the level. It's armed by default, so if I hit a note on my keyboard, well, if I hit a letter on my keyboard, it plays back what Massive has loaded up, and we are going to the browser just like in the beginning, and we're selecting our EDM course presets folder, wherever that one is on your hard drive, and now select Supersaw, this sound. So what kind of sound is this? It's using 3 oscillators here, generating the sounds, and 1 noise oscillator down here. If we were to take them all out, there's no sound, only the noise. Brings only noise, and now we have a saw wave here because our wavetable positions all the way to the right. It's a little bit off tune slightly here, and that one into the other direction 1 octave higher. And this one as well in the same octave like this one here. So we have 3 saw waves a little bit off pitch slightly to create this detuning sort of effect. And in the voicing, we made sure we have 5 voices playing this. If we play only 1 voice, it's very thin. So let's play 5. And it's a bit spread up, so there's also detuning here. This is crazy much. So we are looking for roughly this much of detuning. And it's running through a filter at the moment. This one here, the second low pass filter, and we can actually control this one down here. So this is our instrument at the moment. And now we are going to use this to play back our chords, our first chord progression we are going to draw in here. So I'm zooming out a little bit. I'm making room for 4 bars here. I'm dragging this locator longer. I'm hovering over the sidechain. I'm dragging it longer here. And I'm also going to copy those kick sounds with Command D, D, D. And I'm leaving everything else, taking off the white noise for now. And I'm also creating a MIDI clip, a first MIDI clip here on our massive track. Selecting all these 4 bars, right-clicking, insert MIDI clip, and rename it to Saw. So now if we go into this MIDI clip, we can draw in our chord progression and we have our notes, our piano roll here to the left. And whatever we are drawing in here will be played by massive by our synthesizer. So for example, if I put in C, it's going to play C. And actually, I'm going to take off the kick for now, just to have more focus on our sound here from massive. And in the next video, we are going to write a chord progression. Alright, so now we are going to write a couple of chords here. I'm going back into the MIDI clip for Saw. And as I'm not sure how much knowledge you have in terms of chords, chord progression and music theory, I'm going to make a simple trick here and probably help you with it. We're going to draw in a complete scale, and then we're going to use those notes to help us identify what will work and what won't. So starting with C as our root note, we are going to draw in the C major scale, which is all our white keys on the piano. So let's click on this note and hold Alt and copy it up. If we have this preview headphone on, it will play what we are dragging here. So you see I've put in all the white notes and I'm going to copy all of them now. And I'm going to put it 1 octave higher, again, holding Alt, copying it. Control on Windows. And I'm going to put that one below as well. So now you see all the white notes. If I'm folding our piano roll to play just what is activated, we see only white notes are left here. Now we could draw in chord progressions and it would always be part of our C major scale. That would be the key of the song. Unfolding it, because we are going to write our song in C sharp. So this one here. So I'm selecting everything, and I'm moving it up one semitone with arrow key up on my keyboard. And now I can actually fold it and see, okay, so those black notes here are part of that scale, F and C as well. All right, so let's use it to draw in our first chord. I'm actually going to shorten this here, and I will move it before our start here, so it's just an orientation for us. And we have space here to play our actual chord progression in the 4 bars. So we are starting with an F sharp major chord, and I'm playing F sharp here. And the major chord will be 3rd and 5th. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. So let's play 3rd and 5th. Sounds very happy. It's a major chord in this scale here. Okay. Now we want to make it an added tone chord, added 2. So we are adding in the 2nd note. Oops, just 1 note. Has a bit more tension now. And I'm actually going to bring the root note down by 1 octave. And I'm going to copy this G sharp and bring it up 1 octave. Now this is already a dramatic chord, and we can go to our 2nd chord here. And in this one we are going to play a different one. And it's going to be A sharp minor 7th. That's going to be the name of the chord. And now let's see what that means. I'm starting with A sharp. And let me unfold this quickly to see a couple of things here. Now in a major chord we have 3 semitones between the 1st and the 3rd, and then we have 2 semitones between the 3rd and the 5th. It would sound like this if it would be a major chord. So we are leaving 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This would be a major chord now. Sounding very happy. And a minor chord starts the other way around. It starts with 2 semitones in between and then 3 semitones. So we are moving the 3rd 1 semitone down. Sounds rather melancholic or dramatic. So our A sharp minor 7th chord consists of a minor chord here. And then we're adding in the 7th. So G sharp being the 7th of that chord, because again we are skipping 2 semitones. This is a minor 7th chord. Now don't worry if this is a bit too complicated for you. If you're more interested in learning more about harmony and chord progressions, go over to our course on harmony and chord progressions and we explain everything in detail. For now I'm just going to fold everything here so we have it easier to see that all this stuff is still part of our scale. So it's still inside of the scale, and well, it works somehow, but it's not the perfect way of doing this. We actually want to bring down our root note by 1 octave. That would work as well, but I'm also going to bring G sharp down 1 octave. And I'm also going to bring down F 1 octave. So I'm inverting this chord. This is called inversion. If you're moving parts of the chord up and down, you're inverting the chord. So let's take a look at the next chord. We are using our root note now. We are starting on C sharp as our root note. Let's bring it up 1 octave for now. And we're just going to play a C sharp major. So we're playing the first, second, third, fourth, fifth. This is what we're going to play, but we're going to move up with F sharp, with F. And we're also going to move up with C. And now I'm just copying C to the root note again. And let's play it. And now we have a bit of tension here and we kind of have to resolve it in our last step here. So let's put in a F minor 7th chord. So that one starts at F. And we just skip 1 note of this folded scale here always. So we go. Right, we bring down F 1 octave and put this other F here as well. So this sort of works already. But we're going to make it maybe a little bit more interesting to actually make it more interesting for the listener. We're going to bring this one in early, shorten here, and move those in front. And we're just playing them until 4.3. And let's keep F up there, but resolve it a bit more with C sharp, and actually use G sharp as root note. And actually I want to take this C out here, just hitting 0 to deactivate it and see how it sounds without. I can always bring it back, hitting 0 again on my keyboard, or right click, deactivate notes 0. Yeah, that's a bit better. It's not that full here, and you notice more of a difference between those last 2 chords. And now let's actually put in like kick and sidechain and stuff. And well, we already have a sidechain on our white noise, and we are lazy now. We're just going to copy this device of the compressor and just go to a massive and paste it here. So it's just a copied version of that white noise compressor. So now we also have sidechain compression here on this massive track with our massive saw. I'm going to rename it to saw here. And there we are. It sounds a little bit like a dance track already. Let's put in the kick. And let's copy all those other drum elements. So I'm selecting the entire bar and hitting Command D, D, D. And now we can put in those parts. So this is a very basic chord progression here. We are going to work a bit more with the MIDI, and we are also going to introduce maybe a second round with playing it 8 bars long, but this is just a basic chord writing session here. Don't worry if you didn't get everything here. It's a bit more complex, but actually using this scale fold technique, you can't really go wrong. And this, if you're a beginner, this will really help you. And if you want to learn like in-depth chord progression, check out our other course, and that one really focuses on what's going on here. And well, let's just go on to the next session. Alright, so this is what we have so far, and now we are going to make some slight adjustments on this MIDI clip here. Zooming out a little bit, and I'm making a copy of it, holding Alt and dragging this over here. So we have a copied version, it's Control on Windows. And now we can go back into this MIDI clip. And you see we still have everything we just created here. And now we're going to slightly change the pattern to make those saw sounds a bit more interesting in the style we are producing here. And I will start with the first chord and shorten it. And take it again. So I'm selecting everything. And I'm dragging it holding Alt or Control again. And we are copying it again. So this is our first bar here. In the second bar we are also making changes. Copy it again, like this, and shorten it. And we're ending with a long version, so and in the third bar we can repeat this pattern here. And I'm dragging those two in the middle a bit longer. And what can we do with the last one? We will pick it up, leave it like this, but shorten it in the beginning. Maybe something like this here. So be sure there are, breaks. We are playing a grid of 16th notes here, and it's a bit less than a 16th note. Okay, going out, renaming this to saw chords. Okay, and let's add in a bass sound. We are creating a new MIDI track. Right click, insert MIDI track, and we're loading up another instance of Massive. Like this. Go to the browser. And now we're looking for 26 bass, this one here. And we'll bring down the level. So we're playing sort of a saw to square, more saw than square. and we're not playing the second oscillator. So we're playing a square to saw with the first oscillator, amp is up, and all the other amps here are down, or the oscillator 3 is not activated. And that one runs through the filter 1 here, which is only applied because filter 2 is down in the level here, so, and we are also only mixing to filter 1. So basically square to saw a bit more towards the saw, and we're sending it through this low pass filter, and then we're mixing only in with the filter, and then we're putting a tube effect on top. And we have this hard clipping insert effect here, down here, hard clipper. And that one is quite wet and drive up to like 1 o'clock or something. And in the routing, we can see it's applied right before this filter here. So this is the sound we're using. And now we can copy this pattern down here, rename it to bass, and double click and get rid of all the above information here. Well, and just keep those bass notes down here. I'm quickly taking off the chords. And also what we're going to do now is we're going to the clip here and right click consolidate and actually color it to this color here. And now you see we can loop it, and like the scale information is gone, but we don't really need that here. So we just keep the notes, and we can like now drag it longer and continue the bass pattern here. Also, if we drag it to this side, it will continue again and loop. So this is our first bass sound. And now let's drag a couple of effects on here. Go to Audio Effects and select an EQ8 and drag it behind this instance of Massive. And also pick up a compressor, drag it here as well. And let's take a look at the compressor first, open it up, put it into sidechain mode, and take the audio from our sidechain track here and apply it here. And now we bring down our threshold. Ratio up a bit more. Okay, let's keep it like that for now. And also I want to EQ a little bit here, so put it on solo. So I'm taking the second node of the EQ and I'm bringing it down a little bit here, around 170 or something. And let's take the first one here and, put it up a little bit, around 57. Maybe a bit higher. So we're cutting off a bit here below 64, but we are emphasizing a bit more on everything around 64. Okay, and also put in the third one and emphasize a bit more here. So we have it cut a little more around 1K. Let's go back and play it in the context. Okay, and for now we'll keep it in this way. Let's go to the next part. Alright, so we are going to add in another bass sound because that one will be our cutting bass. So that one's cutting through when we are playing our drop parts. And we are combining it with another bass sound that is also going to play our breakdown parts. So right click, insert new MIDI track here, go to plugins, again select massive and drag it onto the new channel, and we go to browser and we select 25 bass. This sound, bring down the level here a little. Okay, so this one has a pretty open filter still, but we're going to treat that with EQ. So let's go in here and copy the bass pattern of this bass down here and solo it. And now we are one octave too high. We could go in here and transpose it, but we're very lazy. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a MIDI effect for that purpose. Clear the search, MIDI effects, and then go to pitch and select -12 semitones and drag this one in front of our massive instance. So we have a MIDI effect transposing everything down by 12 semitones. And now we have a bit more stereo on that bass than on this one here. Bring that down a little more. Let's select a couple of audio effects here. And we start with a compressor. Actually go into activity view. Turn off the makeup and bring the threshold down a little bit. -12 maybe, and bring the ratio up to something like 3.8. And bring the output up by, say, 3 decibels. Okay, and now we are going to use an EQ. And we are going to cut off a lot. So we are using this node number 8 here, and we are going into high cut mode and just take off a lot. So make sure you're on good speakers or on headphones to be able to listen to what we're doing here. We are really trying to get in this warm, bassy stereo kind of feel above 100 Hertz. So I'm doing this more or less. Maybe keep that one around 360. And let's check for some resonances. Yeah, we have some odd harmonics here, and I'm taking those down a little with number 2. And now I'm putting up the Q to somewhere like 5. So we can cut this off a little. And also we put in a utility from our audio effects, that one here, drag it behind everything and put the width down to sort of like 30% or 36% or something. So we're not too stereo with our output, because on club systems we still want to be able to hear that, and club systems are sometimes mono. Notice how the stereo effect disappears a bit if you activate the utility with 36% of stereo width. Okay, and one more thing we need here is a sidechain compressor. So we go to track 16 and just copy this one. Right click, copy, go back to 17, mark this one here and paste. And that one doesn't have to be that intense. So this will be enough. Let's play it together. Let's keep it at -8, something like that. Okay, so this will be our second bass for now, and let's move on. Okay, so we're going to insert more layers now, but first let's go back to this bass here and actually bring it down from -8 to -12 or something. It's still a bit too loud, so -12.4 for example. Should be still quite subtle in the back. And also, if we are building such EQ shapes here, don't worry too much about it if it's not going to look like this or like this, or if you can't match it perfectly. If it's roughly there, that will be good enough for this tutorial series here. And well, let's now go to this saw here and well, actually just duplicate it. 15, duplicate. And now we have a second one. I'm going to rename this one to organ. And going to do the same thing here. It's not really going to be an organ, but it will more or less sound like an electronic organ. So let's load up a preset. Let's go into massive here, and we are working with 34 right now, but we are selecting a different one now. We're going to look for 32, pad 1, and take this one. And we have saw waves here. We actually have a ghost knob bug. So I don't know if you have this bug sometimes, but they shouldn't be actually here. It's only one always. So this one. So we have saw wave here. We have a square to saw wave here. And this one isn't playing here, and our noise isn't doing anything. So this is what we have. And in the voicing we have, well, we have 12 voices. That's quite powerful. This is going to be quite loud. So let's bring that one down a little. It is already down. Let's play it solo. Okay, great. And we are going to play it in this way in a different part, but in this part here we need the filter cutoff open a little more. So let's configure, let's like hit this arrow here, configure, and like adjust the cutoff down here. And now we can adjust it down here. And just for this part here, we're going to open it up more. We're going to select this area here, select this knob. So we have massive filter 1 cut selected here. And now we can select this area and automate this knob. And now you see how it moves up. And let's go to, well, 95 or something. Let's play it again. Nice. And now we see we have a little bit of internal clipping here. There was a little bit of red, and well, we can even see it here. So we just slightly bring it down in the master here. Something like that. Okay. Okay, and also we want to compress it a little more. Let's put in a compressor here and put it into activity view. And bring down the threshold to -15. Ratio up a little. And we take off the makeup gain. So we're not adjusting for the loss in the gain. So we're just trying to press the signal a bit more together and remove a bit of dynamics here. We always have a nice video for how the compressor works. If you're interested, go into the bonus section of this course and you can check that out. If you're not totally familiar with the concept, basically we're just moving the loudest and the quietest parts closer together on that sound to remove a bit of dynamic range. Okay, now we also need an EQ, so I'm selecting EQ8 and I'm dragging it here. And we want to get rid of a bit of low frequencies because those are going to be covered by our bass sounds. Maybe go to 289 with our first low cut here. And just in case we need it later to adjust a little bit of volume, I'm going to put a utility here. Now, I want to use this massive organ in a different, quieter part later in the song, and I'm not sure if we're going to use the same output volume. But I don't want to automate the output volume here on the track fader because I want to use that later in the mixing stage. And I want to have a degree of freedom to work with it there. So I'm putting a utility here in case I want to automate things. So things are already automated here in our effect chain and nothing affects the master fader of this track. So you can easily see how that could work. If I'm adjusting the levels, say in this part here, it will be quieter here than there, but it doesn't affect this output here. So I'm just going to remove that. We'll use it later. I'm going to change the color to blue. And now we still have this scale here and everything. Let's actually just consolidate the thing and put it in loop mode again. Alright, and we also want to take a second turn with our chords, just a slight adjustment. So I'm putting this one to bar 17, so we have 8 bars here. And now I'm dragging it longer. And we are taking 2 turns with the chord progression. And now I'm going to consolidate it again. And now it's 8 bars long, as you can see here. And loop it again, but unfold it quickly. And what we want to do is take this G sharp here in the last chord of the second turn. So I'm copying this part up here. And we have the filter automation going on. If we go to massive filter, you see we automated that one up and then we cut it off here. So I'm just clicking this little blue node and it moves up. So now we're introducing it in the second part back to the beginning. And since I did that here, I'm also going to do it on this one and rename that one back to saw chords and recolor it back to pink. And we still have the same info here now and can play those two together. We can copy everything else. So I'm selecting this part here and now I'm hitting duplicate, and we can actually go through all the way with the sidechain here and also take our bass notes now and drag them longer. They are not changing. So now we want to take this organ a bit louder, just a little bit. And we're going to take a look at the mixing and the EQing of those elements a little bit later, but we are going to insert another organ sound here. And I'm quickly going to copy this one again. So duplicate number 16 and rename this one to organ 2. And this one as well, organ 2. And now go to massive and select 35 organ style, lead electro, this one. Play it solo. So we're going to stack up a couple of those sounds, but actually we want to use that one 2 octaves lower. So I'm going to Midi effects and I'm taking this 1 octaves lower preset here. And now I'm just bringing it down to -24. Yeah, and I'm also going to delete all the filter cut information here. So right click, delete automation. With this one, I want to cover those lower mid frequencies here. I'm bringing this one down a little bit, but I'm also going to take off a couple of high frequencies in the EQ. wanting to add a bit of warmth to the sound, and also take another EQ8 here, drag it between the utility and this EQ8, and put that one in mid-side mode. So we are treating the middle if it's on M, and we are treating the sides if it's on S. Let's go back to the middle and belly out a little bit of this lower mids here. Q to 33 maybe, and this one to like -9. And it's less centered now. It's not that much in the center of the audio spectrum anymore. If I bypass it, okay, and what kind of sound is it actually? Let's go into massive, and we see we have those Math 2 tables here. It's the rough Math 2 wavetable, and that one is giving this nice organ style effect combined with electric here, that one. And we have a bit of chorus on top here. Well, no, it's actually not opened up. But we are playing several voices and also a bit of bright noise. And the voicing is 2 voices. And you see how important this pan position knob is. Okay, let's play it all together. I want to take this bass a bit lower still, -15. I think this one needs a bit of compression too, so let's go to like the first bass, our cutting bass, and select the compressor here, and actually put it here before the EQ. Yeah, sometimes it has some weird dynamics here, so let's bring that threshold down by -10, makeup off. Ratio 3 and output up like 2.8. Okay, so now we have a couple of layers for our chords here. We have those 2 bass sounds, and we have the drumming, and we have the very basics of our drop part set up. Alright, so we still want to add in 2 more elements to this main part, but they're also going to be used in other parts of the track. And in the very beginning of the course, we took a look at those pre-saved instruments here, and we made sure we save them to our instruments here. And now we are looking for this piano, this one here, the one that's called replace. Well, it's actually the piano, like if we look for it here, you can see it's the piano equal bright one. So If you don't have that up here anymore, be sure to like load that one up onto a new track, such that it looks like this here. And basically just a sampled piano with each octave we are going to use. And now what we are going to do is we take these saw chords from the organs and just copy them up here to this replace piano and play them. Now this is a very basic sampled piano. If you have a better plugin or a better instrument, you can also use that one for this exercise here. But since we want to make sure everybody can follow along, I'm just going on with the simple version here. And we're going to put in a couple of effects. Now, as almost always, we're going to start with an EQ8, and I'm dragging that one behind the instrument rack and just rolling off some low end here. And we're boosting a bit in the highs. Now we're going to give a bit of saturation to the sound, so we are putting in a saturator, and that one will actually beef up the sound a little bit. For example, open up this arrow so we see a bit more, and select Sinoid fold, so this shape here, and put in a bit of more drive. Now you see how it's overdriving already. And turn down the dry wet to 30%. DC on, color off. So we're adding a bit of upper harmonics to this piano and a bit of this drive in order to fill up our frequency range a bit more. And we will take it to an even more extreme version. If we take an overdrive here from the audio effects, drag that behind here, put it to something like 15% or something, or something like that. And move it to the higher frequencies, 6.2 here. And now we also want to add in an auto filter behind, so auto filter here, and put that one up all the way. So this is just a frequency filter here, and we put it on 24 mode and just go up all the way so it's open. But later we can automate it with this frequency knob here. And maybe we want to do that later, so I'm keeping it in for now. And also we need a sidechain compressor, and we're going to steal one from one of our organs, for example, here, 16, first organ sound. Just copy the sidechain compressor and drag it behind this auto filter on our replace piano here. I'm actually going to rename this clip to piano. Okay, so we have that element prepared, and I'm closing it, and I'm bringing it down here to below the second organ. Just dragging that thing down, and I'm coloring it in this color. Let's play it all together. Okay, we want to set up another instrument, and that's going to be Plucks, played by Massive. So we, whoops, go back, didn't want to copy that one. So we insert a new MIDI track and drag in another instance of Massive and put it in here. And now we are looking for preset 37, Pluck, Snake. This one, bring it down in the level. Okay, and now let's copy this piano pattern and rename it to Pluck and play it in solo. I'm bringing down the level here to -12. But don't worry too much about those values, because in the mixing stage later we are probably going to adjust them again. Now this plug is too open for what I want to do. So we could like automate this filter here, or just use another filter behind the instrument, for example, using audio effects and putting in the auto filter again, and that one will just do the same job here. And we will automate that one later here as well. Well, now we have to change the MIDI pattern a little bit, and I want to have it play 16 notes, no, 8/8. So what we're going to do is select these first couple of notes here and hit Command D to duplicate them. Right, and do the same thing here with the second bar. And also with the third bar. And here as well. Just do the same thing everywhere. But we're slightly changing this F here to C sharp. Yeah, that's nice. And now this is going to be almost exactly the same. So I'm copying all these ones and I'm hitting Command D. And now we still have this one left, taking it off. And I'm copying this F and putting it up here to G sharp. Okay, and now we want to use more effects, and I'm taking Compressor, Activity View, Threshold down, somewhere here. So it sounds more sustainy already. No makeup gain. Ratio up to 3, a bit more squeezing. Sounds more plucky without the compressor and a bit less plucky and more chordy with it. Okay, we also want to put in a simple delay. So I'm using that one here. See, it's working way too much already, so dry wet down to somewhere like 21% and feedback down to 15. Okay, also put in an EQ8 and roll off some low end here. 280 more or less. That's where we are standing, 270. Yeah, and we have a bit of resonance around 2.5K, so I'm just taking this one down here. Q a bit steeper, 1.5. And of course we also need a side chain, so I'm going to this piano track here and I'm stealing this compressor. So I'm copying it, holding Alt, dragging it here on this Pluck channel behind the EQ8. There we have our sidechain pumping effect already. Let's rename this track to Massive Pluck. Give it the right color. Alright, and also draw a slight automation on this frequency of the filter. So I'm bringing that one down. Right, and I'm selecting this knob here, so it's selected here for the automation drawing, and I now just put in one node here and put in another one. Oh, that was wrong. So click this one. Maybe we go down again and back up here. Something like this. Bit more open. Up to 8 kilohertz. Okay, let's move it up a little bit here. Alright, so it's a little bit too loud. I'm bringing it back to -10, and also it has a bit too much low mids. So we want less of these. They sound nice, but they're a bit disturbing here. So again, you don't have to draw the exact same thing, just more or less this shape here will be fine. Okay, so now we have two more elements, our piano and the Pluck. Alright, so for the second part of this drop, we want to add in some staccato strings, and I need some space here. So let's bring those long midis we created in the beginning, and let's bring them just somewhere in the back to 33 or something. And we want to copy this area here. There are several ways of doing that. Selecting all of it or selecting this region here, right-clicking and duplicate time. So now we have a duplicate. So now we have the double amount here and we can add in our staccato strings. They're actually already loaded up here from this instrument rack. It's the string ensemble staccato one. So if you're looking for the saved ones, we saved in the beginning, it will be this one here. Just load that on a new MIDI track or use the one that's already loaded up here and I'll bring it somewhere in the scene. And we're actually going to draw some MIDI now. So I'm copying those main chords here. We're going to use them as an orientation because sometimes we're not completely sure what chords we are playing. We're not going to do it like this, but we're going to start with, well, actually we only need 4 bars. So I'm selecting, like I'm using this looper here. I'm just selecting the first 4 bars and zoom in here. Wow, that one is way too deep here. Let's get rid of that. And we want to start with A sharp here. Taking off the other ones. And basically we're always playing in the first position, like in the kick position. That is going to be a bit of a problem, but we are also going to solve that later. So C sharp, also part of our scale. D sharp also. F is part of the scale as well. So now I'm taking all the other ones off. Can deactivate them for now. Oh, that sounded nice too. That's always nice. But actually I'm looking for a different one, so let's pick 0. I'm always hitting 0 to deactivate those notes. So activate a note, hit 0, activates it, 0, deactivates it. And now I'm taking those 4 off as well. Okay, and we'll do almost the same here. But we're starting with G sharp. But this is going to be the same. So I'm just doing this with the chords to make it easier for you to see that it will always fit. Actually, you don't need to do it that way. And we're again using C sharp and just go C sharp. Oh, we're using G sharp up here and then go C sharp and C. All right. So. So this is what we want to play on top of our chords. Now I'm deleting all this stuff here. And let's play it together. Okay, so it's very on beat right now, so the first thing we can do is delay it a little bit in the track delay. So go up a couple of milliseconds here, maybe plus 18. So it's always a little bit late, but that sounds probably a bit more organic and it's fine. And now we need a couple of effects, of course. So we put in an EQ8, roll off the low end, or even more than that, around 800. Also, we need a sidechain, just to be sure we're not interfering too much with kicks. And I'm just going to borrow one from the Pluck. So this one here, copy that one, and paste it here. Okay, that's a bit too much already. Let's bring it up. Can do even less, ratio 2.5 or something. Well, actually use the utility for those levels here. If we want to adjust levels, just put in a bit more here, 3 decibels more. And now we want to give those strings a bit of space, so a bit of reverb, a bit of chorus effect, and a little bit of delay. Because they sound pretty dry still. So let's drag in a reverb. Put it before the EQ. So we cut it off afterwards and set the quality to high, if your CPU allows it. And decay time to around 3.6 seconds, so it's a bit longer. And less wet, 30%. Okay, and simple delay behind it. Dry wet to 30, feedback to 30. Now this delay is always being ducked in the sidechain compression here, so we don't have it too much on the beat. And now it's still a little bit too direct, a little bit too clear in the string sound, so I'm putting a chorus before the reverb to sort of, you know, soften the sound, and like the chorus spreads out the sound, and if it's a very clear sound it will get a bit more blurry. So dry wet down to 30 or 25%. Okay, let's keep it like that. And we will support that one with another synth just to cover a bit more frequency range with it. Okay, so let's support that thing with another synth to have it cut through a little more in frequencies that are not covered by this string. So I'm inserting a new MIDI track here, and we're looking for massive again, everything with massive, and we're loading up 29 ED hooks. Bringing that down. So it's kind of a plucky sound with a lot of white noise. And we're going to throw that under this staccato string. Actually rename this clip to staccato strings and copy it down here. All right, so first we need to transpose it a little bit. Let's go to Midi effects, 12 up. Okay, and what we want to do is put a reverb on it. And from the audio effects reverb here, behind massive, and maybe turn the one from the synth off. Yeah, let's just work with the Ableton one here. So with this one, and put the quality high. Again, 3.6 milliseconds. Drive it to 30% maybe. Okay, and let's look for an EQ8. Go to somewhere like 850. Okay, now we also want to put in a bit of delay, simple delay. Drive it down to 30%, feedback up. Actually, can move up the feedback a little further here to 40%. And maybe even the dry red up. And now we are going to compress everything behind this part here. So I'm putting in a compressor. And we can even use a preset here. So open that one up and look for brick wall. Drag that onto the compressor so it applies that effect or that preset. And let's go to the activity view. See, we're very low in our gain here. So let's bring the threshold down. Okay, that's a lot of compression. Let's go back to 26. And also take makeup off. Threshold down a bit more. Well, actually, let's put in a utility before the compressor to bring the levels up a little bit. It's maybe easier to see what we're doing. Bring them up to plus 13 decibels and let's go down here minus 13, so 21 more or less. And threshold up a little bit. Output up a little bit, like 12 decibels. Well, not a little bit, a lot. Then maybe it's a bit too long. Maybe less threshold. These tails are a bit long. I'm taking the release down a little. And dry wet also down a little. maybe 50%. And now let's put in another EQ8 behind that and set it on mid-side mode. And take off some mids here, quite a lot. Also like 960, something like that. And let's combine it with the strings. Okay, we need to mix those a bit down here. So the idea is just to bring in more frequencies to surround these staccato strings with a bit more sound. And if you play it solo, it doesn't sound that great, but in a mix it will sound a little better. Let's actually rename this to support. And this one here as well. Support. All right, and we're going to deal a little more with that later. Okay, so after this part here, we are going into a section where we are playing an FM bass, and for that one we need another MIDI track. So I'm inserting a MIDI track here, and let's turn it into dark blue. And I'm going to plugins, select massive, drag an instance of massive onto this MIDI track here. Browser, locate our presets and pick out KS Plucky 27, this one. It's a rather complex patch here. Well, let's go on this track and select 25 to 29, select 4 bars and right click, insert MIDI clip, or use this shortcut here and rename it to FM bass. And now we can go into the MIDI clip. Well, actually, what are our bass notes playing always? Let's quickly check. We have F sharp, A sharp, C sharp, F, and G sharp. Let's pick them out here, select all of them, and then, well, copy. Well, actually use the shortcut Command C and go back into our FM bass clip. Like if you select it here and copy, it will copy from here. So if we select it in the beginning, this is what happens. If we paste it with Command V, we are getting this. So it's quite loud. Let's bring it down a little. We're going to use it an octave lower. Oh yeah. That's a nice, powerful sound, but we're going to play that one shorter. So the first note is played shorter. Okay, and the second one even shorter than that. And now we are moving this one. We are still in the 16th notes grid. So 4 bars, 16th notes grid, and we're moving this one here. Yep, and the next one will come here. Right, a bit longer, and this one a bit shorter. That's a nice pattern already, and we're picking F sharp 1 octave higher here. Copying this note to the second position in 1.4 and then going back down to this position here. And let's select those two and bring the velocities down a bit compared to the other ones. Down here you have the velocity. If you bring it down all the way, it will end up almost white, but we don't want to use that much. Bring it back up, something like this. And actually, let's use this pattern again at A sharp. So I'm copying this. Let's play them longer here. And let's play those one octave lower, those last two. Shift arrow key down, shift arrow key up, shift arrow key up, shift arrow key down. Moves one octave higher or lower. Yeah, that sounds nice. And let's do the same thing here. Copy the first pattern to C sharp. This one can be played out a bit longer. This one here as well. And now we are going up with F. But let's do it like this. Let's play F and like a very short F, a bit longer F here. And like, what can we play here? C? C sharp? Yeah, C sharp, of course, yeah. Here. And now we need this pattern again, starting at F here, and then going up to G sharp. So I'm taking those off, and I'm copying those to G sharp. And this one shorter, and this one longer. This one also a bit longer. Like the velocity can go up here on that one. Okay, so this is a pattern we are going to use here, more or less. Let's put in a couple of effects. For example, we want to widen that thing even more, and we're going to use a chorus. A chorus on a bass? Yes, we're going to use that in sound design here. So you see, you can hear how it moves to the sides of your panorama. And let's use an EQ. A bit of a low cut here. And also there's something going on here in this area, so I'm bringing that down as well. Yeah, this one. So Q up a little bit. So I'm bringing that down here. And now we also need a sidechain compressor. So I'm picking that one up at 21 bass. This one, let's pick this one and copy it. Of course, there's no sidechain playing, so let's make that one a bit longer here. Ratio down. We only need 2 to 1 here. So let's dial in 2. And now we also want to bring the stereo sound a bit back and make sure we don't have too much information in the stereo spectrum that we're losing when playing it mono. So I'm picking up a utility and I'm putting the width back to something like 65, 64. Okay, nice. Well, let's keep it like that for now and combine it with those staccato strings. We are going to select them and make them longer here. Okay, we can play that bass even louder. Okay, and now we're adding the drums, but we're not adding the off hi-hat. So I'm just I'm picking out the drums here and put them here. So after 4 bars of pause, but also take off the off hi-hat here. Don't play any of these. So we have, if we make that one longer, we have. Can be even a bit louder still. All right, and let's prepare the end of this thing here. So we make it double of what it is so far and also double these, hitting Command D, and double all this stuff here. Right, and as soon as we are playing this off hi-hat again, we are also going to play plucks. So I'm copying those plucks here. But we are probably going to play something different with the plucks. Let's quickly take a look at the Midis. And let's try to make some interesting changes here. For example, let's only take 4 bars. So I'm selecting only 1 to 5. Well, let's bring the C sharp down 1 octave here. Shift arrow key down. And well, this G is already down there. So let's listen in. There's a filter on it right now. Just quickly going to adjust that one up a little, giving it a different color. So we notice the difference between those and this one. Let's bring it down to F sharp. No, let's keep that one at F. Yeah, that's nice. And let's keep this A here. And now we are going down, so I'm putting all this stuff 1 octave lower. And let's keep the G up here as well. And let's keep D in here. that's a nice companion here. If we go back to the automation mode, let's just have them come in here slightly over time. Okay. So this is already a nice part, so we are leaving this main part, we are dropping into this bass, and we are coming back with the kick, and then we are playing those plucks along and all that. So this is already like a second part we set up here, and there are going to be more parts. Alright, so let's put some names to those parts. So first, if we hover over here in this dark gray area and we right click, we can add a locator, and let's call this one drop, and really move it onto the grid. And another one here, right click, add locator, and call this one strings, because strings are starting here. And another one here, deep bass, and another one here, drop 2. Just to have a better orientation around the project from now. And now we want to like take a look at those build-up parts and at the intro parts in the beginning and set them up in a basic way. So I'm moving those locators here to the beginning, and right click, well, duplicate time. So we're basically duplicating an area where there's nothing going on, but we are winning a bit of space here in the beginning, and let's just do that again. Like before this drop here happens, we are kind of building up towards it, and we're probably going to use one of our organs for that matter. And in this case, it's going to be the one that we set up earlier with the filter cutoff here and automated that one. So it's organ number 1. We look at the cutoff, there it is. Let's copy the notes of the pluck, those ones, and sort of place them here. So we want this nice build up towards our main part. There's actually a bug here with this value. So if I'm just moving this around and I'm deactivating and reactivating the automation. Should be saying 40. I don't know why that is happening. But it doesn't really make a difference here. So also drag the sidechain towards this part here. And we're going to add in a couple of notes here to make that one sound a bit more interesting. And we have those 16th notes, but we can also draw in like longer notes here because we're playing it offbeat with the sidechain. So let's put in F sharp here. With some added tones in there. And we can also put in F here. It's down there, it can be up here. And it looks like D would work here as well. So yeah, we have a bit of tension if we do that, so that sounds nice. And let's put F up here as well, put it longer. kind of like that. And I also, well, let's put in G here, G sharp. And again, F sharp below. Can use A up here again, so and let's keep F here. So we are creating a bit more tension by filling up the chord here in the build-up, and kind of feels more warm. And then we are taking out some notes in the main part and it feels more punchy. More like a power chord. And then in this last bar here, we are playing some fills and snares. So I'm leaving a bit of room here just for those fills and snares. Okay, and now we need this type of sound again, like 1 octave lower, so we support the lower mids as well. It really should be warm here and feel really nice. We also will put in this longer bass in a minute, but let's sort of duplicate this organ here, but make sure we are not copying this part, and it's never going to play again in the end. And just being lazy here. So what we need is we take off this compressor, take it out completely, keep this sidechain here, and also keep this EQ and utility. We'll take a look at that in a minute. We remove this filter, automation, delete that one. And now we pick up the right patch for this track. Browser 33 pad 2, this one. And we want to play it 1 octave lower because we're lazy. We're going to MIDI effects and just select -12 semitones. And let's give it a bit more low end here in the EQ. Let's go down to 120 or 114. Yeah, it's quite nice. And let's bring down some of the lower end here. That's covered by this other one. And I'm going to call this one pad low, and this one is going to be called pad high. And both colored in blue. Nice. And now let's combine that with the long bass from this sound here, from our second bass. You can actually rename this one to bass long. Copy the MIDI and also stop it here. And let's go into this pattern and drag those notes longer. Just like that. We want to play them out. What the hell? Oh no. Let's do this again. Okay. Okay, I'm going to put in the locator here and name it Snare Buildup, even if there's no snare playing so far, but it's going to come. And also I kind of want to quickly add in another element that is also important, which is our high string note. It's going to be one long note being played out all the time, and that's very typical in dance music and in house music as well. So going like in between organ 2 and the replace piano, insert another MIDI track here and pick up massive again, load it up and select 36 high string. Okay, and rename it to massive high string. If we want to see everything, we can drag it longer here. What is the key of our track? The key of our track is C sharp. So this high string will only play C sharp. I just created a MIDI clip with a shortcut here, just like this. And go in here, select C sharp, and draw one long note over one bar, should be enough. And put the length here of this bar to 1. So we just repeat this note over time and bring the level down. Or maybe we are playing a couple of octaves higher than that. And it's a very, very basic sound. I'm dragging it longer and I'm renaming it to high string. And we need to tweak a little bit on that sound still. So we're again picking up a sidechain compressor somewhere else. This one here, just moving it onto this channel here too. Okay, and also an EQ8. And we're rolling off a lot. Put in something like this and also put in a chorus beforehand, up to 70 around. So it sounds a bit more spread out. And let's pick up a reverb behind the chorus. Quality high. 3 seconds of decay time. And more or less 30% dry wet. Since C sharp is the key of the song, it will always fit with our chords because all of our chords are inside of the diatonic scale. We don't have any borrowed chords from other scales, so it will always work nicely here. You can always play that on top. And that's actually an element that's being used a lot in house and dance music. Just adds this top layer with a lot of tension. Bring down the levels a little bit, and I'm also going to place a utility in the end just in case we're playing it in different parts and it needs to be more quiet or louder. And I'm also going to stop it right here. Okay, and we're going on with the next elements. All right, so let's add in the last couple of instruments before we add in more effects and drums. And let's go to bar 17 and add a locator calling that one intro 2. Well, now we will take those strings here and this simpler piano and add them as well. So I'm picking them up and I'm putting them below this high string here. So we have them here easily accessible. And now we have those long MIDI notes from the very beginning, those paddy long ones without any rhythmic breaks. And let's pick one of those and place it onto the simpler piano track here. So it's just a simple piano, and rename it to piano. And bring it down a little. Now we have a lot of velocity on those Midis, so let's drag them all in here and bring it down to softer levels. And play it again. And now we put a couple of effects on it. So I'm closing, double clicking, closing this rack here, putting an EQ on there and making sure we're rolling off some low end. Let's actually pick more. Like 360, and let's actually take a steeper curve, 4 times steeper, like this. And let's activate the 8th one and just roll off a bit of high frequencies here. And also use a chorus effect behind that one and bring that one down to less dry wet, something like 11. Drag the sidechain channel longer here. And of course we also need a sidechain here. So I'm copying the one from the high string, picking that one up, putting it onto the piano. All right, that's already pretty good. And also a little bit of saturation. Saturator. Open that one up to see more. Choose Sinoid, fold, and a bit more drive in there. 4 decibels. Okay, and maybe we will start this one in the intro section a little bit different. So I'm just preparing another element that's going to be an auto filter behind the sidechain or before. Doesn't really matter that much here. Put that one into high pass mode and bring it down. So you can always like filter it in. Okay, so this is just a preparation for this track. And now we have this string track down here below. And that one actually gets the same MIDI pattern. Copying that one and I'm renaming it to strings. So these are the string ensemble legato ones. The ones we saved here in the instruments racks, and it's this one. And the other one is this like piano equal bright, this one. So just to be sure you know what instrument drags we are using here. And now we are going to compress the signal a little bit. Let's go to the audio effects and select the compressor acoustic, in this case, behind everything, not in between something here. So just be sure to like close this instrument drag completely. And now you have acoustic here with a threshold of -17. That's maybe a bit too much. Let's go up. Ratio up a little bit. And maybe we're getting a bit too loud in the overall loudness, so I'm just picking up a utility and putting that in front and bringing that one down like -3 or something. And we can pick up the threshold a bit lower. So it's getting more evened out that way. We basically just copy the fattener or the saturator from this piano here. Just pick that one up and copy it onto the strings as well. So it's getting a bit fuller. If you have better strings, for example, contact strings or something, feel free to use those. We are just using those sampled ones here so everybody can follow along. And now let's pick up an EQ8 and roll off the low ends here. $490, more or less. And now we want to like keep room in the middle and remove those strings rather to the side of our audio panorama. And let's put the EQ8, another one, into mid-side mode and roll off the mids. Well, you know, get some shape like this one in there. Sidechain is also needed, so we are copying that one from the piano up there and just bringing it down to the strings track. Maybe a bit less. Well, the strings actually will play along here. So just putting that a bit longer. And we probably will need a bit more reverb on that one and a bit more effects. But let's bring in another melodic element quickly to round it up here with our basic melodic elements. And that is going to be a sample. And we are putting it in after the white noise. So insert MIDI track here. Go to the core samples folder and look for ping. Or this one. Just drop instrument or sample here, select the MIDI track, not audio, but MIDI, and it creates a new instance of the simpler device. Let's bring it down a little bit here. And pick up a reverb. Decay time to 10 seconds. A long one. Quality high. That's a cool sound. It's a bit too direct, so I'm putting a chorus on it. And we also use a simple delay. Feedback up, drive it down, something like this, 27, 33. And put it to 4 to 8. So it's in sync. Okay, and also go to the attack here and just bring it slightly up so it's not that clicky. Well, let's create 4 bars of MIDI information on the ping sound and, insert MIDI clip, rename to ping. Go in there, find position 3.4.3, this one, and use C3. And drag it, I don't know, like this long, or even this long, until 4.2. Okay, let's bring down the level of this one. It's just this nice effect that's also going to be in there, and now we will have to put in a lot of accompanying effects here, and swooshes and white noise and risers and all that, and this is what's going to happen in the next couple of parts. Okay, so before we go on adding a couple of effects, I'm quickly going to turn this kick down just a little bit. It's at -9.9 now, and let's bring it down to like -13. So it's not too heavy in there. And now let's take a look at this intro part here and add an audio track below the sidechain. So I'm right-clicking on sidechain, insert audio track, and it creates a new one down here. Actually want to change the color to something like this. And let's go to our core samples folder and pick up Downsweeper. And put that one in here. And bring down the level here by -20 or something. Even more. Rename this to #sweeper. Alright, and we also want to put an effect on there, EQ8. We don't need all this stuff down here, we want to just focus on the high frequencies of that sweeper. And we also want to give it a tiny little bit of sidechain compression. So I'm going to something that's playing here, the simple piano. And again, I'm picking up this sidechain compressor and I'm just holding it, copying it here. And let's bring the threshold up a little bit on that one, like -13. Okay, and now we want to use the reverse version of that one. So I'm duplicating the channel and, go into the audio file, just reverse it. Here, there's our reversed version. Okay, so we have those two sweepers, but we need a little more. We also want to use claps or impact claps. So let's go to sidechain again and insert a new audio track and go back to the core samples folder, clap impact, pick that one up and bring it down in the gain here. And also actually copy the effects on the down sweeper track here. So we go on this track and just pick up both, holding shift. So if you select one and you hold shift and select the other one, you can select them both and then just drag them onto this channel here. Okay, that's a bit too much. Let's bring this back. Okay, and rename it to #clap impact. And now we also want to reverse that one too. We want to have this beforehand, so I'm copying this audio file here, and now I'm reversing it. And I want to get rid of this last bit here. So go in there, and because then we have the double clap thing here going on, and I just want it to rise up and clap once. But let's actually listen to how it would sound. Oops, undo that. So you have a lot of claps in between there, and if you put that away, sounds a bit better in my opinion. So, and now you can select all of this, also this little bit that doesn't have audio here, and just go and consolidate and create a new clip. So it's evened out and can be copied easily. Yeah, and we are probably going to use them actually here. Right, and we copy those down sweepers here in this snare build-up part as well, just the same. So we have sweeper up, sweeper down. Let's quickly call that one sweeper up. And we're leaving a little bit of a pause here. Okay, for our fill. And we're probably going to play another one of those clap impacts here with the drop. What we also want to put in is some vocal effect. So insert another audio track coming from the sidechain, insert audio track here, and go to vocal long. Pick that one up and place it in this position. And more or less go to -17 or something with it. It's a bit loud. The waveform is very loud. So we're creating this type of background layer with long vocal R's. And let's go to the audio effects and pick up a reverb. High quality. Decay time, very long, 15 seconds. And dry wet up to 70%. So that one has quite a tail here, and let's use an EQ8 behind the reverb and roll off some lower frequencies. Yeah, and probably a bit more. And I also want to take it down a bit more. Okay, and let's rename it to vocal long. Well, and of course we always need some kind of crash sound, so I'm creating another audio track below the clap impact here. Audio track, go back to the core samples folder and look for this sound. Simple crash sound. That one is going to be played when the drop hits. So at 33 in this case. Rename this thing to #crash and bring it down like a lot, -25. And put a heavy reverb on it. We can actually use a preset here. Reverb, look for warm, and pick warm reverb long. Drive it up a bit more. Decay time shorter, 2 seconds. And quality high. Could use it a bit more stereo actually. Yeah, absolutely, more stereo. And diffusion up. So this is the tail part of the reverb. These are the early reflections, everything that's like in the very first milliseconds, and this is like the tail. So let's bring the reflections down a bit more. A bit more level here. Okay, it just needs to be subtly in there, not too prominent. Let's go back to -24 or something and keep it like this for now. So what we've added now is sweeper up, sweeper down, crash sound, clap sound, well, clap impact kind of sound, and reversed version of it here. And also this long vocal ah, which is actually also going to play in those main parts here. So for example, we can pick this one and play it out here as well. And also pick those sweepers and copy them here as well. They will also play in both parts. Alright, so let's go to the next part. Alright, so we're going to take a closer look at the snare build-up part here, and we're adding a couple more elements. Right-click on Crash, insert MIDI track, and look for Massive again, because there are also other ways of doing those sweepers, those up and down sweepers. And if we go into the browser and pick out white noise long, this one here, 16, we just end up with a white noise color up, very bright. And now we go into the track and bring this down by -20 roughly and rename it to #massive white. And well, now we can create a MIDI clip. For example, 1 bar long, insert MIDI clip and rename it to white noise. And we'll just draw in C3 notes, or one C3 note actually, just one long one. And well, if we play it, so there's reverb on it. And what we're doing is add effects. EQ8 will be added and we roll off low end again. Maybe a bit more like this. Again, this is just roughly what we have to do here. It's not really that important if it's like this much or that much. In this case, at this stage of the production. And I'm also going down looking for a utility. And this utility will automate the gain of this effect. And also, I quickly want to take a look if the output envelope is stable. So let's go to the 4th envelope in Massive. Yeah, so this is stable. Sometimes by default it's like this and it goes pshh. But I like it, I want to have it stable here because we are repeating it and it's so you don't hear the transient of the start of the MIDI. If we take this longer here. because if it's like this, what happens is so we build it like this to have a stable sound, and also we put in sidechain compression. Copy that from this sweeper and just place it here. Threshold down a little further. Well, we could also put in a chorus effect. So I'm dragging this, I'm dragging this chorus effect behind massive here. That's a bit too much. Let's go to 30%. Oh, we actually don't need it here. So I'm taking it off. I'm leaving it out. Well, that's one thing, and we can just bring that up gradually over time. I'm actually going to put the utility behind the compressor and click on this gain here to activate utility gain in the automation, and then just, you know, gradually bring it up like this. Okay, also we want to add in another element. Well, maybe we are going to play with this white noise at other parts in the song as well, but now I'm going to add in snare sample, and we're going to put it into a simpler device on a MIDI track. So insert a MIDI track below and rename this one to snare fill. And now go to our core samples and look for DPV snare and drag it onto this MIDI channel here, drop it here to create a simpler device, or if that doesn't work, go to instruments, drag a simpler device on here, and then go back to the core samples folder and insert the sample, just like this. Now we want to bring the level down first and solo this track. Okay, and let's create a MIDI file here, this long. Right click, insert MIDI clip, and rename it to snare fill. And let's go into the pattern, C3, set it to 16th notes, right click, and we'll start with 8th notes. So I'm dragging this a bit more into a higher zoom, and let's take 8th notes first. So 2 16th notes, this is how we start, and just select it and hit Command D and duplicate it. 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, 4 bars. And after 4 bars, we are going into 16th notes. So starting with bar number 5, 16th notes. And now duplicate that. And now we are playing 32. So copy those here as well and just divide them by 2. Clicking this knob and Command D again, and this is what you get. Okay, and we are going to take the velocity down a little on those, and maybe a bit more on those. Okay, so these are the basics MIDI wise. And now we want to like have a nice build-up here, typical EDM build-up. So what we are doing is go to Controls, go to Transpose, Pitch, and start here and really pitch the snare sample up in the last 3 bars here. So I'm dragging it a bit open so we see -12 semitones, +12 semitones. We actually go up to, like I'm dragging this up and now it's going up to, it's going to 36 semitones up. So 3 octaves up, like this, in the last 3 bars. Well, that's way too much, so let's just take 1 octave. That was a bit too much. And like this. Okay, maybe we don't really need this velocity here, so I'm going back to this part and I'm bringing them back up. Okay, and I also want to play around with the sample again, so let's go back to the sample. Let's play around with a couple of effects. Let's put reverb on here. Put high cut off, put spin off, put chorus off, set it to high quality mode, and leave a bit of pre-delay so our sample actually cuts through, and then we have reverb afterwards. Let's say 14 milliseconds, and our decay time is going to be like 2 seconds. Okay, it is a bit too wet, so let's bring dry wet down. And also size needs to be decreased, 20%, 20. Stereo down. And like put the shape up to 1 here, dry wet down even further. And a bit less diffusion. Okay, and now let's put up an EQ. Not an EQ3, but an EQ8. And like put that one into steep mode here and roll off a lot at 200. And focus a little bit. Let's activate number 5 and focus a little bit on these parts here. So it cuts through in the mix here. More or less this shape. And now we need 2 auto filters. Let's go to auto filter, select one for high cut and another one for low cut. So we turn this one around. And this one is the other way around. Okay, and they're kind of working against each other. So first the filter frequency on the one that cuts the highs will, start lower and open up over time. So we start maybe here and we open up over time, something like this. And we do the opposite here in this one. That one will, well, it will open up in the end. So frequency here goes up high. Yeah, and this tail here needs to be something like this. maybe we can do that even slower. Bring it back in slower. Okay, so let's quickly listen in. We can take that a bit louder. Maybe this is starting a bit too low. Let's bring it a bit higher. Okay, and also it seems a bit late always, so we take the track delay function here and we go back by minus 10 milliseconds or something. Okay, we'll keep it like that for now. And another tiny effect we want to place in here is another audio effect. Insert an audio track below the snare fill. Rename it to hashtag up sweep. It's a quick up sweeper. Go to the core samples folder. Look for upsweep short. And just place that one here. Bring down the level to somewhere like minus 15. So that one just has a little more power, and audio effects, EQ8, and roll it off here, just as always. So there's a clear cut at 32 here. Minus 17, minus 18, something like that. Okay, so we put in a bit of white noise we can use in other parts of the song. We put in the snare fill that gets faster and faster, starting with 8th notes, then 16th notes, then 32s, and like transposing it up in the end. And then also filtering it up here with the filters. And let's go to the next part, this break here. Okay, so let's take a look at this little fill part here. I'm actually going to select bar 32 to 33, right click, loop this selection so we can loop with the looper active. And so far it's empty. So let's put in a couple of sounds and samples here. And well, actually, if you have sample packs with nice fills, you can just drop a fill sample here and see how it works for you. But let's make one by ourselves in this case. Well, let's start with an impact kind of thing here. For that purpose, we are creating a new audio track below the sidechain. Insert audio track and rename that one to white impact or something like that, and color it like this probably, and go to the core samples folder and select white impact. Bring this channel already down and just put that one in here. It can get very low. Just should be slightly in the background. And also we are placing a compressor on it. So I'm just picking, oh, we don't have one on the vocal. Here's one. Let's pick that one up. And let's actually also pick this EQ up from the clap impact, just copying those onto the white impact. A bit more threshold down to -20. And ratio up to 4.6. We can actually bring the EQ down a little more. Okay, so this is the first element. Now we also want to put in a cowbell. So we are going to use the sample like 4 times. So I'm putting it in as a MIDI track and call that one #cowbell. And where's the cowbell? Here it is. And put it onto this MIDI track. It creates a simpler device. And now we want to play that one in a MIDI track, MIDI clip, insert, rename to cowbell, and put it in like 4 times here, and C3. Okay, we need to bring down the level of this one too. Now this one has a bit long sustain, so I'm bringing down the sustain here. So this is a bit too long here. So let's take the sustain and go back to -20. Yeah, we need shorter, 22. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's go to the audio effects and look for an EQ. Roll off some low end. And also a bit of this here. And put in a reverb. Quality to high, as always, decay time to 1.8 or something. And drive it down to 37 or something. Yeah, let's try it like this. And now that we've taken out a lot of level here, we can actually bring it back up a little more. And I kind of want to emphasize a little more on higher frequencies of that sound, but there's, if you look at this spectrum that shows here when we're playing it, there's not too much high frequencies going on, and we kind of need a couple of more of those. So how do we win upper harmonics on such a sound like this one? We can, for example, take a Redux and put it behind our simpler device, set it into soft downsampling mode, and, you know, just bring it up a little. I'm putting it in solo and you see what happens. But I just want to apply this effect very subtly to gain a little bit of high frequencies or upper harmonics. So we put it to somewhere like 3.7 or something, or 4. Oh, that's a bit too squeaky. So there's definitely something new here, but something is a little bit too resonant. Let's look for that. It's this frequency here, 11K. Let's bring the gain down on that one and make it really like smooth. So 11.2K, we roll off a little. Okay, so there's our cowbell. And now let's build our little fill here in the last part. So what we are doing next is audio track and look for core samples folder, reverse symbol, this guy, just put that one in here and take it down a lot, -17 or something. And rename it to reverse sim. And don't forget the hashtag in the beginning to keep the number. And also pick up an EQ for that one here, just rolling off. Oh, it's already nicely cut. Okay, and the next one we're putting in is another audio track. So let's put that one on the next one and look for pitch down. This one, and just place it here. And that one needs to be a lot quieter than it is right now. Actually play the cowbell only 3 times. And hashtag pitch down. And EQ on the pitch down as well. So cutting a bit of the lows here. Okay, and now we also want to add in a clap sound, so another audio track below that. And let's look for core samples clap cutting 007 and put that one here and bring it down by -20. A bit less, 24. Also put an EQ on that one, just always rolling off a bit of lows. Okay, and another element, another audio track, and we are putting in core samples, and let's look for Perk Deep 73. Right. And now we need one of those here, and the other one rather in front, but let's zoom in. And close this quickly here and zoom in like this. So we really see what's going on here. And now I want to do the first one shorter and place that one here. So the position is 3.4 and then have that one playing here. So let's bring them down a little. So we have those two percussions, and I'm going to rename them to just fill, and this is just going to be clap. Actually, clap, fill. And now we are working with the fader. Let's go to fades on this fill track here and make fade here, make that one shorter. And also give that one a fade here. But the second one should be longer. So, and also the second one will be transposed up. So let's go into the sample and, warp it. Well, don't warp it, but transpose it up 3 semitones. So here you can see transpose up, transpose down. Let's transpose it up by 3 semitones. More or less like this. And now we also put effects on here. So let's open this back up and look for audio effects EQ, 8 again, and just put a bit of low end. Get rid of a bit of low end here, like this. And now also compress them. Use a compressor and go to activity view. And just make them a bit rounder, going to threshold down to, well, -17 and a bit more ratio, 3 perhaps. And get rid of the attack. So no makeup, and output up by, say, 4 decibels or something. 4.6. Well, I don't know. Do I like it more without the compressor? Maybe. So let's play it. And bring it up a little further. And even further, 14. And let's use the panning here to play it left-right. Click on panning, mixer track panning will show up. And we're going to play this one more to the left, 23 to the left. And this one will be played more to the right. So 24 to the right or something. And the transition will be like this. And make it a bit smoother here. Clap a bit louder. And we could even combine this little fill with a couple of elements from our drumming. So let's go back and get a bit of an overview here. Just like closing those. These are all our new elements here in this part. So we have this white impact, the cowbell, reverse cymbal, pitch down, clap fill and fill. And we could actually turn all this into one wave file and just save it. But well, it's nice to have an overview of how this actually works here. And now let's put it in the context and see if the noise levels and the loudness are fitting. Actually, we didn't check for that. So let's play it here. So cowbell, a bit louder, of course. And I don't know, maybe this white impact can get a little louder. Also this reverse cymbal effect a bit louder, -6. So we are going to take a closer look at this in the mixing, but just put this one maybe to 15 and maybe this pitch down to -26 or something. And fill up to 12 and clap fill up to -17 or something. That was a bit too loud. -19. Well, are we happy with the tone of the cowbell? It can get a bit louder, -7. And we can also think of transposing that one like 2 semitones up. If we go into the cowbell sample here in the simpler device to controls, transpose 1, 2. And in that case, we can make it a bit quieter. So back to -10 or something. Well, we will deal with that a bit later. Let's close these guys and just combine them with a couple of the drum elements. Actually, this clap impact here can, in this case, play one bit earlier. So with all those other parts here in the 4th position of bar 32. And also we can play like this clap from our clap or drums pattern. We can play that at that position as well. So here, well, if we pick it up, it's very tiny now, but it's the clap from our drums pattern. And also we can take this white noise here and play it one bar earlier. So copy that one and play it already here. And that way it feels kind of more embedded into our drumming that is continuing afterwards. So let's go back and listen to the snare build up and to the drop. Now we have so many claps. I'm bringing this clap fill down again to -22 or something. Alright, so there's our fill. Alright, so in the next part we are going to build a little vocal instrument for our melody. And I'm going to create a new MIDI clip below track 39, insert MIDI track here, and rename this one to melody. And we want to pick up instruments and pick up a simpler device and drag that one on here. And well, it's still empty. So let's go to our chorus samples and scroll down. And we have several vocal samples here. We have and we actually want to turn those into kind of melody lead instruments, and we also want to combine them. So right now they're quite different from each other. They're not even in the same pitch, so we have to adjust for a couple of things. First, we start with the first one, Vox C, pick that one up and just drop it into the simpler on track 40 melody here. This is what we are getting if we take down the level by -10 or 11, and it's armed, and I'm hitting a note on my keyboard. Okay, let's take warp mode off and also snap off. And we kind of want to just use a part of the sample. So for example, I was looking for something like this here. Right, and we want to loop it, so it should play back and forth. Something like this. And to make it very precise, I'm putting this back and just use this start percentage here. Maybe 4% here. And, well, actually a bit less. We want to pick up this kind of pitchy thing here. And let's take a length of like 57%. Also, bring the fades in here too. I have 78 here now. Okay, and let's go to the controls. And, well, we kind of have to transpose this sample, but first we have to know, like, what is the pitch of note C. So let's go to the piano, for example, here on the MIDI track. Look into the piano roll and play C3, which is also A on your keyboard, on your computer keyboard. And if you go back, okay, that's not the same note. So I'm going into melody and controls of that simpler device and I'm transposing it down. Yeah, so -7 semitones and we are at C. You can also use this tuner here. That will also roughly show you the pitch. See how it pitches up in the beginning. But I'm taking that off now, and instead we're using an EQ behind this device and load it up. But also we want to make that thing glide. So glide mode on, glide. And if you hold two notes now, or play two notes holding the first one after one another, you're getting this glide. And let's take the time down to 41. Okay, and spread, stereo spread up to 77%. It's a bit more stereo that way. Okay, we can also go back to the sample view and play around a little bit with our attack here. Still a bit rough in the beginning, so I'm putting that one up. Let's put it to 50 milliseconds maybe. And we can also play around with sustain and release, but actually we want to group this into an instrument rack because we are going to use 3 of those samples. So let's select both of these devices, holding shift. So I select this one, hold shift, select the other one, and right click and group. And now we have this instrument rack here, which groups those two together. If we open up the macro controls and the chain list, you can see this our first chain here in this instrument rack. And what I want to do now is decay, or let's pick up sustain actually. Sustain, map to macro 1 by right clicking on the sustain knob here, map to macro 1. And now this controls this knob here. See, all the way up, and release just as well. Map to macro 2. Now we can control the release here. Set it back to 50 milliseconds or 49 or something, but you can put in 50. Okay, and before we copy this device and use another sample, we want to quickly treat this EQ back here and roll off some low end, because that one is inside of this chain here, so it affects this device. Doesn't affect everything that's going to be in here, because if we have more chains, this EQ is glued to this device here, and we can put in other EQs or audio effects behind the instrument group and affect everything in the group. But let's quickly roll off some low end here. Around 790. And also take the third note, which is one of those bell curves here, and like draw something like this. Make sure we're getting rid of a bit of this stuff here, and actually turn the fourth one into a high cut, number 4, and play it like this. 15.3K. Okay. Alright, so this is prepared, and now we just right click on this chain here and duplicate it. And now we pick up Core Samples folder, scroll down, we pick up the next sample, which is called Vox Who, this one, just drop it here, so it's in the second chain, and also keep it in classic mode, unwarp it, keep the loop, and let's put it on solo to only listen to this one here. Okay, and right away we can pick up a different starting point, 25%. Okay. Length, 28%. And fade up. $12.5 or something. And now go to controls and like play both of them together and see if they're in pitch. No, they're not in pitch. So let's bring this transpose down to -12. Okay, so now they're more or less in pitch. You could use detune to really adjust them, but I kind of want them a bit off, and take the spread on Vox Who down a little to 55. And also bring the attack, if we put it back into solo mode, bring the attack down a little. "25 milliseconds attack time." And let's take a look at the EQ here. And actually in this case we can keep it up a little more, like this here. Or maybe we roll off a bit of this frequency range around 1K here. So make sure the shape looks a little bit more like this. Again, we are going to treat that further, so it's not perfectly important like how to set this up. And I'm picking up the third element, so duplicate this one again. The nice thing about duplicating them after assigning the first macro to sustain and release is, if you duplicate them, these macro controls are still assigned, and we can, if we play around with sustain here, we are affecting everything now, like all those 3 sounds. Actually put in the 3rd sound into the 3rd device, Vox long 2, drop it here, and start to something like 8-9%, something like that here. Okay, solo this one. And length down to 68. Loop activated. And now we need fading a lot. 74. And also go to controls, and we're keeping the gliding time spread around 70 is okay. Attack, keeping it at 25 as well. It's fine here. It sounds nice enough. And if you take a look at the EQ here, we just, in this case, make sure we're getting rid of the 4th node. Okay. And now we also need to pitch it correctly. So let's play it together with another one. Okay. We're a bit too high up, so minus 14. Minus 14 on Vox long 2. Okay, let's unsolo everything and play them all 3 together. So if you're wondering about like this repeating in the first one, this starter is going to be some kind of transient at the beginning of our notes, but we are never going to play notes that are this long, so this doesn't matter here that much. Now what we're going to do is bring down the first one by maybe 4 decibels, and we are going to mix them a little bit towards each other. So minus 4.3. And the second one down a little. And like the third one is a bit too loud now, minus 6. And also a little bit of left-right panorama. So this one maybe 4 to the right, 2 to the left, 2 to the left. And let's actually go back to Vox long 2 and take another look at this EQ here. Actually, I think I made a mistake here. I want to play this in solo. Going up 1 octave. Yeah, we need to roll off some things here. And, well, let's put in a high shelf here. And go somewhere like this. And just make sure you're getting some shape like this one in here. Can remove this back a little, but so we are around somewhere, 760. And not too much high end here. Something like this. Maybe we use a high cut on the 4th one. No, let's take a high shelf. Take a high shelf, something like this. And now take the sixth one and drag this area with this bell curve a little bit up. So we just get rid of the frequencies around 5K. Okay, more or less like this. Okay, and now we are quickly setting up the effect chain that is going to affect all of these sounds. So I'm closing this instrument rack by double clicking in this area here. And we have a bit of overview now, and we are starting with audio effects, pick up and EQ8. And that one now affects everything here. I'm going down one octave. It's a bit more easy to listen to. So first we are rolling off low end, and now add a compressor. Go into activity view, makeup gain off, and let's bring it down. Minus 43 here. Ratio up to 3.6. And now bring the output up manually, somewhere 16. So we're gluing those three elements a little bit together. We are reducing dynamics between those three elements with this compression here. And now we also pick up a chorus effect to widen the sound a little bit. Now it's a bit glued together with the compressor, and now we are widening it a little. Let's say 21%. And let's also pick up a reverb to add a bit of depth to the sound. Pick it up, drag it here. High quality mode. And drive it down, 44%. Decay time up. .7 seconds. Okay, now we add in a simple delay behind the reverb. Drive it down 25% and feedback up to 26 or something. Okay, and now behind that we are adding in another EQ, 8. Because now we are treating the sum of everything that happened after, like gluing it together, and after adding chorus on top, and after putting a reverb on that chorus and a simple delay on that reverb. Now we're here at this stage. We're just making sure we're not working too much with low frequencies here. So well, shape it like this, 311. And put 8 active. And bring it down like this. So this is what we are getting rid of a little here. Just a little smoother. And now take the 7th node here, activate it, keep it in bell curve, and go to 1.6. And bring that one down a little, like minus 5.5 or something. And now bring the Q up to 2 point, I don't know, something like this. So you get this shape here. Just getting a bit rid of resonances that might occur here. Okay, and behind that, we are putting on a sidechain compressor to sidechain to our kick or to our sidechain channel. Open it up, go to, open it up here, activate sidechain, pick up audio from sidechain number 5, and oops. By the way, you can right click here and then go to wherever you want it to go. If you have long effect chains, that sometimes is really helpful. So go to compressor and bring the threshold down by 32 or 34. Now I actually need to play something here. Let's play this part. So ratio up to 8. And release up as well to 92. Maybe it's a bit too much. I'm bringing the threshold up. Okay, and behind everything we are putting a utility also from the audio effects, and we're bringing up the level a lot. Plus 12, plus 13. You can always adjust the overall gain of that track here with this control. Set it to -14. So this session was a bit longer, but we kind of did something a lot more complex here. We set up this instrument rack consisting of 3 different audio files of vocals. And we first tuned together, so they're in tune, in pitch. And then we made sure they're kind of treated a little bit with attack and sustain here, and also with this looping sample function. And then behind every one, we treated the single frequencies of the single sounds behind all those devices, and 1, 2, 3 here. And then we made sure to put effects on this whole instrument rack here. So EQ to take off some low end, then compression to glue those 3 elements a bit more to have them sit together, and then a chorus on top, a reverb effect on top of that, a delay, another EQ to, roll off some disturbing frequencies, and then sidechain compression, and then bring up the overall gain after such a long effect chain. So it's easily visible what's going on here. If we go back and front and double click on this instrument rack, we can actually now save it and call it, I don't know, PML vocal EDM, something like that, and save it for later usage. And also we adjusted those relative volumes of those 3 samples towards each other here and made sure they're kind of treated in the panorama. And now we can also adjust the sustain and release times for all these 3 samples at once here, playing something. So that sustain makes it drop earlier. Okay, so in the next part we're writing the melody. So now that we have this melody track set up, we can write the actual melody. And before we get started, we can actually think of our chords again. And maybe you remember our chords were in the C# major scale here. And it's folded in this case, just showing the notes we're using throughout the track. And also, I still have this first MIDI file back here. It's not used at the moment, and it contains the scale here, like before the first bar. Just placed it here to have an orientation. Well, we can actually use that file now to write our melody as well, just in case you're not that firm with harmony and chord progressions. So I'm copying this MIDI file and place it on this melody track here. Right click, rename it to melody, and go in there and get rid of the chord progression. And preview mode. So we're playing C# major. If I fold it, here we go. Our first note in the scale is C#. So and if we play C#, we have to go up 1 octave. Or maybe even one further up. I like it here. So a very simple approach for melodies is playing fifths and thirds combined. So for example, the fifth here is G#, and the third is our F. So and this is our typical major chord here. So let's get started with our fifth. Leading this down here. Let's actually bring up the level here a little bit on that one to have it stand out more. That's also already a nice thing here. Let's actually use C# here. Yeah, let's take the rhythm and go back up to G#, but offbeat in this case. If you have this scale here, you basically can't go wrong, but there are still notes that sound better than others. For example, fifths and thirds simply work. So also, if you use like the root note, that will work always. And if we generate a little bit of an overlap here between the first two notes, then it will glide. Okay, that's nice. Bringing down the velocity of the second note just slightly. Maybe to 81, you can see the value down here in the status bar. If I hover over it, you see here we have a velocity of 100, 81, and actually also bring the velocity down of those two ones. Okay, let's copy this pattern. But go down to the third and go up to the fifth. And we're going down with this down to C. And build it up here. Okay, and let's copy the whole pattern again. Command D. Always make sure if you want to do Command D, you have to select like the last measure of the bar that you're copying, so it starts with the next measure when you copy it. Because, for example, if I select it from here, it will start copying to this position here. So if I select it here and hit Command D, we're starting here. And now we have to move it manually. And that can be avoided by starting here. Of course, this repetition would already work, but I want to do it a little bit different here. Let's go. Just move up the ladder. And get rid of this in the last bar. We are like resolving in the last one. So we're not playing the same start, we just go back to the third. Yeah, and back to the fifth. Last one a bit louder, or a bit more velocity on it. Of course you can add more notes here, but I want to keep it simple in that case. Also you can add those longer overlaps here. Stick to this for the moment and double it. Now, if we had a great vocal recording for this track, we probably wouldn't use such a melody that much. Maybe we would just use parts of it and then combine it with a vocal that is singing something in between. But like here, we saw the process of setting up such an instrument, such a vocal instrument with the looping function of the simpler devices. And well, now just to keep it interesting, let's go to audio effects and auto filter and actually like bring in an auto filter here at the end of the melody when we enter the next part. So right click or just go here in the back and say utility, show me the last device, and drop the auto filter like right in front of it. It's in 24 mode now. Bring it up all the way, frequency up. And like select this knob so we have it selected here and just like bring it down a little over time. Or maybe even a bit more, down to 2K, 2.9K. Or 2K here. Okay, so here's our first melody part, and let's go to the next video. Alright, so in order to achieve a bit punchier melody sound, we're also going to combine this vocal EDM thing here with a super saw, and we still have this saw here from the beginning, which is like patch 33 super saw. And let's actually pick that one up and copy it down here. So I'm duplicating this channel and I'm getting rid of like the chord information, and I'm bringing this down below the melody and rename it to massive melody. And now copy the melody pattern down there as well. Well, let's treat the sound a little bit further here. We have this overlap here, but it's not really like gliding. It's only playing two notes after one another, so I'm going into massive and I'm going to voicing and put that one on monophone. So we're only playing one note. And now we can also go to oscillator tab here and bring the time of the glider up. Nice. Let's also treat this sound a little. Bring an EQ8 behind the compressor, sidechain compressor, and just roll off some of those mid frequencies here. And also roll off everything low here, so just and let's also pick up a saturator, make it sound a bit fatter. Pick up saturator and go to sinoid. Drive up. Keep it around 4 decibels. Color actually off. And dry wet down to 30% something. Let's say 50. And now we want to play together with this melody here. And we already have a reverb room here, and we also have like measures for the simple delay. So just pick up reverb and simple delay, holding shift on your keyboard again, and copy those two and insert them behind the saturator on massive. Okay, let's mix them. Holding command, I can solo both, command, like solo this one, command, solo this one. Okay, let's put it to 10 and 11 here and play together with everything. By the way, we can do one thing here on our massive melody, so we're switching the MIDI pattern just a little bit. Because when we go back up here in this part, we can actually overlap those notes a little. we take D sharp and F and overlap D sharp to F and F to G sharp here. And now we kind of increase the threshold for the sidechain compression. Solo. Very extreme settings and ratio up as well. Yeah, let's do that, because then the transient of the vocal will always be up front and this massive melody will be more the tail of the sound. If we combine them. Now we have our melody played out with this vocal part and with massive. And we mix them, we combine those two sounds together, and let's go to the next part. Alright, so let's move on to the next step, arrangement in our production process. We started out with a basic beat, basic grooves and chords and ideas. And then we went over to sound design and worked on effects, transitions, the general sound design and on EQing. And now we are moving over to arrangement, where we are focusing on structuring our song in verses and choruses and create more transitions. And later we will go on with mixing and mastering. But let's move on to example structures of a song arrangement. For example, a typical pop song that is played on the radio on Spotify or somewhere starts with the first verse, and then you enter the first chorus, then go into the second verse, the second chorus, then there's mostly a bridge part or some mid in-between part, and then there's the climax or third version of the chorus where usually the most elements are being played. And you have this peak, and then it's basically over. So that's just one example of a rock or pop song. And if we take an example structure of a club track, usually a club track has an intro and an outro, because with an intro and outro, the DJ can actually mix between tracks and start the intro of the next track when the outro of the other track is still playing. And then after that build-up intro section, you enter some sort of breakdown where there's no beat and maybe somebody's singing or something. And then you enter the first main part or drop after maybe some fills and snares and a tiny break before that. And after that main part and drop, you enter the second breakdown or something. And after that one, you will probably have an even heavier main part, drop or chorus kind of thing. And that might repeat even once more, or there might also be some bridge here. But in the end, you're going into an outro that will allow DJs to mix into the next track. So these are example arrangement structures, and let's see how we can arrange our track here in the next video. Alright, so now we have almost all elements set up basically, and now we are going to take a bit of a look at the arrangement. Then we are working on transitions, and then we are going to sweeten it to taste from a mixing perspective, because there's still a lot to do on different sounds here. For example, we want to EQ the kick a bit better and all that, but we're going to do that in a later session. Right now, we are focusing on the arrangement. And actually we are going to insert another 8 bars in the beginning here, starting with bar number 9. So I'm adding a locator here, calling it start. And we are leaving a couple of bars in the beginning. And if you're asking yourself why, because sometimes you want to like start your track maybe with a fade in effect or something, and then you need a bit more than this one bar. Like you can't do that starting at the first bar. So maybe we want to use this reverse vocal to start into our track. I'm not sure if you're actually going to do that, but let's just pretend it's that case. We also play the piano. And actually we play this piano 1 octave lower here in the beginning. So select everything, shift arrow key down. And also we have this long bass here, and we're going to use this one again. So this one is the short rhythm bass and this is the long one. So I'm picking that one. We are going to play this fully here, and we are also going to play it here. Oops, here. Go into the MIDI pattern and select everything below A sharp and bring it up 1 octave. So we're playing 1 octave higher. Okay, so and it's more present when we are playing it 1 octave higher, and we're adjusting for that with our utility here. We're controlling the level of those two parts. I'm actually going to color them a little bit different, maybe like this. And now select the gain of this utility here and just bring it down a little. We could move it a bit up towards the end, maybe. Something like this, to have a bit of a transition. Well, there's more stuff going on, of course. We also use this down sweeper and play it here as well. And we also use this clap, for example, here in this position already. Because we are also going to play a couple of drum elements already here in the beginning. For example, let's just pick up everything above hi-hat here, like this, and include the kick and copy this to the beginning. And now select it here again and just duplicate it like this. But we're going to remove the kick here in the first 9 to 17 bars. And we're also removing the pre-clap track. And also on our kick, we are quickly going to put in an auto filter. So load up an auto filter from the audio effects and place that on the kick track here. Set it into high pass mode, low cut, and go back down here all the way. So there's no difference with and without the filter. Make sure the resonance stays down. And now we want to automate this one to in the frequency range here. Is that down all the way? So 26 is lowest value here. And let's select this part and actually just, like wait until it's blue in the region we selected and then go up to maybe 260. So this is what we're getting now here. Yes, and we also play the strings from the start. So from bar 9 on. And we also need sidechain in the beginning, so drag the sidechain longer. That was kind of missing here. All right, and we also play our Pluck sounds. So where's Pluck? Massive Pluck. This one, this track here, and we actually pick up the pattern from the back, from the second drop here, and copy that one to the beginning. It's the reduced pattern, and we're opening it up, and we're also playing it in intro number 2 here in this part, but we're bringing it back down in that one, so something like a shape more or less looking like this with a peak around 2K. This is what we're playing. Maybe we can open it up a bit more. Well, let's open it less. Let's keep it down here. Shouldn't be too prominent. Around 218 kilohertz. And let's repeat the vocal here. And also put a little bit of white noise in there. So I'm picking up this massive white noise here and I'm just copying it into this part. And actually bring it less up. We are staying at -6 with the utility gain here. And make sure there's no quick, sudden move in the amp afterwards. Okay, and also we have this high string here, this one. And we will play it now. Now this bass sounded a bit weird here, this sudden move up in the bass noise, so I'm just going to keep a note here around 1.5 and bring that back down. Yeah, that's a big gap. So it's a lot louder, 1 octave higher than it is 1 octave lower here, and we gotta keep that into account. Maybe we even keep it a bit lower here in this part too. So I'm going down to -5. And also I want to take a quick look at this pad here. And actually we can kind of cut off a bit of highs on that one also with this EQ8 here. You can also automate the frequency of such a node. For example, now it's this high cut. And if we go down here with the frequency, we can actually like automate this as well. And I want to try that here. So maybe 2.5K. Yeah, so it gets a bit more tension in there. Well, now those melody parts are a bit loud. Bring that one down to -13. How about this one? Yeah, also down. And I need a little more treatment in the mixing stage for sure. Well, just keep focusing on the arrangement still, as we're still in the arrangement video, and I actually want to just take a look at the transitions throughout the track here. For example, that vocal can be playing again here before the second drop. So make sure to always orient yourself with those locators up there. Also, we can play this clap again with our strings coming in here. And also the crash, of course. Let's actually keep half a bar without a kick here. So, or without any drums. So we have 40 and 41, and we just go and take out all the drums here. Take out all these guys. Well, this might still sound a bit weird here, but we're also going to do something in the transitions part in a couple of minutes, and then you will see what's going on there. And now I also want to add two more things. For example, we have this drop part here, and I actually have a nice little collection of vocal samples we could throw in there, so into this part. Like, you also notice how this FM bass is still a bit too loud compared to everything else, but we will focus on that in the mixing stage. So ping sound, right click, insert audio track, and we'll color that one, I don't know, green, and right click, rename to vocal yeah, and go to the core samples folder. So we have those 4 samples here in the beginning, and we will actually just place them into drop number 2 now. I don't know if you like them, but they kind of sound groovy if you put them in here, because I already adjusted the positions. So this one is on the on the first and position in 1.3 here. So I'm taking down the gain a little more. Put the second one into the next bar, 58. That doesn't sound right. Let's go into the sample, double click, and you see it's warped to 168. That's not right. So let's go to BPM and put in 126. That does look better. Go back. Yeah. That one here in 59. And that one in 60 looks warped wrong again, so yeah, 126 here to warp it correctly. And audio effects, EQ8, pull it up and roll off all the stuff below 1K here, something like this, or 600. We can go down in the, still a little bit in the gain here, and also pull up a simple delay from our audio effects and drag it behind the EQ8 feedback up to 20, drive it down to 20. I actually put a chorus on there to make it sound a bit more chorusy, and drive it up to a lot more. All right, let's play it together. Let's keep it at -19 and select the whole 4 bars, hit Command D and duplicate it. If you don't like it, you can leave it out. It's just another way of showing you how you can add interesting vocal bits into some kind of groove part in your track. And also I just thought about taking a closer look at those staccato strings and actually playing them a bit earlier already. So if we pick one up and place it into intro 2. It's kind of nice to have it here, but like the pattern doesn't seem to be fitting too well. So let's change the pattern quickly and just use the same notes. So what we have is A sharp. Let's get rid of these guys. Well, let's keep F. Let's get rid of the low ones and just put in. We know all those black notes here are allowed, F is allowed, those 2 black notes are allowed, and C is allowed. So can use C sharp and C down here at, well, like this maybe. Gotta say, now it kind of feels a little late with all this delay here. So, well, maybe let's put in the second element here as well. Copy this pattern. still not too sure about this, but I'm pretty sure we're not going to play the last note here. And we gotta see if we really want to use this. I'm coloring it blue and leaving that for like a later stage to decide. And it's just, you know, since we are not playing too much with vocals here, and in such a build-up you would probably use vocals to like introduce your song and like send a message before you hit the drop here. Since we are not working with that here, I'm just replacing that element with a bit of staccato strings. We could do this very thing with vocals, of course. So now we have our starting part here where we can still adjust a little bit on our levels. Okay, so these are the basics, and of course we still need mixing with all those saws and pianos and plucks and all that. Well, after that we're playing the deep bass here. We have a song that is like 1.5 minutes long. You can see that here it's 1:45 or something, because we're stopping at 2 minutes. Actually, I can get rid of those guys now. Don't need them anymore. And what we could do is like an easy song arrangement would be like repeating this build-up, this intro and build-up part after the second drop, and then dropping again, and then like repeating the whole thing. And that's would be a typical pop music arrangement. For example, if I just go here and, you know, duplicate the time. This is probably what we're going to do later. So we're going to make some sort of transition at 65. That's one way to stop a song. You could also like play the drop part here like one more time and, you know, gradually get rid of elements from the main part, like fade out the melody or fade out the plucks and like those chords, and then maybe just keep the bass playing along, but more of those parts. There are several options to work with here. For example, like if we were to solo those two bass sounds here and take that one longer. It could be an option, but well, I'm going to keep it this way for now. And well, this is like a bit of an overview of what we have so far. And of course, we can also use those sweepers here in the end again. And maybe sweep up here, for example. Yeah, and we can do the same thing in this other part as well. So I'm just going to copy all this and move it here as well. But let's keep on focusing on like the first part of everything, because it's just repeating afterwards. So we can really like take a closer look at this. And in the next part, we will look more into transitions. Okay, so let's take a look at the transitions, and we are going to use a trick that's highly used in EDM. We're actually going to use our master track and place an auto filter on it from the audio effects auto filter, and set that one into high pass mode again, and bring it down all the way. Make sure our resonance is not up too high. Maybe it's around 10% by default. Now, in some parts, we are going to bring the frequency up. And we're going to do this to sort of give a false rising up impression. It's actually not really rising up, but it feels like it does, because we are removing some lower frequencies, and that's heavily used in dance music. And it's an effect that works very well, and you can use it like, for example, every 8 bars or something, or whenever you need some changes. Let's get started with it and do something, for example, here between drop and strings. Actually bring up the master channel a little so we see more of what we're doing with our frequency knob here. And let's go in here, zoom in, and we're going to last bar to 40 and select auto filter frequency here and bring it up. First bring it up to 330 or something, that's fine, or 390. A little bit before the last part of this bar, like halfway through the third part, we are taking it a bit steeper up to 1.8, to 1.8K. So something like this. And now we are falling back down. So to make sure with the next beat drop, we are back down with our frequency, and this note can be cancelled now by clicking in. And this is the effect we just generated here. And actually we can also, like maybe it's a little bit too high. I'm just going to adjust it. Let's go back, and I'm just going to adjust it a little bit, 1.6K. And also this is a bit later. Let's do it like this. We are at 340 right before the last part of this bar. And now we can use this one again. If we just copy like those 8 bars here, make sure we copy them correctly. And now we can right click, duplicate envelope, and just do the same thing here before the deep bass part. Actually, I want to use it again here at 65. So I'm picking this up, right click, copy envelope, and right click. Well, you gotta make sure you're really on the bar here, right click, paste. So there it is. at 63 to 65. So you could also take this one down a bit more like this, you know. Yeah, maybe that's a bit better. So I'm just copying this again, duplicate, and well, I can actually duplicate it like this and just delete this one here. You know what? We created the second part here and it's exactly the same as 17 to 65. So if we still want to adjust things and transitions, we can actually copy it later. So I'm just going to get rid of everything behind 65 for now. And we will just put it in there again when we are completely finished. Also want to like put this little effect somewhere here in the front, but a little bit less crazy applied. So I'm copying this one. Copy envelope and put it here. 21 and paste. And also I want to put it here to have it stop at 32. So we need to like paste it here. Now let's first take a look at this one here. Let's not go that far up, we just go to 690 and then we fall down again. Try this. So it's more moderate, and let's listen to this one here. Okay, and let's take that one down a bit. 1K, and maybe like this. It's not that important, but it's a question of taste also. Yeah, so you can adjust that the way you like it, since it's just the important thing is learning the technique and how to, you know, sort of apply it in your track. It's not that important, like how much or how little you use. Okay, so let's go to the start and take a look at our faders. For example, now those staccato strings are a bit loud, and whenever I'm making a track like this or any track, at this point I'm sitting down and I'm getting a bunch of utilities ready and I'm placing them onto those tracks, for example on such a string track, and I'm putting them in the back like I just already prepared here, and then selecting them without changing the values. I'm selecting them. Then I'm going into the gain and, you know, draw some automation curves. For example, in the beginning, I don't want it to play that loud, but here in those parts, they're okay if they're played that loud. So I'm just bringing it down here by overall 5 decibels less than here. And you can do even more than that. Let's go down to -5. But we could do it that way also, like start it quite low here, bring it in, introduce it, and then, you know, keep it at -3 or something. Something like some shape like this, so it's getting a bit more natural and it's not like always repeating at the same loudness. And for example, I would also do that with this high string here. Just do the same thing, get the utility in the end and adjust a little bit when starting out. So we are fading it in. It's not too harshly applied right from the start. And a lot of this can also be done in the very beginning here. For example, on the strings, we already have a utility here. I just don't want to touch that one. And so I'm going to put one in the back here and open it up, gain, and just bring it down a little in the beginning. And we have space to bring it up. Actually, that's a lot. Let's do a little less. So this is one approach when you're working on a track and you're working on the details. This is actually what you do. You're trying to smoothen all your transitions as good as possible. And that's a process that takes hours because you're always going to listen back and you're like, okay, 1 decibel more. And then, well, at least for me, it's working that way. And then I'm going back and then I'm like, okay, that's maybe too much. And maybe this piano here in the beginning needs a bit of that too. So let's put a utility on that and see how it sounds, because this piano, for example, also sounds louder and quieter in those different octaves we are playing it in here. And we got to take that into account as well. So for example, when playing it up here the first time, it's maybe a little loud, but it's moderately mixed right now, so it's not that big of a problem. I just want to, you know, sort of fade it out before the snare. So what I would do is take it, like take this area here and bring that one down a little. Like this fading in and fading out is like, depending on the track, is going to be heavily applied. And also, for example, on melodies when they should fade out here at some point, or Pluck sounds that should fade out and all that. So it's also a question of taste, like how do you prefer it and how do you want to start out? And is there a vocal you want to leave room for or not? And this is basically how transitions might work. We combine something on our master, some effect like we call this fade to gray, and it can be combined with delay and reverb as well, actually. So you could go in here and open a reverb on the master from time to time as well. Just going to show that quickly here in this part maybe. Or no, let's take this part here. Go back to the master. Play 39, bring drive it down. So we are not only moving up the frequency range, but we are also moving up in the depth of the sound with the reverb. And you could also combine that again with a short simple delay. And now if you set this on 2 and 2 and bring drive it down and feedback up here, you get and maybe you know this effect, and you can combine that with your filter, for example. That way you can also get interesting transitions. I'm taking it off here for now, but it's just an idea. Maybe you can apply that on some of your own tracks. So this is our little excursion into transitions, and let's go to the next part. Okay, so now we're getting closer to the mixing stage, but since up to now we kind of built all these parts and created like this arrangement and different elements of these different parts here, but we didn't focus too much on tweaking the sounds and cleaning the project, and this is what we're going to do in this step, and it's really a crucial step to like getting nicer sound to your production. So let's get started just from top to the bottom and see how these elements interact. For example, here I had some like doubts with this loudness of the string here. Like I still have this utility here controlling the gain over time, and I kind of want to bring it down here in the back. Well, it's now at -2, and also we are bringing down the support here. Let's bring that down to -28. Okay, and now I'd like to skip those effect parts. We will deal with those later and go to our kick. And I kind of want to tweak that one to get it a bit more snapping. And let's play it solo. So if we take a look at this EQ and actually open it up, what I want to do is get a little bit rid of like muddy and boxy elements here in this area. Pretty much what we're listening to is like this part here seems to be a bit too much. Oh, this one even more so. So let's try to bring it down here. I totally think it sounds better that way. So let's go down to -10 here. And Q a little increased. Something like this. In the end, it will be compressed again, so something will come back here, but it sounds a bit snappier that way. And also, we have this 4th note here with the high shelf, and try to bring some high frequency in there. Yeah, more or less something like this. Let's take 4K, 4.49 decibels, and keep Q at 71. Okay, compare it. It's just a little tighter that way. I kind of like it. Let's play it in the mix. But it's still hard to tell because a lot of other elements are quite loud at the moment. And what I also want to add in, I kind of forgot about that before, but let's bring a couple of those elements here before those strings come back. So actually just copy this part with reverse cymbal, pitch down, clap, fill, and bring it in here. Actually delete the reverse cymbal, just use those. And now get rid of this first fill from those two. And yeah, we gotta go to the master, open it up, frequency, and sort of adjust that just a little bit. So we want to take this tom sound into account here. So we are like moving up here, and then we are kind of moving down already early. So we have the possibility to actually hear this thing more in its frequency. 295. Yeah. Let's play this from here. Let's even give it a little more. Go down to 140. Okay, let's keep it like this for now and go to our saws here. Those really need treatment now. And I'm closing this one. So those saw chords. So they're really dry still and not treated with EQ. So go to Audio Effects, EQ 8, and pull that one up here. Okay, take another node, number 5, and get some of the stuff around 1K a little cleaned up here. And also take another one and go to we need to clean this area up a little, so let's go down here, Q, something like this. Okay, and now let's go to a saturator, add a little bit of saturation, warm up highs. This one. Drive up a little more. That one just adds a little bit of power to the sound, but now we kind of reversed some of the effects of this EQ, so, well, putting in another one to make it easier here, and let's roll that one off again here in the low end. And bring the high shelf, the 4th one, just down like this. And it's pretty dry, so let's add a reverb here. High. Dry wire at 37. And decay time up. Yeah, I think 2 seconds is enough in the decay time here. Okay, let's bring it down to, well, minus 26. Well, why do I bring it down that much? Because we are actually too loud with all those organs and saws, and I'm going to treat those organs here as well. So going down to massive organ and immediately bringing it down to minus 18. Now that's the one that has the automated EQ8 here, which is like closed in this snare buildup and opened up here in the other parts. And now what we want to do is take an EQ8 and we'll start preparing moving those chord sounds more to like the side of our stereo's panorama, because our lead elements should play at the center in the end and those chords more to the side. So I'm putting it into mid-side mode, the second EQ here. I'm just rolling off some of the low frequencies in the middle, but I'm keeping them on the side. How does it sound here? Like, we are losing some lows here, but again, they're covered by the second one here. Let's actually play them together here. I'm bringing that one down a little. Minus 19.3. Okay, so treated the mid side of this organ and made it a bit quieter. And now let's go to the next organ here. And if we look into the back, we have this mid-side EQ here, and maybe that's even too much. Still need a bit of low mids. Now, there are many ways of mixing this kind of stuff. It also depends a little bit on what you're playing in the leads. But just to be sure, we are creating a group out of these elements. So I'm selecting Massive Organ 2 and up to Massive Saw, right click, like holding Shift. So you get selections with multiple tracks, and right click and group tracks. So now this group contains all these elements. And we can place more effects on the group. And we're actually going to make some group EQ treatment here. One EQ8, load it up and put it into mid-side mode. Well, and take the second node here and go to like 360 or 370 and bring it down. Q up or down to 0.19 to get this shape here. Okay, and take another one, number 5, and go to somewhere here and duck it down a little as well. Like 3.11, and we are 1 decibel down. So we're getting rid of a bit of this pile of audio here, and let's go to the side and select a high shelf on number 6 and just get it in here. So this is what we're doing, totally exaggerated. Okay, and get in another EQ8, and that one stays in the stereo mode, and we just bring low cut up to 400. more or less. Well, that's actually too much. Let's go back. Well, 90 should be enough here. And like pick the 4th note and just bring it down a little. Okay, let's play it together with the kick. Always important to have some context. Kick seems quite loud. Now let's pick up white noise towards kick. Let's actually close this one on the kick. And, you know, select white noise up to kick, open them. And if we adjust the level on one of these tracks, it will be taking off just the same on the other ones. So kick down to -16.5 or something. Okay. Well, the next element down here is high string. Just want to prepare something here. In the snare buildup, I just want to take this utility here in the back, so this one, and fade it out a little. Whoops. Just like this. So it's getting quieter. And piano, simpler piano. And I also want to make some changes here. We have this auto filter here in the back. Let's actually pick the frequency here. And in the beginning, we want to bring it in like this. 400 Hertz. And I think we want to do the same thing with strings. And also do the same thing here with the utility on those strings. So it's taking it gradually down. This note here is at -8, -9 something here, right at the drop. Again, it's not like if you listen to it and you don't agree, of course you can put it to any other value that you prefer. It's more just a technique of like showing techniques here. It's not too much about like the exact values. Auto filter. High pass, bring it down, and frequency, you know, this knob will be adjusted here just as well. And there's another candidate here. Bass long, that one needs to be slightly faded in as well. Okay, let's go back to simpler piano high and quickly check this instrument. But we're not going to change too much on that one. Let's go to the strings. Actually, I want to bring them down like 3 decibels. Okay, let's go to replace piano. That one is playing along in the main part. I think it's a bit too prominent. Let's put an EQ8 behind this compressor here. And put it in mid-side mode. Just move it to the sides, just like the chords, like this chords group here. Yeah, actually rename it to chords group. So all these guys are now treated more to the side, and I want to like repeat this here on the replace piano. Put it on the side, like more or less this shape on the middle, and this graph tells us we're allowing for more mid and low frequencies on the side and in the middle, and both are allowing everything to play in the high frequencies here. Okay, we're keeping the Pluck as is. Go to the bass sound here. And this bass sound will get a little bit of EQ treatment, so let's go to the EQ here and clean up some mids. Kind of think it has too much here. So I'm doing this around 180, -9 here. Bit deeper though. 1Q1. And let's take the third one here. Let's actually put that one to -5 or something. And we can make a bit less of this because that one's still pushing the second note down as well. So let's say -8. Okay, so what we really need from this bass is the low frequencies here, and like there's a lot of other stuff playing in those frequencies. Also in the high frequencies, so I'm taking this high shelf EQ here, and I'm also like leaving room for higher frequencies, more or less like this. So we are at -7. And we can also check for mono on this bass if I'm taking a utility and moving it behind everything, and we take the width down to 0. So that one sits nicely in the mono area already. Okay, play it together. Now let's take a look at the second bass. And play this. I'm just taking it down 1 decibel here, minus 6.3. And you see we decrease the width on that utility to make sure we also have stuff like we don't put too much information into the stereo spectrum that we're losing later when only playing it mono in a club or something. But we're not treating that bass too much. It's just supposed to be in here to create this kind of warm layer around those frequencies, like above the actually punchy bass down there. There's so many ways of treating bass. And actually, like on this next bass here, we are going to do something totally different. We have this nice FM bass here. Now that guy is totally too loud, so I'm bringing that one down to minus 12. Still so powerful there. And actually we are going to give it a little more power still. And in this case, we are using the overdrive. So let's pick one overdrive. And well, this one just like distorts the signal. Bring drive up. Tone down to 30%. And move this curve a little higher, so we are at 237 and at 5 or 6.1. And now reduce the dynamics to 30%. And we use a lot less now. We go dry wet up 10%. Like, but this is the difference. Let's A/B this. And now this ensures that this bass is cutting through better when played out, and you also hear it in higher frequencies because we don't have a top layer, no melody or pluck layer for that one in the higher frequencies. So this is how we can make it cut through. And actually I wanna like even exaggerate that effect a lot more. So let's go to higher frequencies here and look for something. But you know what? We're going to do it right after the overdrive. I'll just deactivate this note. Yeah, around 7, that sounds pretty good. Let's make it quite steep. Looks a bit unnatural. But now we have this upper part here. And it's actually not too bad. It doesn't really hurt the ear or something. And also turn the threshold down a bit more because the kick is still sitting there. Minus 17, new value for threshold. And now this yeah vocal is still a bit too loud. Let's take it to lower levels. It's just a slight effect, so minus 27 for now. And also if we later in the mastering stage glue everything together, that will stand out a bit more. So don't worry too much if it's too silent now. It's very, like, voices will always cut through nicely when compressed. So now we treat the space here. And let's also take a look at the melodies. Well, let's actually do that in the next session. So what we did in this session here was cleaning up like mid frequencies for those chords, for example, moving them a bit to the sides, leaving room for melody elements to play in the center of the panorama. Also, we made some filter cutoffs here in the beginning, have this pass in with a high pass and then add low frequencies. We also made sure we have some smoother transitions here with those utility gain controls. And we also took down some of those levels because like even if we're playing at a low master volume now, we can always put more on the master. Like if you put a utility on the master and bring it up, then all the gain is back in there. And so in this case, we have a lot of headroom left that we can use later in the mastering stage, which is actually a good thing. Okay, now that we've adjusted and tweaked and cleaned a little bit on those sounds, we will do the same thing on those melodies in the next session and then move on. Okay, so let's treat the melody down here and 42 melody, 43 melody, open those two up. And the first thing is bringing down this one by, I don't know, 3 decibels or something. I'm actually taking this one off. Well, let's first treat the sound actually. Let's go in here. Bring the threshold up to keep it at -18 and put in an EQ8 here behind the sidechain. So we are here in the back of this chain. It's a bit messy. Compressor EQ8. This is where we are. We have a filter afterwards and the utility. And now roll off low end here. If you go back to the front, like our very first EQ here cuts off quite a bit. Let's bring this down to 400. So we have a bit more lows. When it's getting compressed, then a chorus effect is applied on that compressed signal. After that, a reverb and a delay. Adding depth to the sound. Let's actually bring it down to like 39% or something. Delay. Okay, let's go back to this EQ here and pick the third note. And this whole area is just a bit too much for my taste, so want to focus a bit more on what's happening here and what's happening in the really high frequencies. So take the second one and just, shape this off like more or less like this. And now we've taken off a lot of signal and we can like put the gain up quite a lot. Let's put it to 20. And now before we made sure those chords are more EQ'd to the side. So I'm taking the utility width here and I'm bringing it down. This would be all the way mono. Let's take 44 here and keep it more in the center. So really, we are taking a chorus effect here to widen the sound, and then afterwards we are like putting it together to the center. Well, you know, the chorus effect also affects the sound. It's not only where does it sit, but it's also like how does it sound. So it's not adding 4 and removing 4 and the result would be 0. We affected the sound with the chorus effect. So this is our voice element in the melody now, and let's take a look at the synth element. Now this has quite a heavy sidechain to it. Wrong track here, this one has quite a heavy sidechain. Yeah, there it is. That's maybe too much. Let's go down to this area here, and let's play it together. And the reverb sounds a bit long on that sound, so I'm taking dry wet and decay time down a little, 35 and 2 seconds. Now this is very classical EDM. I actually want to try a different sound on this melody voice element, so let's duplicate this track here and turn this one off for now. And you know, you can also always do that in the production process. If you're not happy with the sound at the end, just, you know, tweak your sound design. And what I want to do is take it more to a square wave here, from a saw wave to a square wave. So I'm taking this, I'm changing the character of the sound now. Let's bring it down to square. And this one too. So it's still squeaky, but has a different type of character. And actually I prepared such a preset as well. So I'm going to browser and I'm picking up alternative, 34 alternative. And that one has square here. And it stays at the second saw wave here, but actually it uses the multiplex here on the second oscillator. Okay, so let's work with that sound, and first in this EQ, bring this back up. Okay, and a little bit of treatment after this reverb, delay and effects chain. Let's put in EQ8. Roll off a lot. We just want this massive melodies to support our voice. And let's check for resonances. I'm picking a lot more notes here. Well, there's one big one, so 4.5 almost. Let's bring the gain down here. Q up. Sounds a lot cleaner already. So we are at 4.5 minus 7 Q2, 2.4 almost. And there seems to be something else here. This sounds like a can, like a Coke can or something. So let's bring this in such a shape. That's right below 1K. It's at 850 minus 7 almost, and Q up to 1.3. And maybe we can boost here just a little tad. We want to sort of play this more centered, so another EQ for mid-side treatment behind this one, and mode mid-side, go to the side, and, you know, high cut. Cut the highest frequencies on the side. Okay, let's play it together with the melody here. So it's just supporting that one in the higher frequencies and making it glide a bit more. So bringing it down to adjust a little more. Everything. A bit less, -20. Alright, so I'm a bit happier with this second melody. I'm just leaving this saw one in here. If you like that one, if you prefer that one, you can use that one. I'm going to use the one that's more to a square from now on. Well, just adjusting the levels for this saw one, so it could be used as well. Let's go to -18.7. But I'm going to play it on with the square one. So let's put this one into like this color. Okay, and move on to the next part. Alright, so after arrangement, you enter the mixing stage in a production process, and in that case, it's all about balancing and leveling frequencies, adjusting volumes, dynamics, and sound enhancement. If we take a closer look, mixing is quite a balancing act, and it's not always done by the producer. Sometimes it's being sent out to a mixing engineer who specializes in mixing. And when mixing, you have to take care of volume levels of the different track elements, frequency conflicts, for example, between similar sounding instruments, different dynamics, also panning and stereo balance. You really want to make sure you have everything sitting nicely in your stereo spectrum as good as possible. Also, you're trying to achieve an overall coherence of your sounds, and you're trying, if possible, to enhance sounds. The final goal is making sure the track sounds great on as many playback systems as possible. Let's quickly talk about general mixing practices. You could use reference tracks. For example, if you want to make your track sound like some other track that is maybe commercially available or something, use that as a reference track and then listen closely how they mix their elements. The second point is important. Never put a limiter on your master while you're still mixing, because that will kind of distort your mixing decisions. And also avoid falling into the louder sounds better trap. Usually your ear perceives louder things as better, but you want to avoid that in mixing. Also, another interesting thing is sounds don't have to sound great in solo. They have to sound good in the context of the mix. And that can mean sometimes you have an element, if you solo it, it sounds kind of weird, but if you put it together with your mix, it makes perfect sense and fills it up nicely. So this can happen, always keep that in mind. Also keep in mind to cut everything you don't need, put an EQ on everything, cut off the lows where you don't want to play bass, and make sure you leave room for your actual bass. Also be sure to sidechain whenever needed or possible, or whenever it makes sense. If you want to have your drums and kicks cut through nicely, make sure to sidechain everything that has kind of attacks and signal in those frequencies. Also, you can create groups and buses, for example, for all your drums and glue them up nicely together with the compressor. Another important thing, because many club systems are still mono, keep your most important song elements present in the mono area. Because if you then go to a club and want to play it out there and you have this nicely stereo wide track, it won't sound great in the club if it has a mono system, because it will just lose a lot of power and a lot of audio information. The general mixing approach should be asking yourself these 3 questions in the beginning, like what is the musical idea of my song? And then what is the most important section? Probably one of your choruses or main parts. And then try to identify the most important instruments in that most important section. For example, in your drop part, that's probably your kick and maybe your snare and also your main melody or chord and bass. And if you adjust them first and then you go and adjust everything else relatively to those elements, then you're in a good way. And afterwards, you will move to the second most important section of your track and repeat that process. And you'll do that until you're finished, basically. And here's a general overview of the frequency range. You can see the different areas: sub, bass, low, mids, human range, and high frequencies here. And you have a couple of tips down here how to use your equalizer in the different areas. And also down here you can see where you usually put your drum elements. Alright, so let's move on. Okay, so in this part we're going to make more preparations on our project here to prepare the mix. And well, actually in the mixing stage, if you're really trying to balance the elements and have everything sit well together, there are a couple of things to keep in mind. For example, at this stage, if you're working on a single sound, you're always trying to play it along with the mix. You're not too much soloing tracks and tweaking the single sound anymore. So we're not going to this piano here, putting it on solo and do all these EQ adjustments. In this case, if we want to change things on this piano, we are playing it in the context of the mix and then make our adjustments in the context of the mix. And if that means making it sound worse in solo mode, it doesn't matter, because it has to sound great in the mix. And that's sometimes quite counterintuitive, because you think, well, everything should sound great on its own first, and then I'm putting it together and everything just sounds wonderful. But that's sometimes not the case, because there's frequency masking and there's phasing and all that. There's so many issues in mixing. We made a complete course about mixing to sort of cover the most important things in mixing, and it's 4 hours long. So there are a lot of things to keep in mind. What we're trying to do here is trying to find a good balance, trying to see if the most important elements of each part stand out and are supported by the other elements. And usually how you do that is start with the most important part of your song, or the loudest part of your song, or the peaking part, and then identify the most important elements, and then go down to less important elements and parts. So let's go back to this strings or drop part here. And now in the mixing stage, you would go ahead and maybe start with your kick, because in dance music, that's the most important element. And then another very important element here are our chords. They really make this track. And bass, of course, as well. And Now you could argue, well, maybe a couple of those drum elements are a little bit too loud, but I'm planning on putting a mastering chain on all that and kind of squeeze that really together, and that will take care a bit of those rough dynamics here. But if you're not planning on using a heavy mastering chain, now would be the right moment to, you know, adjust everything like even more precise. But I'm going to take a more lazy approach here, also to save time for this course, and that's why I'm going to use a rather heavy mastering chain on it. Just bringing this one down a little here. Actually, let's go back and select like all drum elements. And also the chords again, and the bass, and the other bass. And this white noise could be taken down a bit further. And also I kind of forgot this more an arrangement thing. In the drop, I don't want to play the offbeat hi-hats, I want to play them in the second turn here. And also play the melody along, which is also one of the most important elements. Okay, bring the melody to -17 and this one to -22. Okay, pluck. Add the pluck. Well, it has kind of a different depth than the other elements, but I kind of like the way it's playing in there, so I'm not changing much. Replace piano. Okay, so who was able to hear that? That could be a bit louder. You notice it in those quicker parts a lot. If you take off the chords group, it's more obvious. Okay, I think it sits nice like that. Let's take a look at those sweepers here. Well, I think that one just sits fine, and the opposite one as well. It's the same sound, the same treatment, and the same level here. Let's go to this drop here, or this break right before the drop. Alright, so this fill number 11 seems a bit too loud here. Absolutely. Let's bring it down -5, 16.4. Pitch down. Oh no, that's actually fine. maybe -16 straight. And now that strings part comes in and we have the off hi-hat, and that seems a bit too loud here. -29, just took off 2 decibels here. And okay, so I think this main part here sounds pretty well prepared for the mastering stage already. And we did a lot of this treatment already in the sound tweaking stage 2 videos earlier. So we have a bit less work now. And let's go to the snare buildup. Okay, something happened with the chords. We had so much treatment on these chords here on the organ. Now it lost the power here in the snare buildup. I think the easiest way might be putting a utility on the chords group. So audio effects utility, chords group. And, you know, bring it up here. Okay, maybe that's a bit too much. 4. Maybe we can, you know, automate this EQ8 here, just like I did. It's the one on the massive organ, the one that's moving up from this position to this one. But since the filter is still closed here, it's not that big of an effect. So let's open up the filter as well, just a little bit. Yeah, so a bit more build-up kind of feel. Let's put 1 decibel more here. 5. Now it seems too much. I don't know. Those types of things are sometimes a bit difficult to decide. But let's keep it like this for now. It's not like the most important thing here. Take a look at the start. You kind of feel like you want to do something here with those claps. And actually, how do we treat all of them? I think the easiest way is to group these 4 elements here. So select pre-clap to snare and group those tracks. And again, a utility on the group. Also bring this one a bit further in here. It's the frequency of the filter. You kind of want to, like, if I listen to the snare, I still want to play it a bit earlier, so I'm bringing it back to -13 milliseconds in the track delay here. Yeah, let's do -17. Maybe the crash is a little loud here. Well, actually we can put a EQ8 on that one too. Yep. 1K. 2 decibels down. Or maybe only one. 25.5. String element here. Well, if you have better strings, use better strings. Like those silly recorded ones here sound a bit cheap sometimes. If you have the contact strings, feel free to put those in. They sound great. And utility also on massive support. And FM bass sounds a bit too overdriven now. What if we put this EQ before the overdrive? Now it's first EQing up and then applying overdrive, not the other way around. I'm actually really happy with this drop 2 part here, so kind of want to leave it that way. And now we have our mix preparation set up. We worked well towards it in those 2 sessions before and reduced a lot of noise, cleaned up the mess in the chords and strings and instruments groups, and also made sure like the kick sounds a bit more snappy and the bass sound is a bit more tamed here with that EQ, and that really helps here to prepare the mastering stage. Alright, so let's move on. Alright, and after mixing we're entering the mastering stage. before we finish our track. And in the mastering stage, we have the goal to achieve a good overall balance between the different frequency ranges of our track. So low frequencies, mid frequencies, and high frequencies. Make sure they're nicely balanced towards each other and nothing really stands out on top of the other things. And also sometimes it's still necessary to clean up a little bit if we have some resonant frequencies, for example, then we use an EQ in our mastering chain. Also, we use a lot of compression in our mastering chain with glue compressors to glue everything a bit more together or achieve some more sustain. And later you will probably also work with a multi-band compressor. And in the end, you're trying to increase the overall loudness of your track and make it sound as great as possible on as many playback systems as possible. So this is the final mastering goal. And usually mastering isn't done inside of your Ableton project file or any other DAW project file. Usually you export it as WAV file or as some other lossless audio file type. You bounce it and then you work on the master. Or mostly you send it to a mastering engineer. So on a professional scale, mastering is done by a person other than the producer. Because many times the producer or mixing engineer has over-listened to the track. And in mastering, we usually need an objective and very experienced pair of ears to take care of that final step. But here in this course, for simplicity, we're going to do our mastering right in the project on the master track. We're going to apply only Ableton effects and try to achieve those 4 to 5 points as good as possible in this more simplified setting. So let's move on to the next step. Okay, so let's move on to the mastering stage here. We are going to create a basic mastering chain using only Ableton effects on our master channel. So we load up our master channel, and the first thing after this auto filter, which is still in effect on the complete track here, always before those drops, it moves up. Right now we are going to put in an EQ8 behind it. And that's going to be the first element of our mastering chain. If I open this up, we basically have the frequency spectrum here with the lowest frequencies, the mid frequencies, and the high frequencies. And what we're trying to achieve in mastering is like a good balance between those three, or could be also more than 3 frequency bands or ranges, and like balance them nicely. So bass is good audible and mids are also quite audible, and high frequencies aren't too present but also not too much eaten up in the mix. So this is what we are trying to achieve. And also we are trying to increase the general loudness of the track. Well, the first thing we are doing is setting this to mid-side mode here and making sure we are putting the first note to a 4, like a steeper low cut. 4 times steeper. Well, move that, like there are different ways of doing that, but let's move that to around 35 Hertz. So we are cutting everything below 35 Hertz. You could cut even further up, maybe also to 37 or 40. And on the side, we are going to do the same thing, but activate it, but cut off more, cut off up to like 90 or something. Because stereo information below 80 Hertz is not really audible. Like the human ear can't perceive stereo below this frequency. So it doesn't make sense to put that information in here and pile up our signal. Because our limiter might catch such a signal because it's digital and it's still possible to trigger it, and then it would behave differently. So we're cutting that off. Also, we are discussing a lot of these issues in our mixing course if you're interested in going deeper on the subject. So going back to mid, and now let's move up to, well, actually move up to the 8th note here, and that one also quite steep. Just bring it down somewhere here, around 18. So we're leaving a bit more of those high frequencies to the side here, leaving that open. Now the next element we are putting in here is going to be a glue compressor. So we're trying to glue this signal a bit more together. Like for example, right now we have those drum elements really standing out, and we want to like just glue everything a bit more together. So we are picking up the glue compressor and look for a preset called Catch Peaks Mastering. Drag it on here. And now let's bring down the threshold here. Like we're pretty low still in our gain and we're trying to find a good threshold value here. So at -20 it starts moving the needle, so we are really low in the levels. We have a lot of headroom left. Okay, let's not make it too crazy. Let's keep it moving at -23.8 and bring up the makeup gain now. And we're leaving attack and release times and ratio at 10 for now. Now we caught some of the peaks and glued everything together a bit more with this compressor, and then we went back and increased the output gain of that compressor. Okay, we are picking up another EQ8 to clean. This is our cleaning EQ. I'm renaming it to cleaning. And at this point you can clean up stuff that has been glued together a bit too much. For example, around these frequencies here where you have a bit of muddy bass, I like cleaning up a little bit, always around 200 or 216, and also a little bit around like 300. Just a tad here. You can always preview what you're doing here. Let's get rid of like 300. Maybe there's something up here. Maybe around 4.5 here, but just very little. It's not that important here. So let's, after catching peaks, you've glued everything together and maybe there's a bit exaggeration on some parts of your signal, and then you could clean that out with such an EQ here. Before you move on and add a multi-band compressor. In this case, I'm adding the multi-band dynamics here. And, we are working with Ableton only effects here. In other cases, I'd probably use a different one for this purpose. Let's go and make this work. Now, this view here is flipped 90 degrees, and you have like your highest band is here, this is your mid band, and this is the lowest band. Everything below 120 Hertz will be treated here. Everything between 120 and 2.5K is treated here. Everything above 2.5K is treated here. So we're going to this view here. You can always open up to see how it's named. It's simply the above view. This is the below view, and this would be time parameters. But let's start with the above view and adjust our thresholds. And of course we need to adjust those ratios too, because if we have a ratio of 1 to 1, nothing will happen. So let's put it up to 2 to 1. And find a good threshold value here. So we're totally exaggerating on the highest band now. And it works like a high cut. As soon as the yellow line leaves the orange line, it starts working, and we're just squeezing those high frequencies together a little bit. And let's do the same thing for the mid frequencies. Putting in a ratio of 2.4. It already starts reacting here. Okay, in the lowest band, also a little bit, let's say 2.6. You can also boost bass in that way. You turn it around here, but we want to tame the bass, so we're turning it to something like 2.5. And you can always decide how much you want to mix in. You can also put the dry wet or the amount to some value between 0 and 100, and it's just mixed in, and we're keeping some of the original signal. Overall, it's just subtly applied here to show you how to work with a multi-band compressor on your master to affect those different ranges here. And now we are going to work with two more simple compressors. Like many mastering engineers agree that a better formula is using several devices and treating slightly instead of using one device and, treating a lot with it. So this is why we're doing the stepwise process, and now I'm picking up this compressor here and putting it behind it, and we're setting it into the activity view. Makeup gain off, put the ratio up to 4.4 or something, and the attack up to 5 milliseconds, so we're leaving room for transients to cut through, like our kick and snares and stuff, and release up to like 60. And I'll bring down the threshold. So this one's adding a bit of punch now. That's why I'm calling it punch compressor, because we're like treating chunks of around 60 milliseconds here. And now we also want to add in a bit of sustain afterwards. So the sound is getting a bit more fattened up. And activity view again, and ratio now to 9/1, and attack to 5 milliseconds again, and release is a bit longer here, like 120 or 130 or something. Makeup gain off. If all this compressor talk is really new to you, we also have a video on our YouTube channel explaining how the compressor works and what it actually does, and I recommend in that case you watch that. The video is just called How a Compressor Works on our YouTube channel, Production Music Live. Now the signal is getting quieter. I'm just putting up a utility here to make up for it. We could also use this output, but I kind of want to do it here visually. Sounds a bit more punchy with this punch compressor, but I'm just going to mix it in. Let's put it to 35. And let's keep our sustain compressor around 40. This is really a question of taste, and probably you would do it totally different, but we are seeing the approach here. We are starting our mastering chain with the EQ, putting in the low cut here, and then we are adding the catch peaks and gluing everything together. Then we're cleaning up, and then we're taming the different frequency bands here with the multi-band compression. And then we're putting in a bit of punch, so focusing on, you know, the punchy parts of the song. And then afterwards, we're trying to get it a bit fatter and focus on sustainy elements. So we are putting in a longer release time to have it treated a bit longer. And then we're moving on and we're putting in another EQ, which is going to be our final touches EQ, because after all this compression here, we might have lost a bit of bass emphasis and a bit of high emphasis. It's all glued together. So just getting a bit of bass back in there around 70 here, and then a bit of these high frequencies above 5 or 6K here with a high shelf. Okay, and in the end, we are of course putting our limiter instead of this utility here. It's served as well, but now we are taking it off and we're just doing the same thing here with our gain control, but we have a ceiling at around minus 30 decibels by default in the limiter of Ableton. Sometimes if you want to use it as MP3, for example, and put it on SoundCloud, it would be probably better to keep like 1.5 or something, you know, as ceiling, because then sometimes you get clipping on MP3s with such a low ceiling. But anyways, I'm putting it to -7. Oops, -0.7. Leaving a bit of a ceiling, and now we can move up our gain knob to taste, to squeeze it together. Well, and usually the mastering step is performed by a mastering engineer, but in reality, a lot of times you will do just this step here in your studio or in your bedroom studio or at home or wherever. And then after you've created your mastering chain, you still have the ability to go back and tweak some of the elements that appear to be too loud now or too prominent, and, you know, just take them down. But usually in the professional production process, this is not possible. And that's why before mastering, there should be a really good mix down already prepared, such that the mastering engineer doesn't have to fix stuff and can focus on making it sound great on any system, which is also another important point of mastering, making it sound great on your laptop speakers, on that radio in your bathroom, and also in the studio, and maybe also on big festival systems. So let's pick up this first EQ here, like mark it, select it, and go to the limiter, select that one as well, holding shift and group all this together. And this is our mastering group now. And we can actually, you know, put it into chain view and compare it to just using a limiter. So I'm inserting a limiter here, a second chain. And I'm renaming this one to limiter. Now this is our chain, this is just a limiter. And we solo this limiter and bring up the gain. Now we can compare the effect of the mastering chain. Everything sounds a lot more compressed and squeezed together with the mastering chain. The limiter would just like make it louder but keep the dynamics, and the mastering chain reduced some of those dynamics now. And now, if I could go back, I'd probably make this white noise a bit more quiet here or something, but, well, it's not that important now, but these would be things, if I would work on this track by myself, I would go back and mix it down a bit now. Well, this is our mastering session, and now we can play the whole thing as a result of this whole process. And actually we can now go ahead and like duplicate the time and have a full track playing. You can do that by selecting 17 to 65 and now duplicating the time, and then you will have a full song project here made in, I don't know, 5 hours or something. And we've touched a lot of making this type of music. Of course, there's so much more to talk about here. Probably we're going to put in a couple of bonus videos focusing on different parts of the process. You could also write an email with your feedback, like what you learned from this and what you'd still love to learn about it. And then I can see what I can do here. Well, anyways, let's go to the next session. Okay. So it's 2 days later and I'm revisiting my project, and since the production stage and the mixing stage and the mastering stage were all performed by one person on one computer, one system, in one project file, we have the luxury to go back and fix a couple of things. Because after listening 2 days later, I kind of want to adjust a couple of things in this project. There's a little bit of mixing I want to change, there's a little bit of mastering I want to change, and I even want to bring in this melody down here a bit early to announce it in the build-up already. So this is the first thing I'm going to do. I'm opening up my melody here, and I'm just copying, well, this pattern, and I'm bringing it here, but I'm shortening it. Solo the track, go into the melody, taking this off, taking this off too, and this one, delete that one as well. So let's play this. That way it's easier for the listener to understand what's going to happen in a drop. And now I'm going in here, I'm also working with the auto filter at the end, and I'm bringing that one gradually up here. Maybe a bit less, 1.7K. Okay, and I also want to do another thing. For this snare build-up part here, I want to add in a ping pong delay, this one, and I'm putting it right in the end here, and going back into the build-up part, I want to use it in the 4th position, feedback down to 35, drive it down to 34 or something, solo the track here. Exactly, I want this tail. So a bit higher in the frequency. But we are taking this part here because we want like the belly of the sound. And what we have to do now is automate this dry wet knob. So it's not playing here anymore. So I'm putting it down here. Don't want it in my main part. Well, don't want it before. And I also want to get rid of a bit of dry wet here. And maybe bring it into the tail of the sound. So it's quite a bit more dry here. And then we have a more of a tail. So copying the envelope here, duplicate envelope, and doing that again. No, wait, just let's copy this one here. Copy, paste here. There we go. Maybe a bit higher here, just slightly. Okay, context. Okay, going back to our filter, and it should be up here all the way already. Yeah, and we are also going to support it with this square melody here. So basically playing the same information, copying it down here. And we need a filter on this one too. So in the end, put in an auto filter, the square melody, and bring it up all the way. And just slightly adjust the filter here. Very good. Okay, and I want to do a couple of more things. I'm finished with this melody introducing thing here, but I also want to get rid of this note here. I think it's better and clearer without it. So the melody is cut through a little better. So that was the EQ8 here for stereo mode in the square melody. And we can also bring this mid-side thing a bit up again here. Also, to support the melodies, I want to put in a sidechain compressor in the chords group that ducks the chord a little bit when we are playing the melody. So mixing sidechain compression here. Sidechain compression as mixing tool. So compressor, open that one up. Sidechain and well, chords group 2 melody group here. So 43 melody. Bring it down to -23. Bit of gain reduction going on now and bring the ratio up a little. Okay, let's play it back. Yeah, that's better because this chords group was kind of eating up our lead melody here, so that way it's a little more tamed. Also, we want to adjust our snare sound in this build-up here. That guy is just a little too loud, so I'm bringing it down to minus 17.8 or something. Okay, I also wanted to take a look at this long bass sound here. It seems to be a bit too much because we have our cutting through bass here and we have and this one is maybe messing it up a bit too much, so I'm just bringing it down a little further here, bringing it down to, we were at minus 6 and I'm going down to minus 12. And also our main bass can be brought down to 14.5. Okay, so these were a couple of mixing issues here, and going back on the master, I also wanted to change something on the master. It's quite instructional with all these elements, but maybe we can get rid of a couple of them, because actually I want to focus more on the punch of the track and less on the sustain, because it's actually quite sustainy already. So what I want to do is take off the sustain compressor. And I also want to bring back the multi-band dynamics. And instead, I want to bring up the punch a little more. So yeah, so it's a bit more punchy. You can also hear this in this drop part here. And also I want to bring down the bass a little bit in this final touches EQ here. Just bring down the gain. It's maybe too much. Alright, so these were a couple of adjustments, a little bit of mixing with the snare that was a bit too loud, the second bass down here that was a bit too loud as well, and sidechaining the chords group to the melody to make a bit more room for the melody. Also took a bit of cutting EQ off here in the second melody square sound and introduced the melody here in the snare build-up part. And then finally adjusted the mastering chain a little bit. Alright, so let's take a look at a couple of more ideas here. For example, in this melody lead part, we could also go different ways. And I'm just going to play around a little bit here. Putting this melody into the back and just making a copy of, making a copy of it here. Solo it. You could also say, let's say, and just go this way. This one off. Or we could go. It's more focusing on the groove, a bit less on the melody in that case. And could also do it this way. Right, and at this position here, we could put in the ping. So our ping sound from before, this one, let me check, it needs to go right in here. So this one is kind of answering here. We could do it again here. Okay, but let's change it slightly and just play da 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 and just play it 2 bars and repeat it from there. So this is just like another rhythmic element, and now we're bringing this saw back into the game, and where's our pluck here? And we're using the pluck, so I'm copying the MIDI of the pluck down here on the melody saw. And it's in mono mode, so let's bring all these out of here and just go yeah. So this is what we are doing. Just use the chord top note for our melody. Here we go. And actually we can play this stuff here in the second part, so we just go. Or maybe just play every second one here. And then we could play this one in the build-up part too, of course with filters. So we put in an auto filter behind everything and just bring it up here over time, frequency. Okay, I think we need to take this one off here. Start a bit higher. Okay, now we still have the side chain to our chords group from the melody, but it's actually triggering this melody, so that's not a problem. So in just little steps, we're in kind of a different song. And that's the cool thing. Whenever you have this project prepared and a lot of elements, you can just play around with it and give it a totally different character. So right now we have this typical saw wave melody here and just create this top layer in there. Also quite interesting. All right, so if we take a look back at this arrangement, it's more a pop arrangement, so a radio edit or something. Well, sometimes in progressive house you want to start with those longer intros, and you would probably build one in front of all this. So if we go and select this area here around 1 to 9, and you can duplicate time, but you can also hit Command I and insert time, like really new time. Whoops. Again. Okay. Usually your intro part starts with, you know, the kick and the beat and the drum pattern and maybe a bit of bass. And also maybe something like giving pointers to what's going to happen later. But in traditional intros, that would be playing like some of the progression, some chord in monotonous way. So which one could we play? Let's actually see what sounds nice. I'm selecting an area, hitting Command L to loop it. And now just look for stuff. I kind of like this part here, so we could like be really lazy and just, if you go to the master and select the master and then select everything up, you will select everything there is. And we can just, you know, copy this to bar 9. Okay, let's select this area here and select everything and duplicate it. Okay, now we need to adjust like this sweeper here. And I'm duplicating everything, and that's 8 bars, so sweeper goes on. That one could go up. Maybe we leave it the way it was. Now we can also like bring in our kick and go something like yeah, we can do that from the beginning actually with the auto filtered kick. And duplicate it, and then from here on it's down and playing all the way. And then we can also play bass along, pick up that one, be like and play this one here. So well, you don't necessarily have to play this exact pattern here or just choose a part of it, but certainly we have to make it a bit quieter in this case because no other elements are so prominent at the moment. So we take a utility and put it on the bass, and here in the beginning just be a bit more quiet. Could even announce that thing. And snare, hi-hat, clap off. Okay, we could do something with strings now. Like everything is copied here but not used, so Yeah, and not too much going on, so I'm just getting rid of these, and we can go and try to introduce strings. And I think I want to try this. What was the bass root note here? Yeah, it's A sharp, right. So we also use A sharp. And just take one bar. Looks a bit confusing here, so I'm just going to do this, set the length to 1 bar and move it here. Still not sure how to voice it. Bit of tension. Nah, I don't like it. If you have something like this, so many notes here, what you can do to get rid of them is like select all of them, bring them down to the lowest value, and then you can go up again and just use parts. Nah. And bring that down again as root. Also, kind of take it longer. So it's still a clip with 5 bars. Let's use that. So it's not starting over and over again. And select everything. Length 4. Alright, so our the instrument we are playing isn't long enough now. We could put those into loop mode and loop them, or just because we are very lazy and maybe also we are using different strings here, just make them shorter, like only 2 bars long, and then hit Command D. So this is where we want to go. So we kind of build up the tension here. Consolidate. Don't do it here, do it at the end. Now I'm borrowing one of those autofilter envelopes and copy that one and place it here. Now that one just went off, so we can take it longer. Right, and now let's bring those together and make some sort of transition here. I'm deleting this whole thing here, so loop section and delete time. Your intro could last longer, but let's not exaggerate too much here. Vocal long should introduce here, and upsweeper should introduce. So this is mostly how I start to set up my intros. I first have the song and then I'm picking a part of the song and I'm building the intro from that part. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way, but it's one approach you could use as well. And then you have your intro for DJ-friendly mixes. This is a simple approach for building an intro out of stuff you already have. And you can also apply that at the end of your track. Like just copy that stuff behind the last drop part here and you're good to go. You have your intro, you have your outro, and you can mix it whenever you're playing live and you want to put it into Traktor or something and DJ around with it. So that's it. Okay, so in this session, we're trying to make this super sauce synth with massive. So I'm duplicating this track here and I'm soloing this one and I'm taking off all these effects here that are pre-applied. I'm also bringing the master off and also this auto filter here. Let's go into massive, and we are working with a version higher than 1.3. I think it's 1.5. And let's set file to new sound here and bring down the level. I'll bring it up. Okay, we can actually bring it up a little. And we're playing this melodic pattern here. Okay, and let's go into the synth and select square to saw, you know, a saw wave in the first oscillator, and send it to filter 2 all the way, and put in another oscillator and send that one to filter 2 as well, but go down 1 octave with it, so minus 12 semitones here. And now we need to bring like this mixer to mix 2 to be able to hear something. And also we need to bring the filter to output up. Okay, and now I want to put a filter into filter 2. I'm taking low pass 4. And the cutoff will be controlled via macro. Take macro 2, put it in the modulation slot, and open it up by dragging it along. And now we can rename this to cut off down here. Okay, now let's take those pitches a bit off to make them detune slightly. So you see, it also depends a bit on what amplitude you're using here. So these are the amplifiers for those oscillators. I'm bringing that one down a little, like the lower one. And let's take the third oscillator as well and put it into square to saw 2 all the way up to a position of the saw, like all the others, to filter 2 as well. And bring that one off a little as well. Master up a little. Okay, and let's go to voicing and take unisono up to, I don't know, 5 voices maybe. Okay, master down now a little. And put the spread on here. And move it slightly towards the right. So this is where you get the super saw feeling. Now we still have this little noise when overlapping notes here. And we want to make the synth glide. So I'm going into oscillator tab and gliding time is activated. Let's go back to voicing and set it to monophone, since it's going to be a lead sound. And we can control this gliding time here. Okay, and let's put in a little bit of white noise and send it to filter 2 as well. Amp up. inserting some higher frequencies that way. And now we can think of using a reverb on it. Drive it down. Density and color a bit to the right and size down. Drive it down. Or maybe this much, yeah. But then just open up slightly. I'm going to drag a macro control onto that knob here, and we can do this. Reverb. Now it just opens maximum until here. It's already enough. You can also go to the EQ, and if you want to boost the higher frequencies, for example, and lowers down. And also the resonance here is a bit thing of taste. So if you want resonance, you can hear it like it's... There it is, and you can take it off. I wouldn't want too much of it, but I would open it up a little. And you can also think of adding insert effects here to kind of, you know, emphasize a bit on higher frequencies, say hard clipper. Let's take a look at the routing. It's behind filter 2. If you need something like that to cut through, you can use that. You can also take the parabolic shaper. If it should sound more aggressive, for example. Also make sure it's not too loud here. So there's our basic sound that could be now tweaked a little to match the song a little better, for example, with such an EQ here. And of course you can also take the third one, so this one here, up 2 octaves or 1 octave. And it's even more screaming, and you're covering 3 octaves. Depending a little bit on what your track needs. Alright, so there's this supersaw patch. Okay, let's quickly talk about some fun stuff I kind of noticed by accident when working with this project here. I kind of had this very small region selected at some point where we just have one of those 4 beats in a bar selected, and if you go to like the drop part, And then just select one beat. You can actually sample your own work. You could actually export it and then sample it into a new track. And it would be something like, if I'm putting an auto filter on our master channel, like behind everything else, and we are playing around with that one. You're getting this sort of classical house feel, or it even reminds a bit of Daft Punk. Now this piano really helps because we have this piano in here. That one isn't that good. I'm really a fan of this one. Maybe without the claps. Just a little bit of playing around here to give you some ideas. Like if you export such a track, it could be an EDM or some progressive house track or something, then just play around and find some bits there, and you might end up making a new track just from like those little chunks of audio you have there. Or you can also totally copy those little chunks from your project file and then put them together, and that might work as well. Hey, this is Production Music Live, and this is a quick trick on how you can make transitions out of elements of your own track with resampling. So what I'm going to do is play this part here. It's part of a project that has different parts, for example, this more EDM kind of snare buildup. And it also has this part here. We're going to focus on this part, and I'm dragging a couple of audio effects on our master quickly. So audio effects, auto filter, one, and another one. And put that one into high pass mode and bring it down. That one into high cut mode, bring it up, and also pick up a simple delay from your audio effects and drag it behind those two and bring it down. Let's go into this drop part here and open up the master. We're going to resample this second part here. And I wanna like automate the frequency for this second auto filter here, and that should go up. And stay up. Should go up like this and stay up. The other one should go down. Frequency of the first filter coming down. To this much. And stay there as well. Also further out. And now, closing this, and now this auto, like the simple delay here is also coming in, and it starts with a feedback of around 30. Which you can't hear now because we are still not applying it, but we are going to apply it from here on. And then bring it up. Going to come in and then just like go really nuts, and the feedback will go up as well. Okay, something like this, and now let's quickly create a new audio track to record all this and hit record, set it into resampling mode, and I'll just go here and record what's going to happen. Okay, so this is enough, and let's put this on a new audio track, on a fresh one, and just use maybe this part here. And we can actually delete this already. Go on the master and deactivate all three of these devices. And fades on that audio track here. Fade it in. And now we can tweak that effect, of course, with like EQ, for example, low cut. And to sort of avoid phasing, we can like change the character of the sound, for example, with the chorus effect. I don't know, and then you can go on into a different direction with your track. Just an example. Maybe pick up something from the intro part. Play it along here. That's just an idea. You can like take elements from your track, resample them with effects, and then put them in as audio and play them along. And it depends a bit on what kind of music you're making, but it can sound like really nice and fitting to your song. It's not like I have this external effect and it's a sample and it just doesn't fit or something. This is actually like an effect you made out of your own track, so it might fit quite well. So I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Check the description for this track here and also for a complete course on how to make this one. And subscribe to our channel. Visit us on productionmusiclive.com, the website supporting this YouTube channel, and I hope to see you next time. Hey, this is Production Music Live. In this course we are producing a professionally sounding progressive house track from start to finish. We are using Ableton Live and Massive. Feel free to join these lessons and you'll be able to watch all tutorials at your own pace as many times as you want and then use the techniques for your own music. First, we are generating ideas to write our chord progressions and melodies. We will come up with powerful and groovy drum patterns. We are customizing our sound designs. Then, we will focus on adding character to our track with effects, fills and transitions. We will turn our first loop idea into a full song arrangement. In the end, we will focus a great deal on the final mixing and mastering stages as we finalize our production. So let's get started. Hey guys, this is Production Music Live with another quick writing session here. In this one we're going to make a progressive house chord progression that's rather dramatic. We have another video on an uplifting one and this is going to be a rather dramatic one. So I'm going here into this part and this was the one we were playing and I'm going to make it from scratch now. The uplifting one was moving upwards in your bass notes, and with the dramatic one we kind of want to move down. So we want to go something like F, and then we want to go down to something like D sharp. We want to basically do this. But usually if you play your bass notes like this, you move the last one up one octave. Oh, there's one left up here. In the first chord we want to play F minor, so a minor third is 2 semitones we're skipping here. And then we're playing C, so a major third, turning this one into a minor chord. And the next one we're playing here is starting with D sharp, but we're actually going to play a C minor chord, so I'm putting in C as well. But I'm voicing the C up one octave. Keeping this one stable here. And we are also going to put in the sixth. So what is the sixth? If we are playing the fifth, that's going to be G. And the sixth will be G sharp. And C up one octave. Okay, so this is our second chord, and our third chord is going to play a C sharp major. So skip 3 semitones and play F. And then play G sharp, skipping 2 semitones. So major third with 3 semitones, minor third with 2 semitones. And now we want to play the 9th of that one. What would be the 7th? The 7th would be C. And the 9th would be playing D sharp on top. Right, and the last chord is going to be A sharp minor, so minor third, and then major third, skipping 3 semitones, playing F again up here. But now we're going to play an added 2, which is adding the second into the chord, and the second in this case would be C. So we have a very stable C playing through all of our chords here. So here are our basic chords already, and now we can just voice them differently to make it sound more interesting. I'm taking down all the bass notes 1 octave lower. And this one as well. And now we can just play that one on top again one more time. So I'm copying this F minor chord and I'm playing it up on 1 octave higher again. And the same thing with this one. And now I'm just going to put the C down 1 octave. And actually we could think of putting a G somewhere in here. Let's see. A little bit of tension with and G up 1 octave. I'm also picking this D again 1 octave higher. And I'm picking this C sharp up again here. And this A sharp could work as well. And now if you want to play it a second time, you can go up here to have it play a higher note here to make it kind of finish up there. Repeating the F. And now we can play it all together here. Okay, so this is our nice little dramatic EDM chord progression here. I hope you enjoyed this little tutorial. If you want to learn more about chord progressions, we made a complete course on writing chord progressions with all the information you need to know about the fundamentals and how to apply harmony theory on different styles of music. Also, we have another course on how to make such a progressive house track from start to finish. Check the description for that as well. Feel free to subscribe to our channel. Visit us on Production Music Live, our website supporting this channel and giving us the ability to put out videos like this one. And I hope to see you next time. Hey guys, this is Production Music Live with another tutorial, and this is part of a series where we are going to have a look at Ableton from the perspective of a very beginner. So once you've installed Ableton and you launched it on your computer, it will more or less look like this. This is the basic interface Ableton will show you. Let's quickly go one step back, and I assume you don't know too much about producing music right now, you're just starting out. And you're asking yourself, what do I actually need? I've seen so many pictures of studios and I'm asking myself, what do I actually need to make music? Like this, for example, is a picture of one of our desks, and it shows pretty nicely what you could use for making music and what is optional and what is necessary. So absolutely necessary is a computer, of course, and some kind of software, digital audio workstation software like Ableton, so you can actually produce some music. You also need a sound card. Every computer has a sound card included, for example, to play your sound from YouTube videos or something. But also, many people who are producing music are using external sound cards, like this one I'm using over here called Scarlett. It's from Focusrite. And there are many different companies making those types of sound cards. Sometimes they also call them interfaces. So sound card interface, pretty much the same thing over here, an external device with inputs and outputs and volume controls where you can process your audio and MIDI information as well. Next to this sound card, we have a hardware controller over here. So this is an optional thing. You don't really need that to make music, but it's nice to have. So this is the Ableton push controller, which basically allows you to hit those knobs over here and input signal. Could be a MIDI signal, for example. In this case, this is connected via USB to this hub over here. And you can control MIDI with this controller. This is a MIDI controller as well, so this little keyboard over here allows you to input this MIDI information and then use them inside of the program. This is another MIDI controller over here, so those are optional. You don't need them because you can also draw this MIDI information into your Ableton, but it's more straightforward maybe with a MIDI controller. What you see over here is two studio monitors. There are many different manufacturers for monitors. You could also use headphones in the beginning, for example, if you don't want to spend too much money. So basically you could work with a computer and with Ableton, with headphones, and it's possible. And everything else is optional, like an external sound card, MIDI controllers, and good speakers, like monitor speakers or something. So let's go back into Ableton. This is what Ableton looks like when you start up for the first time, and you notice you have a couple of MIDI channels loaded over here and a couple of audio channels loaded. So there's a difference between MIDI and audio. We will talk about that in a minute. There are two views basically. If you toggle between those two views over here, you see this is an arrangement view for more precise editing. And this one is the session view for getting song ideas into your project and looping in live mode. So if you want to be sure you have your audio working, you should go to the preferences. This is the preferences window. It looks the same on Mac and Windows. And you have options look and feel, you have language, how you want to zoom your display and stuff like that. Audio. This one is basically important because you need first make sure you have audio going on. So you have audio device over here, driver type. You have core audio right now because we're on a Mac. On Windows it would have something like DirectX over here, or maybe also ASIO, depending on what you're using. So this is really dependent on your specific setup. If you're using an external sound card, for example, you could select those drivers over here as well. For example, on my Mac, you can also select the external sound card in here in the output devices, like this one, Scarlett over here is my external sound card at the moment. And I'm using Soundflower right now because I'm recording this video. And then you also have your system output, which is called Ausgang over here, because that's German. Going on, this is the sample rate. When we're working with audio, 44,000 is fine, high quality up. Buffer size is interesting if you have heavier projects and you're trying to do something live or play MIDI instruments live into your Ableton project, then you need to worry about buffer sizes. If you're not doing too much, you can actually take that down to very low values, but I'm leaving it at 512 right now. So this is a completely different story depending on what you're doing and what your setup is. This is a test mode down here where you can actually test if you hear anything and what happens if you simulate higher CPU usage with those selected buffer sizes. Will it still be able to play everything without crackling? Looking good over here, so we can keep everything the way we have it right now. Okay, so we have audio. And we have more options over here like Midi sync and file folder, library, record, warp, launch, CPU, multi-core support, and licenses. So we will go through those a little later, but now that we have audio, we can demonstrate some stuff quickly. So this is the view of Ableton. And you see, if you open up this info view down here, toggling this arrow down here, it will always show you information regarding the area where you're hovering your mouse over. So this is telling you right here, this is the track title bar. This is the play button, stop button, record button, and so on. So this info view is really helpful, and in the beginning you should have it open at all times to be sure you know what you're doing. So let's quickly do one thing and wrap up this first session. Over here we have our browser, which is basically where you find all your sounds and MIDI files and all your instruments and plugins. And you can add your own folders down here. So probably you don't see all those folders because they're my individual setup over here. But we can quickly load some samples just to show you how audio is working. So we have a couple of audio tracks over here, which is basically like playing MP3s or WAV files or AIF files, or audio is anything, you know, from YouTube and MP3s, and MIDI is basically data. So this is sending data first, for example, from your MIDI controllers. So let's quickly load in some audio. I have some audio clips prepared over here. Let me quickly load in a basic drum loop, which is an AIF file, which could be also a WAVs file. It's an audio file format. I'm going to select it from this browser over here and drag it onto an audio channel. And you see it's creating a clip. This is what they call clips over here. If we double click into any clip, it will show down here in this area called the clip view. You can also see it warped this sample automatically and figured out it has 90 beats per minute. Since it's the first file we are putting into our project, it adjusted the overall project speed to 90 beats per minute. Over here you can adjust your beats per minute values. If we play this back at 90 beats per minute right now, sounds like this. If we go up in the speed, so this would be doubling the speed. If you want to stop your playback, you can just hit the space bar, or you can click this button over here and play back again. So let's take it back to 90 and leave it at 90 beats per minute. So now we are sure we have audio playing. This is pretty nice. We have our first sample loaded into the project, and we can also be sure our MIDI is working. So this is a MIDI track over here. This is basically information. If we arm this MIDI track down here, we can hit any key on our external MIDI controller, for example, and it should show some kind of movement over here. So if I'm hitting my Ableton push controller, which is basically this thing over here standing next to me, I'm going to hit those buttons now. You see, it shows some movement over here. But right now we are not doing anything with this information. But we could put on a MIDI instrument and play back some sound. So since we are using Ableton Suite here, we can go to Instruments and select one of the instruments that come with Ableton Suite Edition, for example, Analog. If I use Analog and drag it down here, hover over the MIDI channel and then drag it down here, it opens up, and this is a complete instrument that can take MIDI signal and convert it into audio. So you see MIDI goes in, audio comes out. This is basically what happens on a MIDI track. Alright, so we've talked about putting audio on an audio channel and using a MIDI channel in a very basic manner. We are going to talk about this a little more, but let's first check out the interface. So what we see over here on the left-hand side, we have our browser, which contains sounds and more sounds, instruments, effects for audio, effects for MIDI, and Max for Live is not being covered over here. Plugins like third-party plugins, third-party devices, instruments, and effects. And down here you can put in your own places, like your own sample library, where you have a couple of audio files put in a folder, and then you just add that folder over here. Hovering over it will show you the information again. If you add folders over here, you can put in your own sounds, just like I did before with those drum sounds over here. I took them from a folder where I created those samples myself. But you can also buy samples, like for example, drum samples are a typical thing you would buy. For example, we offer this the premium drum sample pack over here, where you then can browse through a couple of kick sounds and clap sounds. And all this is audio information. You can drag on audio channels, or it's also possible to use them on MIDI channels in a different setup. We are going to talk about that. Anyway, so you have those sounds over here. You can define your own places. You can also use the Ableton instruments. I'm using Suite over here, Ableton Live Suite 9. So we have several instruments that ship with Ableton, like Analog, Operator, Simpler, and Sampler. You can drag this simpler instrument onto a MIDI channel and then use it on a MIDI channel. And now it will tell us this is actually a device where you can drop in audio and then play it back the way you want with your keyboard or something. Audio effects are actually manipulating sound that's already there, so that's already been created. So for example, if I were to go on this audio channel over here and drop an audio effect on the channel, like a simple delay or something, let's take a delay and drop it onto this beat audio channel. So you see, you have a delay on that sound. If I put it off, it's not active. If I activate it, it will be used over here in the way I'm going to use it with feedback, dry, wet, and all those knobs over there. So this is basically the device used on the specific track that you select. select those tracks, and it will show you the device you're using down here in the device view. And if you hop over here, you can see the clip waveform. And you can toggle and go back to the device view. So those are the two views you are getting for every channel. Devices and what's inside the channel, what's actually played. What manipulates my sound and what is the sound made of itself. If I go onto this clip over here, I still have no clip, but if I double click into this area over here, it creates a new MIDI clip. So this is MIDI note information actually. And now I can double click on a note over here and it will draw this note in there. So you see I just double clicked on this note and it drew it in there. And if I hover over this area next to the piano roll, I can zoom in and zoom out by clicking into it, holding the mouse and dragging it left and right. If I go into this area over here, you can also see the magnifier showing up, and I can drag the mouse down and drag it up to zoom out. Zoom in, dragging the mouse down, zoom out, dragging it up. That's maybe a little bit unusual for users that are new to Ableton, but it works really nicely after you get a little bit used to it. So now we have a MIDI clip going on over here. We can actually go into this area, right click and rename it to MIDI clip. And down here you can adjust your volumes. Double clicking on this channel will show you the devices, or you just toggle down here, taking this delay off for now, playing back everything over here in the transport view. Let's select a note that's a little lower. We still have MIDI effects over here, which are applied in front of the devices. So MIDI effects manipulate the MIDI signal and audio effects manipulate the audio signal. So if we quickly drag on some MIDI effect and put it in front of this analog over here, and then we go into this MIDI clip and drag this note a little longer. See, it's looping. If this knob is active, it will always loop. And this is now our MIDI effect working. We select this arpeggiator. If we open up the arrow, it actually shows us several presets or options, like predefined settings for this effect. Descending, let's put in descending chords. So classic up and down will take your note up and down. So this affects the MIDI note. Basically, you can do this via hand, doing it by yourself, or have an effect do it. This comes before the actual sound is being created. So we have the MIDI information, we apply the effect, we tell it, okay, this MIDI information goes up and down, and then we send it into an instrument, and that generates the sound and outputs the sound over here. So this chain goes from left to right. Now we can also put an audio effect onto this channel and place it behind this instrument. For example, a reverb, which will create more room. So this is how the effect chain will always work in Ableton. You first start with MIDI effects, if you use any. Then you have an instrument or something that plays your sound, and then you have the audio effect manipulating your sound. And this could be a third-party plugin or any VST synthesizer, or it's something from Ableton itself. Also in the browser, you have your plugins section where you have third-party plugins. If you have any on your computer, you need to check in the preferences. Go to File folder, and you can see plugin sources. You need to select a folder where Ableton can find your plugins. So you can say use VST system folders or use VST in custom folder. If you activate this, you need to browse to that folder. But I'm using the system folder and it's activated over here. And if you don't see any plugins, you need to rescan your plugins. Install them and then rescan. This setting is active and we can now open our VST plugins. I have a couple of plugins over here listed, and we can drag an instrument, for example, a synthesizer I'm using a lot, third-party plugin from Native Instruments called Massive, and we can just drag that one into a gray area to create a new channel or onto an existing channel, like that one, for example. And just drag it on top of this instrument and it will delete the other one and put in this instrument. So this now is a third-party plugin running in Ableton, and right now it has no presets loaded, so no settings for this sound loaded, so it will play the very, very basic default sound. If we hit a note on our MIDI controller, for example, or if we double click in this area over here, create a clip, and if you have this headphone activated, it will play something. If you don't have it activated, it doesn't play. Dragging down the volume a bit. So how do we load a preset? If we have any presets, we can go to our browser, and I'm using a sound from one of our Massive preset packs. I'm going to just load up a Whirly style pad sound over here. And now this synthesizer is playing that sound. I can close it. That sound will now be applied on this MIDI channel over here. I'm going to quickly select a MIDI clip from the browser. We can go on. We have covered instruments, audio effects, MIDI effects, plugins. So those could be instruments or effects. So what I've loaded is an instrument, but you could also load another delay effect or equalizer or something and put that on a MIDI or an audio channel as well. User library shows all the sounds you've been using and you saved later. So if I go to my user library, for example, I have a couple of MIDI clips, like those MIDI note information clips prepared. If I open up the clips and I take this start pad clip, that's a MIDI clip. Before we loaded audio, and now we're going to load MIDI, and I'm dragging this onto this channel over here, and you can see down here, you can already see the MIDI information that's being loaded. Just quickly adjusting the length because I only want 4 bars of it looped. So the length of the clip over here is 4 bars. And now I can actually play this together with the drum loop. I'm taking this sound off for a minute by just clicking on this knob and deactivating that track. If I want to play those two sounds together without having that one interfere, I can just play this master channel over here. So right now we have an audio sample here playing the beat, and we have this MIDI clip sending the MIDI information into this massive device over here, playing this whirly pad sound, and everything that's played over here and activated is sent to the master channel, where the collection of all our tracks has its output on the master channel. This one over here. So this is basically how you use this browser and how you put sounds into your project in the session view. If we go to the arrangement view over here, which is more for editing, this one is really for putting in ideas, just like we did right now. If we go to the arrangement view, we can actually arrange it over time. So down here we have a timeline, as you can see, and we can arrange our clips over this timeline and make them tell a story or tell a song. Let's have a closer look at the entire interface. We just switched around between the arrangement and the session view over here. This is the session view. Can actually show you how you get your quick ideas from the session view into the arrangement view. Let me just quickly delete this clip over here. We are not going to use that one for now. But we could put in another nice sample and then we have a cool sound. So let's quickly go back to one of the prepared samples. This folder down here, select another audio file, that one, and drag it onto a new gray area over here. Will create an audio clip. Taking down the volume a bit over here. By the way, this knob is panning left, right, panorama. This one is activate, deactivate the track, solo the track. No other tracks playing, activate MIDI. Let's play it all together. Just to complete that thing and have a nice sound for our ongoing tutorial, I'm going to load in this pads test audio file as well, just the way I did before. And taking down the volume a bit, taking down the volume of this MIDI clip for now a bit as well. It's playing this all together. Now I can take this little beat, select this entire area, or those things over here are called scenes. And if I want to edit it a little more, if I'm happy with this first idea, I can drag this entire scene, hover over this toggle over here for the arrangement view, and then go into this area and just place everything in here. So now we have those clips. If we open up the other audio tracks down here, we have those clips actually showing up over here. And this toggle gives you the opportunity to switch between playback of the session view and the arrangement view. So if I click on this orange toggle, they will leave the gray section and they are showed up all the way. That's what we are going to play back over this time over here. So if I click into this area and I hit play, you see we are playing back this information. If I go to this area where you see the magnifier and I click into it, drag down my mouse, I can open it up and zoom in a bit more. And now there's one thing I wanted to show you in this arrangement view over here. If you select an area on a MIDI channel, this right now is a MIDI channel. Why do I know it's a MIDI channel? If I double click, it shows an instrument over here. if you have an instrument showing up here on a MIDI channel, if I go to an audio channel, I can only see effects because the sound is already there. So that's what makes the difference between a MIDI and an audio channel. If I go back on this MIDI channel, I can select an area over here, and if I have it selected, I can right click, cut, copy, duplicate, delete, consolidate, insert a MIDI clip. I could actually insert a MIDI clip. And you see I can also loop the selection and change the view of the grid to a little more narrow and a little wider. Let's insert a MIDI clip. So we have a new clip showing up over here. Right clicking on that one, you can rename it, call it, I don't know, new clip or something. And double clicking on that clip will show you the clip down here where you can put in more note information. So this is how you create MIDI clips in Ableton. If you're coming from other DAWs, that might not be obvious, but that's how it works. And you can activate this headphone over here. And if you put on this channel, activate this channel, you will actually listen to something we're playing. So that's not needed. I just wanted to show you how to create a MIDI clip. Let's deactivate it and go through the other things in the interface. We had a look at the browser already. So we had instruments, audio effects, MIDI effects, plugins, and samples. Also, if you have Ableton Suite, that one ships with packs. If you go on packs and you have some of them installed, like I have some of them installed over here, you can select a lot of sounds that ship with the Ableton Suite pack. Over here we have our overall speed or BPM of the project. Those knobs are the tempo nudge down, tempo nudge up knobs that basically help you in live mode adjusting to a real band or something. Over here we are having our signature right now. We have 4/4 signature at the moment, which we are using in dance and electronic music, for example. This one is our metronome. So if we activate that, it will always play when we record or play something. If I play here, like this speaker showing up, and I can play from here. So this metronome really helps you record in sync. This knob just shows you how you want to quantize. We are going to talk about that later. Over here we have our transport view, basically showing you the current position of the locator. Here, the playback, the play button, the stop button, the record button if you want to record MIDI or audio. In that case, if you want to record MIDI, for example, on this clip over here, and you have an external MIDI controller or keyboard, just arm this MIDI channel and like put it on, and then now I would hit some knobs on my push controller to my right over here. So let's quickly just do that and see what's going on. Very nice. You see at a very low volume, I just recorded random notes that had nothing to do with everything else, but they're inside here. You can see them. If you look into the area over here, you can see the notes I pressed on the controller, and I could now go ahead and edit them somehow. We're not going to work with those right now. I just wanted to show you the function. So I'm going to right click and delete this clip. If you hover over the beginning or the end of the clip, you can actually drag them longer. This function over here is called, let's open the info view back up. And you can drag this longer or shorter. If I hover over this knob, it shows overdub. We're talking about overdub later. And this is the automation arm. So if you automate information, that means automating the change of knobs like the volume or the cut off of a filter or something, or the dry wet, how much do we apply a reverb sound over time, so we can actually record the movement of this knob over time. That's an automation. Over here, we have our loop controls, and those are really important if you're working on a specific area of a song. For example, this area, you can go ahead and select a clip, right click and say loop selection, and then you will see those controls over here, the start locator, the finish locator, and if this window, if this button over here is active, it will loop that thing infinitely. Hitting my spacebar to stop the playback. This control over here allows you to draw. This opens up the draw mode. So I'm drawing wherever you can draw something, you would start drawing. Over here, for example, in a reverb dry wet automation, I just drew in an automation with this draw button. If I unselect that one, you can also go into a MIDI clip, and if you're in draw mode, you can actually draw notes. This is the usual mouse cursor, deleting them with our backspace key on the keyboard. And those are a couple of controls for MIDI mapping. We are going to talk about that later. This bar actually shows how much CPU you're using right now. This shows you when you're loading stuff from your hard drive, from your disk, and when you're at overload. And those little information panels show you if you're triggering MIDI. Now I'm hitting a couple of keys on my controller here. This is the toggle between session and arrangement view. If we go down here, we have some show hide sections, as you can see down here in the info. So we have show hide in out section, which is basically this one over here. We can toggle it on and off, show more information. This is the return channels. It's actually a reverb and a delay you can put on any of those tracks, called send and return. We're going to talk about that later. This is the mixer section where you can put, like, those are actually the volume controls. They look a little different in the arrangement view than in the session view. In the session view, they look like actual volume controls here, faders. Like, see, I'm moving up that fader. But if I go to the arrangement view right now, you see this value has changed to 0 decibels, which is like the default value for every meter in Ableton. If I drag it down, this is basically the same thing. This is the volume gain meter over here, just looking a little different from that view down there. So those are our meters. We can turn them on and off with this knob, and this is track delay. You can turn that on and off as well. For example, if you record audio, you record vocals, and your vocalist is always a little bit late compared to the entire song, or something is a little late, you can simply adjust the milliseconds. That one comes earlier compared to the other tracks. For example, if I were to take my drum beat a little earlier, drag down this a couple of milliseconds and play it back, you see that doesn't sound right because everything was recorded correctly. So we can click on this arrow. The orange arrow will always take your values back to the init value. Also over here, if you put it to the left panning, this is the panning knob actually, put it to the right, click on this little arrow, takes you back to the center. So this is always the default value. Okay, down here, this arrow opens up the device or MIDI or clip view. If you want more overview over your arrangement, you can turn it off, turn it on. Like I showed you over here, you see devices and the clip information. If you click on any clip, it will always show down here. That's very cool. So you get precise information to that clip. If you double click on a clip and it opens up over here, also in this clip view, if it's an audio file, you have those controls. You can manipulate your audio file over here. For example, transpose it, or take down the volume in here, or change the length and the positions and the warping, like the syncing to the beat in this area. If you have a MIDI clip selected, like that one, this changes a bit. You have a MIDI control area in this clip view, and you can change like the name over here. You can also change the signature, the looping, turn off the looping, for example, turn it on. And you can manipulate all the things concerning that clip you selected. So everything in this clip will be available for change over here. This one over here as well. So I hope you enjoyed this simple tutorial so far. We are going to make more of those starters tutorials. We also put together a course where we are making a complete track in Ableton Suite from scratch. Check the description if you're interested in that one. Follow us on Facebook, subscribe to our channel, and I hope to see you next time. So we are going to make this kind of sound I'm trying to make it from start to finish in a very basic manner. I'm going to try to explain every important thing, and we are going to do Ableton only over here, so no third-party plugins, just Ableton sounds. If you have the Ableton Suite package, that would be enough. You need operator and some other stuff. And I prepared this part already, but I'm going through all the elements after one another. So let's start with the first thing. I always start with a sidechain because you always need a sidechain. That's basically that's a kick. You're placing a kick on a track and you're not playing it. You're just using the signal information later. And it does make a little bit, sometimes it might make sense to use the same kick that you're actually using as kick of your project later. So let's see what we are doing here. We are having a new MIDI channel over here, and notice I always load 4 or 5 effects with a new MIDI channel. I'm doing that because I always want to use them on a MIDI channel anyway at some point, so I'm loading them with every new MIDI channel. And you can do that by using a MIDI channel that you already prepared, and then right click and say save as default MIDI track, and it will always load what you have over here. But that's just a side note. So what we are going to do, we are preparing another sidechaining track over here, and we have Ableton 9. We could easily go into our samples, and I'm going to the premium our sample pack, and I'm using this kick over here, the second one, and I'm placing it on the MIDI track, and now it's already here loaded up in a simpler device. So you could also say, hey, I need a new simpler, and I'm placing I get rid of this first, and I'm placing a new simpler from the instruments, and then I'm plugging in the kick sample. Yeah, doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you do it. And then we name the sidechain, or SC, and then we create a new MIDI track by right-clicking, insert MIDI clip on the MIDI channel, and we say C3 is always the default note for most of the drum samples. I don't know for how long we are going to play it, maybe this long. And now we are just going to copy this, and that's basically already our actually that's not right. That's absolutely, it's too long. We need to focus that this is 1 bar and that's 4 bars actually. So we say length down here should be 1 bar. And that's also very cool in Ableton. If you mess stuff up like this, you need the same symmetry, but you need other timing. You can say divide by 2, divide by 2, and that's actually what I wanted to do. So that's that would be the sidechain, just like the other one up there. And let's drag, like by dragging, like hovering the mouse on your left end, you can like place your sidechain everywhere in the channel. I will just use the other one and delete this one, but that's basically set up exactly the same. And the same thing now, and we deactivate it now. We don't play it, we mute it. The same thing is what we are doing with our kick. I'm just naming this MIDI information kick, not sidechain, and it's the same sample, and I'm going to start with the kick. So let's play it from the start now, from this start. So that's our that's what we have so far as track. Now well, let's go on with the simple clap. Let's recreate it over here. That's another MIDI track. You can see I use a clap sound over here. It's the snare, no, well, it's a snare actually. The snare dry 009. So that one should be in here. That's the one I'm using. And yeah, you can drag this on here, and then you have it. And as snare always comes, yeah, that's actually right click, insert new MIDI clip over here. That's what I did. So I'm going to get rid of this and make this longer. Go in there. A clap comes always. Clap or snare comes here and there, and we can also name the clip over here, call it clap or snare. Give it a different coloring, maybe this, and play kick and snare together. That's what we got. So the next thing we are going to prepare is, well, you don't actually need that, but I like doing it anyways. A kind of a pre-snare. So what is happening over here? I'm using this sound. It's a rim shot, and I'm EQing out everything below 1K, and I'm adding, like, you know how to get an equalizer in here, right? So you can place audio effects on MIDI channels and on audio channels as well. So everything we used up to now, and I think everything we are going to use in this project, are going to be MIDI channels. We are not going to use audio channels because we don't use any recorded stuff over here. No pianos, no vocals, nothing. Just creating everything out of nothing with Ableton instruments. And let's see what I did here. I used this rim shot sample, and I'm like taking off the EQ. Let me quickly copy this just over here and see. It's right before 1.4 where the MIDI information is coming. Not very special actually. I'm cutting out a little bit of the low frequencies. If I mute this. And I'm adding a little bit of Redux. Redux can be found in the audio effects, and you go there and then you can select hard or soft, and I put it on 10 with hard. So that's what's happening over here, and that's what it's adding a little bit of like dirt. And that's just swooshing into the second clap or snare hit. So it adds a little bit of dynamic to this drum section. You can use whatever you want as pre-snare or pre-clap kind of sound, but it's nice to have the first one running by its own and the second one accompanied by some pre-clap or pre-snare or something. So this logic continues. There's another closed hi-hat, dry 34. So that's that one. That sound being used on this next MIDI track, and I have it prepared over here. I'm going to use this MIDI information and have a look at it. So it's always on 113, on 123, 133, and 143. So it's going offbeat to the kick. We can pre-listen to it. That's what's happening here. So now you can see this coming along. Already sounds a bit more like techno or something. And then we have a second hi-hat over here. It's actually also a closed hi-hat, but it sounds pretty open. Well, it doesn't sound too open, but I'm using it as open hi-hat over here. That one will be added later. It also has an equalizer, EQ8 on top, and that's basically how you eliminate everything below 1000 Hertz by selecting a low pass, a high pass, low cut curve, and dragging it all the way up there. That's more or less what we got. No, actually we have something like this. So that's how you EQ stuff on a very basic matter. Let me copy this here. Yeah, and you notice it's already a little bit reverbed, and that's because I'm using a so-called return effect over here. We have 6 return tracks over here in this project, and one is C. It's called Drums Return Reverb, and it's a special drum reverb that I created for drum sound. So it's all the way up wet, and it has a decay time of almost 1 second, and it's 100% stereo, but the size is very small. So the room of this, sound is pretty tiny. And if you activate and solo this, you notice no effect and a little bit of effect. So that's how you can simply add some reverb or delay sounds on your several tracks without using too many resources. There's another dynamics hat. Let's see what this is doing. I think it's just doing something in the end. It's hi-hat close, so closed hi-hat. Play everything. Yeah, so very simple. It's not like perfectly sound designed yet. Let's see it in context. Can make this a bit more silent and maybe give a little bit of EQing to it. You see a lot of low frequencies in there. Let's take them out a little bit. Yeah, it's getting a little better. It's also pretty loud. So this is adding a little bit of interesting elements to your drums, and I put in a lot of work into drumming because like we are doing techno or house music, and that's really what makes it interesting most of the time. We have another hi-hat, and that's a quick one. It's 16th notes. I'm copying the MIDI information, and you can see over here I'm using another sound out of the D Premium pack. It's 6, so this one, very sharp. And you can see I used a little bit of compression, sidechaining compression over here, so I'm cutting it out when the kick hits in, and then I'm playing it back shortly after. And I'm also putting a chorus effect on top. So what does a chorus effect do? That's actually, if you have a signal that's very mono and very much in the middle of your left-right panorama, a chorus can widen it for you and make it like softer. Because it's right now it sounds pretty sharp. Let's listen to it. Let's listen to it. So that's without compression. You can see playing around with the velocities over here. That's better for the overall groove perception. It sounds more natural. It doesn't sound like, if you have them all in the same velocities, like how hard am I hitting the note? That's what velocity. It sounds very, very much like a machine, not so human. And I'm going with a velocity of 32 for the first one. I'm going with 57 for the second one, 88 for the third one, and 73 for the fourth. And that's being copied. So you know it's, so there's an emphasis on the third one always. But that's not enough. I'm putting sidechaining compression on. I'm getting the signal from the sidechaining track up here, and every time this kicks in, we're cutting this out, and we are using a moderate ratio but a heavy threshold. And now let's see what the chorus is doing to this. I said it's making it wider and smoother. And it goes to the sides as well, to left and right. Let's keep it at 50%. So, the next element is a blip. I call it blip. I really like those sounds. They are a bit percussive, but also melodic. And this already has like the F sharp sound, because this is part of the chord we are going to play later. And you see that's a note that's deactivated. You mark it and then you hit 0, it's getting active. You mark it and you hit 0 again, it's deactivated. Or you can like activate or deactivate them like this. You can see when you see something like that, I wasn't sure if I wanted to play 4 in 2 bars or if I wanted to play just 2 in 2 bars. So I decided for 2 later. So let's play this along. And over here, I'm not sure what this is doing. It's a ride. the right bell. Okay, so that's acting like a crash over here, but it's a little different than usually because it's crashing in before the first start of the bar. So yeah, we should play it longer. Okay, not too interesting. What's next? Ah, yeah, we can start with another important element, our bass. We are going to make a bass with the operator instrument from Ableton, and let's quickly check what's happening here. It's a sine wave. It's basically a sine wave. What do we have here? Sidechain compression, a little bit of EQ, a little bit of catching peaks. Okay, so let's do that. Let's redo it to make it more interesting for new viewers. You see, this is being loaded with my channel always, just increases the workflow. And I'm using an operator over here. And that's basically already preset I'm going to use. I'm going to use just one of 4 different oscillators, and this one is going to use a sine wave. Sine waves are very smooth, and I'm going to use this for the bass. Let's see what notes are we using. F sharp, D sharp. Okay. Let's create a new MIDI track, and you know, like right click into the area. You saw this before, insert MIDI clip, and then that's what you get. Name it bass, and let's do this. We can play an F sharp, and we can play, what's the other one? D sharp. Oh yeah, that's way too high and way too loud. So we are going down in the volume a little bit on the channel, and we are also going down in the octave. So that already sounds pretty much like a bass. You can also use sidechaining compression over here, using sidechain as input, and I'm dragging down the threshold. So if you listen to it solo, so basically that's what the bass is doing. I don't know what I did. I did a little bit of EQing, cutting out. Yeah, let's quickly do that over here as well. So let's cut out some of the lowest frequencies and stuff below 40, for example. And because you're actually just rumbling around on your speakers with this stuff. And then we can cut out a little bit of those frequencies over here. Really need them. Okay, and like, let's leave it there. Let's prepare all the sounds first and then arrange the track afterwards. And now we are going to redo what we did here, the white noise. And the white noise is an important element in electronic music as well. And we use an operator as well. and we select, like I didn't open a new MIDI clip and MIDI track, and I placed an operator over here, and now I'm selecting another waveform, noise white noise. And there are several ways of doing this, but I'm just using a low cut now, heavy low cut, and something like, or maybe a little smoother, something like this maybe. Yeah, sidechain will be also included in this project. Drag the threshold down as well. Let's try to use it in this way, maybe. So I'm also going to use an utility over here. Why am I using a utility? I want to play around with volume of this white noise, and I have a gain over here. So you might ask, why are you not using this gain from the channel? So the difference is, I want to automate something over here, and I want to be able to, okay, I'm going to show you how this has to be thought of. Let's call this white noise, and make it really long. Yeah, it bites already. Let's take down the overall volume. I think I'm going to use this much. And this loud. And I want it to be loud in the beginning and then get a lot more silent. So I'm going to the utility and letting the automation be shown, and I'm doing this basically. I'm hovering over this automation and I'm reducing the gain of this utility, as you can see, by, like at that point it will be -4, at that point it will be -8, at that point it will be -17, and then it will be gone. Now, if I want to increase the overall volume of the white noise track, I can always do that over here without having to bother about readjusting the drawn in automation. So that's why I'm using a utility and I'm not automating this over here, because later you have to like adjust those automations always, and that's pretty painful sometimes. Okay, so that's the white noise recreated over there. And like the next element, yeah, I think we are going to use an operator and make some kind of pad sound over here. Insert new MIDI track, call it, maybe we call this pad, and we use a new operator instrument. And now what we are going to do over here is we are going to select, click on this, click here, have it in parallel mode, and use a saw wave table, use square wave table maybe, and use some white noise, something like this, and make it a lot quieter, and take down the filter a little bit, add the sidechain, activate it, sidechain, yeah, we also need a little bit of compression over here. Going to explain why. But let's quickly copy the notes, like the MIDI notes over here. Those are the MIDI notes I prepared for this project, so simple, interesting chord. and can be quieter than that, and a little lower filtering. So maybe you know this kind of sound from tracks. It's a very popular sound, and we are going to smoothen it now. So let's select this by holding Shift, right click, group these elements, and open up macro controls. And now we are going to assign some of the parameters to the macros. Right click on filter, map to macro 1. Right click on the threshold of the sidechain, map to macro 2. And yeah, I'm going to do this in a minute. What we also want to apply over here is a chorus effect, because it smoothens a little bit the sound of our signal. So we are mapping the dry wet of the chorus to macro 3 over here. Let's rename it to chorus. And we are adding in one more effect over here, and that will be a reverb over there. And this reverb is getting pre-reverb. So you can quickly copy this if you want. This is a size 100 reverb with a stereo 100 and a decay time of 3.6. And let's right click here, map to macro 4, and call it reverb in here as well. So now we can manipulate the sound pretty nicely between having a background pad and having a main lead sound. You see what's happening. I'm opening up the reverb over here, you can see, and then let me open up the chorus afterwards, and you see what the sound is able to do. So yeah, that's a pretty cool sound with the operator. It sounds really professional and interesting and versatile. And now you notice there's a big difference between playing it in the low filter and the open high filter. It's very loud like that. So let's put in another compressor, like one of those compressors here. In there, I'm deleting this one, and like glue the signal a little bit together. So we want the lowest volume and the highest volume on this track to be closer together, to like avoid having such a big difference in the noise levels, in the volume levels. So I'm taking down the threshold like heavily, and the ratio up a little as well. Yeah, so that sounds a little better. That's not totally necessary over here, but if you're using this in live setting, you really notice the difference, because live you cannot adjust all your volumes all the time, and then compressors really help you. Anyways, those are the main elements. that we are going to use, and let's quickly set up a basic arrangement structure over here. I'm going to show you one more thing. Like this pad sound we just did is copied over here in track 11, and over here it's basically a lead sound because we are only playing one note, but it's the same logic. I have a chorus, I have a cutoff, I have a side chaining, and I have a little bit of reverb over here, and don't care about the LFOs and everything else. It's basically exactly the same construction of the sound, and it just has a bigger reverb in the end, 15 seconds reverb, so very long reverb. And it's just let me copy this and let's have a look at it. You see the gain is a little bit automated on this one, and we are playing the C4 note, C4 sharp note. So that's just a sweeper. It's the same sound, it's just copied and used as a lead with a longer reverb, adding a little bit of interesting dynamics in there. So let's construct some kind of arrangement over here and see where we're getting at. And then I'm going to talk about these 3 other tracks over here. So we are not going to start with the pad sound initially, so I'm taking that away, and maybe we are kicking in with the bass later, and also with other things maybe later. Right, crash. Maybe we use it over here. Yeah. Okay, let's just start with this here. Here. Now we're going to work a little bit with automation as well. So I'm automating the filter. I'm starting really low with the filter, and then go back down when the other elements kick in, but not that much, maybe like this. And I also want to open up the chorus over here, like to make it wide for a minute, and then go down to a very little chorus afterwards. So we take out the kick over here, and then we are moving into this part, the one I showed you in the beginning. And like there's one little difference now in the space over here. This bass is not holding the note like here. What it does is over here it does it's a little more dynamic. So over here I'm going on with the other pad. It's basically the same, so it doesn't matter which one we are playing. We could delete one and only use one of the tracks, but let's quickly not lose time over here and open up the cutoff a little more. And I'm preparing a break over here. I want to use something else in the break, and I want to have the pad in the background and like coming back right before the drop. And right before the drop, this is my cutoff, going up, and the reverb maybe goes down. So and maybe also the chorus is going down a little then, like this. That's the preparation for that, and I already know that the kick will hit back in there, and probably also this one will be there sooner already, and the dynamic head will be there, playing over there, and there will be definitely white noise. Maybe we can also like use it the other way around over here and add a little bit of tension with the white noise. So what we are doing is this, getting it up, and sidechain will have to play along, and well, of course we are also going to play the clap and the pre-snare, and this element will be played as well. We also have a bass back then. Okay, and now the next thing we want to have a look at is an arpeggio kind of sound. So what I did over here, I created another MIDI track and I used another operator instance like this, and FM piano dirty. So I used piano keys, FM. So this one is used, and And what else? Yeah, basically it's again this setup over here, this instrument rack with chorus, with reverb. And now the big difference is we are adding two more things. We are adding two MIDI effects. So in Ableton you have MIDI effects, you have audio effects, and you have instruments. And the logic is on your track, like the instrument is generating the sound. Like without any instrument there will be no sound on MIDI tracks. And you can, before actually, like on a MIDI track, the MIDI information over here, this information is then taken down and plugged into your instrument that generates the output, like the sound, and then we manipulate with the audio effects afterwards. But what we can do as well is we can take like the MIDI information, go on to the track elements and place MIDI effects beforehand. Like for example, an arpeggiator from the MIDI effects, take Housier Than Thou, and you see a MIDI effect comes before the instrument. So it takes the note, the MIDI note information, and it manipulates that information before actually generating the sound with the instrument and manipulating the sound afterwards with the effect. So let's quickly copy this part here, call it ARP. We're just using the chords, and well, make it blue, and turn down the volume to something like this, and listen in. Like creating random, or well, not that random, but like according to those preferences over here, it's generating MIDI information. So I want to have a 16th notes over here. Can have it slower. The rate decides on the speed. And then what else are we going to do? We can use something with velocity and tell the velocity, so the velocity information will be taken, and we are going to apply something that sounds more like a piano. So velocity is this down here, like how hard am I hitting the key or the instrument, and that is being manipulated with this piano thing now. So that's already pretty cool. You can get creative without actually doing something on the notes. And now let's use some audio effects as well. I hear a nice reverb again over here, nice and warm maybe. 3 seconds decay time sounds pretty good to me. And we are going to use a delay as well. So a simple delay will do. Delay left, right, feedback up a little bit, dry, wet down a little bit. Also apply a little bit of side chaining again from the side chain Not too much, but just to be sure there's a little bit of vibe in there. So this is how you use MIDI effects on a MIDI track. And let's listen to it in the context. Well, maybe one more thing to make it even more interesting. We are going to use an auto filter. Auto filter is an audio effect. You get it over here. You drag it on track, and then what you can do is you can manipulate the frequency quickly, and we tell this to start lower. And then move up maybe, and up and up and up, like this. You will notice in a second. It basically will be lower in the high frequencies here, and then like get more cleared out. Threshold of the sidechain a little bit, and I'm getting up the filter a little bit more, and yeah, I wanted to have it more powerful over here after the drop. that would be a pretty simple arrangement of this. Like play it for 340 or something, and like we introduce all the elements, then we play them a little bit, and then we have a break over here, and then we are getting in all the elements again, and then we are going out slightly. So that would be a pretty basic arrangement over here. Yeah, you could also like mess with the operator again, like the arpeggio over here. Yeah, and there's of course you can use other elements as well. I used over here, I basically copied this arpeggio track 19 and put it on 20, and then I used another preset for the operator. That one was called Tremolo Piano. And that sounds a little bit like a saw synthesizer, and has a nice tremolo as well. And you can also use this for an arpeggio. So it's actually pretty much the same logic over here. It's just 1/12. So let's listen to how this sounds. Also automate this rate. I'm going to leave that for now, but you can think about it. And okay, there's another one. There's another percussive sound for the operator, and that one is called Perk Thin Eighths. Is that in here? Let's quickly look for it. It's in rhythmic synths. Okay, so you find it in the rhythmic synths. Perk Thin Eighths. So that's that sound used combined with the compressor and sidechaining, and with a reverb 3.6 seconds. A glue compressor, that one here, has a preset catch peaks. So I'm catching some of the very, very rough sounds and taking down the threshold and making it up 4 decibels. And then I'm placing a chorus on top to make it smoother, and then I'm placing a delay to make it sound a little more dynamic. And I'm using that sound here. That would actually sound a little more interesting if we placed it not on the first but on the third. So if you want to fill your track with elements, you could think of percussive elements as well, and then let them play along just the way you want, just as an idea. Yeah, and one more thing is we are going to have a quick look at some basic mastering for this. So I have our mastering chain. We have another tutorial about mastering in Ableton with Ableton built-in effects, and this is basically the chain we are using there. And we just apply that below here and see what we can do. I'm not activating all the elements right now. What I'm doing is I'm adding a low cut in the lowest frequencies over here from 35 down. I have it on mid-side mode, and on the side I'm cutting out everything below 100 Hz because in the low frequencies you don't really hear a stereo sound. It's more mono, and that's basically what's happening there. So sometimes you can think of placing a chorus on top of the overall thing. Sometimes it's makes a lot of sense to catch some peaks, but we would have to look at the waveform or listen closely before. So over here it looks as if our kick is the peak, if you look at this needle. So the multi-band dynamics, they really need to be adjusted from track to track, so I'm not going to work them now here. See if we can add a little bit of punch and a little bit of sustain. Yeah, the limiter basically in the end just like gets up the signal as much as you want, but make sure you don't really like get far into this area where the orange bar comes down. Well, yeah, basically that's that would be doing a simple tune in Ableton with only Ableton built-in sounds, effects, and instruments. Yeah, and that's one way of arranging it. If you want to make a longer track, you increase the length of your intro. You use 2 breakdowns and 2 drops maybe, and then like add 2 more of those or something, and bam, you're at 6 minutes already. So that's well, basically making a track from scratch, from start to finish in Ableton. I will be placing some info in the description if you want to use this template on your own. And I hope you enjoyed this tutorial, and see you next time. In this video we are quickly going to talk about the differences between the simpler device of Ableton 9.2 here on the left. It's also inside of Ableton 9.0, 1 and 2. And the new version of the simpler, this one in Ableton 9.5. And you see they look a little bit different. And I just loaded up this simple project here where we are playing this first channel with a vocal sample. I put it in both versions of Ableton, and you can already see it loads up the simpler and it looks a bit different. And since the original project was created and saved in 9.2, I'm getting this upgrade button here. You don't get that if you like create your project in 9.5 already and save it then. But you get this upgrade button here, and what does it do? It basically upgrades your filter here, because that's the old filter section where you can put on your filter and then select low pass 12, low pass 24, high pass 12 and 24 and stuff like that. And you see they put it in here as well. But if I click upgrade, it puts in those new filters where you select your filter shapes here and then your algorithms. Different filter algorithms. So this is one of the new features, but the point of this video is finding all the functionalities that you typically use in your simple tracks and like identifying where to find them in the new simpler. The new simpler has 3 versions, and the classic version is the one that's supposed to be like this one here. The one shot is a different mode, and then you have the slice mode where, for example, you can put in like drum loops and slice them up nicely and then play them with your Ableton Push or something. But let's go back to classic mode and see how we can use the new simpler in the same way we are used to using the old one. So let me put in some more space here so we see a little more. So we are playing those chords with this vocal sample here. If I just hit the sample on my keyboard, this is what it sounds like. So let's play it together and play around with sustain, attack, and decay. Okay, how would we do that in 9.5? We find our attack, decay, sustain, release, and volume. All those controls are down here, and you have two views. You have the sample and you have the control views. So in this sample and in the control view, those will always be down here. So whenever you're looking for this area, you find it down here. Your volume is here. And transpose, like you need that a lot, or I'm using it a lot. So I need transpose. I need to know where it is. Here it is. Detune, sometimes useful as well, is here as well. Everything is in the control section. Glide, glide modes, portamento, glide, off, time. All this can be found here and there. Also, sometimes we use the spread knob to widen our sound. Let's play it. Well, maybe it's easier to actually hear that if we put off our delay effects and reverbs. So let me put reverb and delay off for now. And let's open the spread. So we are moving more into the stereo spectrum. Our velocity can be found here, and the equivalent will be here. And panning, left, right, everything is here. And if you want to use your LFOs, you will find them here, like compared to they were here before. And your filter envelope shape can be found here. So it's all there. And also, if we go back into the sample mode and we are asking ourselves, so like how does sample editing and looping samples work now? You're probably used to dragging around those locators here. So for example, select the part. Like that. And maybe sometimes you also go ahead and loop a section, like you want to make this more a choir kind of sound, less staccato, and you're trying to loop this area here. And you go loop. And we can actually emphasize that by playing longer notes. Okay. Go back and put the sidechain compression off for now. And you see, you can also say, okay, our loop is a bit shorter. Our fades in the beginning and the end are a bit steeper, and we are trying to smoothen like the transition between moving from the end back to the front. So how are we doing that in the new version? Let's go back, and you see we also have those locators here, so we can do the same thing. And drag the end in there as well and put it a bit longer, something like that. And also make sure we have long notes, like this. So, and now we want to put it into loop mode. And also put off the sidechain compressor. It's already quite a good guess here because it's not that far off from, like, the shape is very, very similar. But anyways, we have your fade button here, but before you need to like cut the length a little bit and the loop a little bit and maybe also the starting, but no, let's keep the starting the way it is and just like open the fade. So you see we are trying to get the same type of shape in there. You see, you can use the new simpler just the way you used the old one, plus you have many more functions. Just wanted to be sure that whenever we are using the old one in the tutorial and you happen to have the new one, you can follow along, or also in case it's the other way around, it's not that difficult. Every setting can be transferred between those. At least in the classic mode. If you were to do stuff in the slicing and one-shot modes, that wouldn't be possible necessarily in the old one. This is a prepared audio file with a bass sound playing different bass notes. Let's play it. And as you can see, we have different gain levels for different parts of the audio. Let's go into the file and see it in detail. So I have this first part, it's equally loud with the third and the fifth and the seventh part. And we also have quieter parts down here. And this one, even if you can't hear it, for example, on a smartphone, it actually contains audio information. So there is something playing here. We have a little bit of bass information playing. It's just really quiet. So we have a huge dynamic range between this quiet part and this loud part and this loud part up here as well. All right, so I'm going back into the overview. On this audio track, this is going to be our input audio track, I've placed a compressor. A compressor is used to reduce the difference here, this difference between the loudest and the quieter parts of an audio file. In other words, it affects the dynamic range. Or differently put, the compression reduces the level of our peaking parts and thereby it opens up more headroom and allows the overall signal level to be turned up. And this will give our signal a higher average level. So what does that mean? So down here, I have the compressor and I have a second audio track here. And that one is going to record the output of the first one after the compressor. So we will be able to see how the compression affects the signal. So let me quickly play it again. So as you can see, the output audio looks just the same as the input audio. Up to now, nothing happened. And that's because the compressor did not actually do any work. But this is going to change now as we are changing the values of the first knob. And this is going to be threshold. Threshold sets the input level at which the compression begins. Okay, so now things happened. We see we have a bit less gain in those peak parts. So everything above the threshold, this orange line down here, was affected by the compression, and everything below was not affected. Let's play it again and see the visual representation down here again. So you see we have these parts of audio above the threshold, and these are the ones that are actually being treated. Okay, so before we said compression reduces the level of peaks, and this is what happened here. And now the question arises, how does it do that? And this is actually controlled by our second parameter down here, our compression ratio, which is sitting at 2:1 at the moment. Our ratio determines how much the input signal exceeding the threshold is being compressed or treated, or basically reduced in gain. So how much the input signal exceeding the threshold. So this part here is the input signal exceeding the threshold, and our ratio here determines how much it's being reduced. And a ratio of 2:1 indicates that a signal exceeding the threshold by 10 decibels will be attenuated or taken down to 5 decibels above the threshold. So 2:1 actually says 1/2. We're inputting 10 decibels and we're outputting only 1/2 of that, so 5 decibels, for example, of the signal that was lying above this threshold. This one, this one, this one, and this one. Let's take a closer look at this ratio knob here and go all the way to the left. The furthest out we can go is 1:1. In that case, the compressor isn't doing anything because it just inputs the signal and it will output everything of the signal that was exceeding the threshold. So let's press record and see the visual representation of that. So we had a ratio of 1:1, and you see it looks just the same as the input signal. If we take our ratio to the other way around, for example, sitting at 4:1, that means if we exceed our threshold by 4 decibels, only 1 decibel of that exceeding signal will be outputted. So our peak levels here will be a lot quieter. So as you can see down here, we have the representation of what's going on, and we said we have a ratio of 4:1, and you can actually see it here because this upper part, this grayed out part, is your input signal, and the second part with the white line is your output signal. So this is roughly 1/4 of the complete gray or darker gray part behind it, and the white line is just showing you the output signal. So this is 1/4 of this complete signal that was exceeding the orange threshold line. And this difference, the difference between the dark gray and the lighter gray part in the level is called gain reduction. This is basically what the compressor is doing here. It's reducing the gain of this peaking part to this new level here. If we go ahead and turn up the ratio to even higher values, we will end up, for example, at a ratio of 10:1 here. Meaning we only output 1/10 of the exceeding signal. And you can also see it in this representation, it got really close to the orange line already, and it's hardly noticeable anymore. If we go even further, like the furthest out we can go is infinity. Infinity saying, I'm not outputting anything above the threshold. I'm just outputting remaining stuff below the threshold. No peaking signal above the threshold is going to be outputted. So what we are expecting is those bits of audio coming even closer to our more quieter ones. And we can actually see that now. So this part here had a big difference in the gain in the beginning, and now it's almost as loud as the other one. By the way, if a compressor is working at a ratio of infinity, it acts like a limiter. So in the beginning we said a compressor reduces the level of peaks and opens up more headroom, and thereby allows the overall signal level to be turned up. Now, we've done our first part, we reduced the peaks, and what we haven't done so far is bringing the overall signal level up. A compressor has this output gain, which is controlling the overall signal in the end. Basically, that just works like a volume knob. We can actually go to our audio effects in Ableton or any other DAW and just put in a utility, which is just a level controller. We can just set that one up and adjust for the gain reduction that has taken place here. So we can bring it back up to higher levels with this gain knob here now. And you see the dynamic ranges have been reduced and the average gain of the entire sample is now louder compared to this one here. So this utility gain knob behaves in the same way as this output gain here. And I'm taking this one off now just to control if we have the same effect. So putting in roughly 7 decibels here. So this is what our output gain is doing. Now, let's compress it a lot harder than we did to achieve one single evened out bass sound without any dynamics whatsoever. So I'm going to play around with the threshold and ratios now on this compressor. We see we are not affecting this dynamic range so far, so we have to go down a lot further in our ratio to actually pick up the dynamic range between those parts here. Getting closer, but we need to pick up this one down here. And now we are adjusting for the loss in the overall gain, and we are putting the output gain up to higher values. And of course we could get this even louder now, but let's take a quick look at what happened here, because in the beginning of this part and the beginning of this part we have those little tiny bumps of clipping audio at the moment, and we want to adjust for that as well. So what happens here is the compressor is a little bit late at kicking in. So this little peak is not being treated by the compressor. And that's actually due to the fact that our attack knob down here, if we take a look at the info on the left next to it, the attack time sets how long it takes to reach the maximum compression once the signal exceeded the threshold. So it took 2 milliseconds here to actually kick the compression in, and that's when this bump occurred. So what we can do is we go back into attack and take it as low, as short as possible, and try to fix this little bump. So I'm zooming out a little bit to make this happen. And you see now the little attacky bump here is gone, and we have an audio file with almost no dynamic range left. Hi, my name is Francois, and together with my friend Tom, I'm running a channel and website called Production Music Live. Sometimes I'm lying, I'm just lying, I'm still lying here with you. Have you ever had trouble finishing your tracks because you got stuck while trying to achieve a great sounding mix? Today we are going to mix this song from start to finish. And if I lose myself, what if I lose myself to you, to you? We will enter the different mixing stages, we'll go into detail on state-of-the-art mixing techniques, and we will learn about the theoretical concepts and secrets to achieving professionally sounding results. So let's get started. And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, what if I lose myself to you? Hey guys, this is Production Music Live with another tutorial, and today we are going to quickly cover the subject sidechaining. When you get into electronic music, you really need to know about sidechaining. So we need to get a kick. I'm going to the samples over here, and I'm taking kick 11 from Deep Premium Sample Pack. That one. I'm placing that one over here. Placing this kick over here, and I'm copying it. I'm playing it on every measure basically, and I'm putting it in this color. So right now we have this sound. The next sample I'm going to use is a tom. Which one am I using over here? Tom 11. So I'm using that one and I'm pitching it down. Let's do that again. If I use this tom sample over here, I drag it that long and I pitch it down 3 semitones. So just to match the pad that I'm going to play later. And I'm going to give it this color. So right now we have 2 elements. We have this kick and we have this tom. I'm putting that off for a second. And if we play them together now, the kick and the tom over here, they are interfering. There's too much signal over here. The kick can't get through with the tom being so hard on the first hit in those areas over here. So we kind of want to trigger the signal of the kick, because the kick signals are really important in dance music. We want to trigger that signal and put it into the sidechaining compressor over here. So we select a compressor over here, we try to give it a pumping effect, and I'm doing that from scratch now. And we open it up and we select sidechain, audio from kick track number 1, plug it in, and now we have the ratio over here and the threshold. If I put the ratio on 1, nothing will happen. If I put it on 2, for example, or any other value above 1, and I drag down the threshold a little bit, things are going to start moving.
If I drag it down all the way, it's getting this pumping effect. That's the basic principle of sidechaining. Whenever we are playing our sidechaining trigger, we are ducking the signal of the tom track over here. So that would be really basic sidechaining. Sometimes I'm using sidechaining in tutorials and tracks where I have this kind of ghost sidechaining track, where I have the sidechaining track basically off, but if you put it off, it will still trigger the signal. Sometimes you want the sidechaining trigger, but you don't want to hear it. And that's when you use the ghost sidechain. Now, you could also try to shape the trigger a little bit, because sometimes if you have really long kicks, like that kick over here is not too long, but sometimes kicks have a longer tail and then the sidechaining trigger gets messed up a little. Let's quickly loop this area over here and find out what the sidechain shaping EQ can do over here. Put it on, and I have it on high pass right now, or low cut. High pass, low cut, the same thing. You could also use shelves and bells and band pass and low pass filters. But a high pass filter makes sense in that case because I want to kind of use just a high frequent snap of the kick over here in the beginning as trigger and leave out everything else. So I'm putting it on pre-listening here, and now I should hear the trigger. And over here I can adjust the frequencies of that filter. So the signal is getting longer if I go down all the way because we are playing this long tail over here, and if I go up above those bass frequencies, it's not going to trigger that anymore. Over here it's just a tiny snap. Sometimes that kind of snap is enough for your sidechaining signal input. Sometimes it's exactly what you need. You could also go up with the ratio over here. But since that tom starts right away over here, I wanted to get a little lower. I think I'm fine with this trigger signal. So you could do that also with other tracks, not bass, with like bass tracks, or well, with bass it's very usual actually. We are using that tom basically as bass over here. You could also do it with a pad, for example. So I have this pad over here, it's playing those notes. And it's a massive instance of massive. It's playing one of our presets for, I think, Tropical House or something. We have several preset packs, and we are playing the super nice pad, this one over here. You could also try to achieve some ducking of that pad over here. So let's put it on, put the ratio to really high and take the threshold down to very low. And the audio comes from the kick over here, and let's put it in. So you see, if you drag down the threshold, you can shape how late you want your signal to come back in. And you can also adjust the release time for that. For example, So if I put up the release time, it's taking the signal longer to come back and go back out of the gain reduction. If I put it shorter, it takes less time. Put it really short, it will hit right back up. There are those envelope shaping tools that can also achieve this sidechaining effect. Sometimes that's handy as well. If you have the LFO tool, for example, by Steve Duda, you could use that as well for shaping a sidechain. So let's put that on the tom over here. And I already selected a sidechaining preset number 4 of the sidechains, and you see this shape over here. It's basically cutting out, well, every measure of a bar is cutting out the first part and it's getting in the latter part. So let's put this on solo. If I wanted to come just at the end, I would do that. If I wanted to have it early, I could put it over here. So that's basically the same thing as shaping with the compressor. There are several ways of achieving that, but those are the basics of sidechaining. We are going to use sidechaining heavily in our tutorials on this channel. If you like those drum samples, you can check out our Deep Premium Drum Sample Pack. We have some nice drum samples collected in there. Check the description for that one if you're looking for massive presets as well. If you like this video, subscribe to our channel and post your questions below, and I hope to see you next time.